something like this. The bitch wanna fight me. My t-shirt on, so I won't get ugly. She fucking with a dime. I'm fucking with a bomb. They think I'm Osama. Whoa, she think I'm Osama. I'm fucking with a bad little vibe. Probably all over her tongue. I'm about to spot me a high. I'm about to spin that trunk. I said, my mind got me a switch. We don't get fucked by luck. I said my body, I'm the coolest. Trampoline jump for a
was the best team here. Okay, let me get this match card in. Let me get this match card. So today for the first show, we got. How come you couldn't say yourself? How come you couldn't say yourself? So the match card for the first one we got planned for today. We got DDP gonna be making his in-ring debut again. Everybody debut today. Fuck it. DDP is gonna be going up against fucking Great Muta. Them two right there. Last season, both of them was fucking jobbers. This season, I want to see big things from both of them. I want to see big things. And then we got Bray Wyatt, also known as me, going up against the final boss. I'm sorry, the final flop. We're gonna see what he do. We're gonna see what he do. I'm starting my season off undefeated. I'm calling that now. Undefeated, and I'm fighting second. And then we got the Ring General. This one is gonna be first. We starting this season off with a banger. We got the Ring General going up against Charlotte Flair. What it is greatness going up against Lil Leon. Two Titans going up in there. And then we got Jey Uso gonna be going up against what's his name? Chad Gable. We're gonna see what them two jobbers go out there and do. And then we got what's the name? Obafemi gonna be going up against CM Punk. That match right there, I actually think is gonna be pretty decent. I think we're gonna be seeing doubles and everything, and I think it's gonna be good. And then doubles and everything. And then we got Big Papa Pump, Scott Steiner gonna be going up against AJ Styles. We're gonna see what them two could do. Word on the street is both of these guys are teammates, but we're gonna see how long that lasts. And then we got Big Bronson Reed.
Look at him trying to destroy teams from the inside.
What you mean? What you mean? What did I do? What did I do? We got Big Bronson Reed going up against All Ego Ethan Page. And then we got Rhea Ripley going up against Seth Rollins. Two of our top picks right here. Two of our top picks going at it. I want to see what these two can do in that fucking ring. And then we got Jade Cargill going up against the young OG, also known as Javon Evans.
You out.
And
Well, I'm out.
then,
One of the two.
hold on. So y'all they already finna break up behind the scenes. I try to let them handle that back there, but it sounds like they're already about to break up. But we got JBL gonna be going up against Becky Lynch, and then what else? Triple H gonna be going up against John Cena. That match right there is also gonna be decent. I'm calling it now. 5 stars gonna go up instantly. Quick, fast, and in a hurry. Watch. And then we got LA Knight gonna be going up against Batista. I think it's gonna be a good match. And then this is a long ass card. No, I wasn't gonna say nothing, bro. I wasn't gonna say nothing, bro. I wasn't gonna say nothing, bro. I wasn't gonna say nothing. I don't know about you, but we're gonna see though. We're gonna see. And then we got Damian Priest gonna be going up against Hulk Hogan, also known as the UWA lawyer. And then we got Sami Zayn going up against All Ego Ethan Page. That match right there. Let me see. That, I don't know. And then we got HBK going up against the most dominant man right now in UWA, the fucking Roman fucking Reigns, bro. I'm calling it now. Watch how that match go. Watch how that match go. Watch how that match go. I'm calling it now. Your match gonna be coming up pretty. Your match gonna be. It's not gonna be long. I got an order going up already though. Then we got Randy Orton going up against Cucky Rhodes. These two right here used to be a part of my team last season. I want to see who the better man. And then we got some. It's a possibility. We got a possibility for a couple tag matches. So to start season 3 off, we starting off with two Titans, bro. This shit better be fucking good, bro. This shit better be good.
Where's my matching to Joe?
Hey, die.
I gave you a match introduction. I said it's gonna be some. I don't know what it's gonna be.
Identify yourself, the judge.
Where's my handicap match? There we go. I got it.
Identify yourself.
All right. So everybody remember the rules now. Everybody remember the rules and shit, right? All right. And
Big Mac, ain't nobody fucking with this shit.
Why you got the same shirt on?
Still gimmick.
well, I got it. What?
Not over.
The same shirt on.
Yeah, strawberry
I
gimmick
was
was
talking about
bad.
same shirt, dog. It don't make no sense, bro. You
Type shit, bro. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. Before I set these matches, before I set this match, can I reset this 2v1 match? Can I reset this shit? Did they fix that?
Hey, Don.
What's up?
Where Don at? Hey, man, I see you out there, boy. Your shit getting long, my nigga.
And I get and bro, I get my little, I get a retwist tomorrow too. I'm see how long you get from there, bro. I'm trying to, yeah, bro. Type shit. Look at him.
Hey, Combo, just cause you got the fucking Uncle Phil, nigga.
I'm fucking weak. Greatness. You could join in, bro. You could join in. Okay, well let me see. Let me get back to the chat. Oh my God, B-Dog with this fucking judgment shit. You said, dude, look at references. I thought we was watching wrestling. Fuck you, man. Who let down grow dreads, bro? It done dress, bro. Shut the fuck up.
That
I
motherfucker.
was talking to my match, nigga.
Well, you ain't mentioned Damian Priest
Nigga.
because, bro. Why I got mentioned Damian Priest?
I
Oh,
wasn't even
they did.
talking
Hold
about
on.
Kenny Ball
Hey,
there.
Uh,
I know who that, bro.
Hold on. I don't think it still do work. I gotta do triple threat.
Why Delta in the little Discord
Nah, you
chat,
mad at me
nigga?
because your head got oysters in it.
Yeah, I gotta go. Just make a. I gotta make a triple threat. I gotta make a triple. It still don't work.
He said I went and got jewels in my hair.
What's up, Delta? What's up, Delta? Judge Judy, she's gonna be back in a couple months. She's gonna be back in a couple months. Me and Judge Judy going through some things. I didn't want to bring it, our business out there, but we're going through some stuff.
Get the fuck out.
We fighting
Man,
for it.
one fall is a greatness in
Yeah,
Little Leon.
Okay, it might be
Snooze match, snoozer.
You said snoozer.
baby girl versus baby boy.
Chill.
All right, here we go.
You said what?
Here we go. The first match
Leon's pressy.
of season
My
3.
bad, Leon. No, I'm small.
Y'all can both join in.
That's the Polish assassin right there. I'm cool.
No word.
Polish is ass, man.
That's crazy.
So you want some smoke too?
Ooh,
Don't
shit.
watch
Ooh.
it.
Ooh.
I ain't do shit. I'm not here.
Oh, we like that. Yeah.
No.
Type shit. Type shit. Appreciate that, my boy.
Yeah, Leon, we about to put the belt to ass on you, Leon. I'm about to crash your fucking IQ.
Yeah,
Appreciate that.
Leon.
Chill.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. By the time you make it over there,
All right, greatness. Where you with?
Leon gonna whoop your ass.
That's what I'm saying. You got jet lag.
You gonna have jet lag.
You getting
You
tired.
ain't gonna know what fucking time.
You ain't gonna know what the street name is, none of that shit. It's different languages. It's gonna be fucked.
And I'm gonna tell you, the way they rock over there, you fuck around and meet by like 30 people before you get to Leon. They gonna know you're not from there. They gonna beat your fucking ass, you.
You gonna already
Nah,
know
I ain't American. I'll be good. I ain't American. I'll be good.
No,
Nah, you
Not
are
American. You know what I mean? Not
You're
that. I
different.
mean, like, I don't. Not
You're
white. I'm
different.
not white. No.
Nigga, you were.
No.
Okay,
They,
there
you know what I
There
mean?
you go.
Not white
There you
skin.
go.
I'm
I
trying to
get
say.
you.
I'm not white. You know what I mean?
I get you.
Nah,
I
if
get
I
you.
was white
get
skin,
great.
that's
Well,
what
he
I'm
was
saying.
here. No, he was asking me everything. I said, he said.
He must gonna go over there and speak a different language then, cause they gonna know
Yeah,
what
so
you
I'm
up
gonna be running. You
I
already
get
know
it.
I'm
You're
gonna
not
be running.
getting what he's saying. Like,
Man,
like
go
other
promote the
people-
stick smoke, man. I'm gonna
You
send
know?
you some smoke and you can promote that shit.
You know how like they be like gringos, you know?
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
get
yeah.
what I'm saying? Yeah,
Or
like,
like it-
I get,
Or like, nah, like Americans go to like Mexico and shit. Like, you know, they ain't.
yeah, like they know.
No, white people though. I ain't talking about.
Hey, John,
Yeah.
boy, say we can have our match. What's the next opening you got?
They're like
Or-
4th. Yeah, like 4th.
Fourth match? Okay, I'm about to tell him now.
Hey, the great
Alright,
movie.
nigga.
Yeah.
Alright,
Hold
we'll
on.
take 5th then. We'll take 5th, bro. We'll take 5th, bro.
I can't hear me.
Yeah.
Nah, fuck that, nigga, man.
I'm trying to figure out is I'm trying to figure out
Don, you
is
know what?
greatness
Don't
coming
slow
or
it
not.
down, bro. Me and Fletch can be sticking match. Run a.
You sure? You sure?
Fucking warning.
Alright,
Yeah.
then you
Okay.
go.
Keep it
Okay.
going. Keep it
All right,
going.
Yuli, you ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Did he just join? Did greatness just join? That's what I was saying. Did you? That's what I was saying. I just seen your name as soon as I left, nigga. All right, here we go. Let me set it up again.
Why you taking half an hour to join up?
Then he trolling saying nah.
Hey, Greenness.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I know I seen your name as soon as I hit back. Let me make sure my
Nigga
settings
getting
right.
in on a run in is crazy.
All right, slider timed. All right, we good to go. Here we go. Remember the qualifications and all that shit. Let's get all
You
that.
guys
Quaz,
do?
oh yeah, Quaz is
And
rooting
a
on you
red
too
left.
right now, greatness. So, you can either flop, like you normally do. Quaz out here rooting on. He said, "Let's go, Gunther." No, he said, "Let's go, Walter." He said, "Let's go, Walter." That's what he just said. That's
First
Gunther.
gimmick.
First gimmick, yeah.
And y'all could join in now too. I don't know why it's on one night stand, but I'm just running this damn match just so I can run it.
Match a thing online where you can have the niggas running
I
out
don't
like that.
think so.
I don't
I
No,
don't
you can't do it online now.
What about?
He said,
what he's
"Quit
talking
letting
about
people
in
that's
general,
not from my
running?
country run stuff. America rules." I'm weak. All right, first match.
Who you got, Don?
Who you think I got? I put the poll up. I'm put the poll up.
Who you got, Don?
We good.
I got
put my
Leon.
tennis cake with 99.
Yeah, ready.
Yeah, don't leave the lobby after this match, man.
Hey, greatness.
Hey, why Kawhi tripping?
Hey, greatness.
You see that? Yeah, you see that American Rule shit? You see that?
The game will crash if you green bar him. The game will.
Nah, what he said about that though. That's like,
Always gonna be.
Oh, I ain't even see that.
He's stupid as fuck.
yeah, he chill.
I ain't even see you.
And I'm only
He
gonna
is
lose
fuck
one
that
game.
Yeah, he cutting the fuck up.
It's gonna be a good one.
As soon as I get out, y'all can go ahead and start squabbling. All right.
Outside of the box thinking to prevail against two other competitors.
I'm gonna need y'all to go check in where I'm from. Y'all stealing all our fucking lingo and shit.
Man, what?
I stole
man,
that
what
from
the hell is
Weezy.
Squad's talking about?
Turning the tables.
Weezy don't be saying no damn squabble.
Appreciate that resub, my boy.
Nah, I only think I put
Type
in there
shit.
with the shit from the show. I don't see it. Yeah, that's it right there. No fault.
There we go. Yeah, I'm getting over. I made a prediction. My bad. I had to make a prediction. My bad, bro. My bad. All right, here we go. I don't know what he pressing. Stump bar up already. Come on, Leon. Come on, Leon.
If you skip going to the gym today.
Come on, greatness, do this.
There you go. Good reverse. Come on. There you go. Hold on. Is that the boot that they were talking? Oh, yeah, Leon. I've been hearing about this boot gimmick bullshit you've been doing. Don't do that boot. Don't do the boot. Don't do it. I don't even want to see it. Don't do it. Don't do it. No, it ain't man. It's still at the beginning. Don't do it.
Man, that nigga with the green bar on. What we talking about?
Not at all.
No, he's still good. That's your one big boot right there into that stump bar, completely gone.
And you treat it like you do that?
You gotta finish that stump bar. You gotta finish that stump bar. You gotta finish. You gotta be completely stunned before you can do another one. Shit, watch.
I ain't never traded.
Series of counters here.
Oh, I did it by an accident.
Come on, Leon.
I did it by an accident. You remind me to let it go.
We gotta start bringing that back.
Hey, you mixing them up.
All right, there you go.
Did your man look
You good? You good? You go? You good? You good? You good? You good? Good.
Why the niggas hit me, though? Y'all don't have a fucking wrestler, bro.
Game plan experience and a
Nope. Oh, did he?
I built this shit, me. Brick by brick.
Come on, greatness.
Come on, reverse. Come on, counter for counter. For the damn fucking uppercutting this shit. Come on, bro. Uppercutting again, doubling down. Come on, Leon. Come on. Come on.
Time, bro.
There you go. You don't have too much pride up in there. There you go. Good counter. Good counter.
Come on, greatness. Green bar is crazy. Come on, man.
Don, you're not giving enough.
Ah, shit, man. Shit. He said it's a breeze. Now he's saying it's a breeze. Oh, man. That's really, bro. He did put this damn tone on. I get you, bro. You putting in work right now. You putting in work right now. I ain't gonna take it from you. You putting in work right now, but just finish it off. That's all. That's all. I gave you your props. I ain't taking that from you. I ain't taking that from you. You carrying the game right now. Go ahead.
The disrespect that be on my name.
Come on. Damn, he said the cheese can't save him. He said the cheese can't save him. The Titan right there. The Titan right there. He said I want to hit the with the leg dress so bad. He right there. He finna bounce back. He finna bounce back.
You got it, teammate. You got it, bro.
There you go. Oh.
Hey, Leon, just have fun out there, man.
You know what, Leon?
He said Leon getting bitch right now. Hey, watch this. Watch this. He said we run this shit always here. Watch this. Good shit. Good takedown. Good takedown. No, I did, bro. I said you controlling the match. I said you doing good. I said I can't take that from you. I just said it. Ah, shit, you need to take first down.
I know my teammate.
He knows that kick out glitch a month.
He gonna bounce back. He gonna bounce back.
All you niggas do.
Nigga, who taught me how to kick out glitch, nigga? Who taught me how to kick out glitch? You with that video you sent, trying to kick out glitch.
Come on, Leon.
playing easy.
Think about it. If I kicked out glitch, why the fuck it ain't work, nigga?
And think about it. It didn't work. It skipped over. Hey,
There, my clip's working. There we go.
skipped over.
He said it's over. Come on.
That's a kid, bro.
Oh yeah. By the way, after today, this ref is back to being boycotted too. Fuck him. Fuck this whole ref. Everything he stand for. That was his one boot, and you could do it again. The black one, the last year NWO ref. Fuck him.
Bro, Don, that's your uncle right there.
Nah, fuck him. Fuck him. I can't stand this bitch. I'd have spit on that fucker again. Man, I can't. He done made me lose so many matches in the island, bro. Off his bullshit.
You don't think his brain is making this nigga lose? Come on, man.
Nah, it's this fucking referee. He can't see, bro.
Got him in his head too high, man. He was the wrong nigga's team.
Come on, Leon. Come on, Leon.
After this,
Good reverse. Good counter for counter. Good counter. Stun bar is up. Come on. There you go. Counter for counter. You know him. You know him. Oh, that counter is nasty. Oh, for the uppercut. You left it open. Oh.
Hey, Grant, let me just tell you right now, the
He's
game
loving
break
this
now.
shit.
Break.
No, it's not.
Break 100%.
For the one. Good kick out, Leon. Good kick out. No, it's not. Man, stop it.
I know my teammate.
Say I know my teammate for the damn Uranagi. Come on, Leon. You got to get this next move. You get your flow right. Doubling down with the damn Uranagi. You said my nigga killing this nigga. It's a corpse right now. It's giving a little bit of corpse, but he finna bounce back. Watch this.
Hey, Leon, bite him or something, bro.
Okay, thank you for pulling that one out the bag. Leon, bite him, please. Bite him. Stun bar's back up again. For another Uranagi. Yeah, I think he's gonna bounce back. I really do. I really think he's gonna bounce back. No, he finna bounce back. Watch out, the one good spear is about to be over with. There you go, boom. Yeah, Leon, that was stalling like a motherfucker. Back up, 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 back up. Let greatness get up. I see that was nasty as hell. Yeah. Okay, y'all go ahead. Y'all go ahead. Y'all go ahead. Go ahead. I'll let you up. Go ahead. Go.
Take his fin away.
Said take his fin.
No, for real.
No, he couldn't insult that damn stun bar. He couldn't do nothing with it. He couldn't do nothing with it. Go ahead. That's your one.
Man, he let the nigga back up.
Yeah.
Now you double jeopardy.
He couldn't abuse you. He couldn't abuse his stun bar.
No way. It's done.
Come on. Go. Go, Leon. Cook, bro.
Yeah, there you go. Good shit, Leon.
Are you gonna pin him? Yeah, he still got to hit another sig. Yeah, that other sig didn't count at all.
We don't give a fuck. Lock it in.
Next time, make the game like a handicap, bro.
I did that, but you can't reset the team.
Oh, yeah.
That's remember you can't do it.
You should have just made a tag.
Oh wait.
No, I do. That's why I do that tag, that 1v2 tag, but you can't reset like the team once I make it. It just put me by myself.
Yeah.
Leon, hold on, wait a minute. Oh, you did a natural selection. I'm tripping.
Looking for a chance to deliver a knockout blow.
I got
Or that. If it will it still let you reset though?
Yeah, it'll let you reset it. Yeah.
Okay.
As this match continues on. Sidewalk slam. Charlotte turning the tide to her favor.
Come on.
Anything back.
There you go. Come on. Cook. Go. Cook. There you go. Right here. All right. You got to hit that sig now. You got to hit your sig. Come on. You pinning or no? Or you going for it? Count, ref. For the 1, 2. Kicking that clean that for 2. Hey, I was ready.
Oh, wow.
You say ain't no fun when a rabbit got the gun. Come on, there you go.
Oh, he got hit.
Face first with a waistlock takedown. She's gaining the upper hand here. She's looking absolutely unstoppable right now. It's unbelievable that these athletes are in this
To the
match in
outside.
any
Get your rest. He probably ain't finna walk you down. You know he ain't a walk down kind of guy.
rising to a vulnerable
Ain't
position.
life slow.
Like him doing this, can't lose this.
Damn,
You
nigga,
said we can't be losing one show, bro. That's pimping ain't easy, bro. You remember? Y'all remember him?
He goes back into the ring.
Is that the judge right there?
I don't know. It probably is. It probably fucking is.
That nigga more static.
And more Stantanic, yeah.
Oh no.
Come on.
Eyes on the target.
Yeah, it's like he, spit
Lock
shit
in,
out
lock
of
in,
me.
Leon. Lock in, Leon.
Don't got it yet.
Bro, he had
Yeah, he
me
need
in
one
the
more
first half, bro.
There, you got it now, bro.
Yeah, that stall happened.
Is able
You
to
said-
avoid hand
Oh, I meant.
Oh,
and I
shit.
threw the boot.
Oh shit. You still got to get it to the 5. Unless he gonna take it for the super. Oh, he going to the super. He going to the super. He going for that.
Nigga tugging on his beard, you know he's stressing.
He said, "Why I do the praying hands?" He said, "Why I do the praying hands?" Leon, if anybody can get out of a super, it's you. You know that. Come on. See, for the 1, kicking out clean at just a 1. Not even selling that bullshit. Fight him. Fight him. Fight him. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Kicked out the super. Oh,
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
rushing this nigga, bro. He gonna take his sweet ass time, Don. Don't be talking to him
Yeah, I'll
like that.
take my
Nah. He good to go now. Come on, Leon.
Hey, they say no sweet time anymore, Leon. You want time now? You got this, man.
You said cheating like a mother. That's the Leon I know right there.
What's that bullshit already?
Good reverse. There you go. He tried to abuse that debuff. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing.
Yeah,
You don't see what he doing, nigga. You don't know what he doing. You don't know these tactics, nigga.
man. The Debo went down.
Goes right for the takedown.
Keep going. There you go. There you go.
You know it's food.
That shit already.
Oh, what the hell?
Oh, he reversed
Hey,
that
don't worry about
bitch.
it, Leon. Don lost his debut match last season.
Nothing fancy about
I
that.
know, like, I went 5 last year.
I did go
Kinda
on
what they do
5.
in NWA.
I did.
Oh, shit, I did
Oh,
too.
you know this, though.
Yo,
Was it an X? Was it an X?
I told Don what to do.
yo, that's insane.
That's what I was saying. That I told Don.
Let's go. I won.
I said, hey, listen,
GG.
somebody gonna have to start
Yeah.
coming out with Don. Listen, somebody gonna have
Yeah.
to start coming out with Don. We got to run it tag. I'm telling you.
Hey,
Bruh.
Fletch, I'm not gonna lie, it is insane, bro.
Not fought that nigga retail.
I mean, he's on 92. He's on 92. The reason we
Yeah.
never wait.
No,
We just let him
Flex
play.
said he done. Flex didn't kick out.
I'm done.
He didn't kick up.
Yeah. He ain't kick
Hey,
out.
Green, then.
What did I
Let me
do?
get Gunther off. Let me get Gunther off.
Nigga stunned me out one move.
Bro, you act like I did
Yeah,
that.
it is insane, bro. You can drug test me, bro.
It's not a
Yeah,
judge
like
that
I
we
did
told
it.
this nigga
You just act like I did that. Yeah, and I tried to make that match and it didn't work. I tried to make that first match and it didn't work. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I do a 2v2 next time.
Bro, GG.
2v2 and then just have another person join the game.
Yeah, I just have somebody just come out there.
All day yesterday. Sorry, y'all, did we not do this all day yesterday? We did this shit all day.
What y'all talking
All right.
about?
What happened?
Julie, you ready?
Run it through the tag. Run it through the tag.
Yeah, I'm gonna run it through the tag.
Some like a broken and-
But I tried to run it through a tag when it first started, and the thing couldn't reset.
It's not a handicap. Do it 1-2.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it too. Can you reset that though? Can you reset that?
What?
Let me get
Because we doing the same match.
We're just-
Yeah.
about resetting it. You just
That's what I said.
John, is we still doing the same match?
Hey, I'm traded Gunther to
for the
Florida.
Rock. Why?
All right.
Oh, wow.
DP's open.
Well, GG stand.
Wait, are you DP?
Oh, yeah. Oh, Batista Gunther trade. Oh,
Tell niggas you act like they wasn't here.
are you giving me? Well, how about you giving to me? How about you giving to me?
Boys don't even want him, niggas. Boys got DP.
Where's that referee from damn 23 at?
I want him, Fletch.
Nigga, he don't want
I don't think he on
Oh,
here.
hell no, man.
Yeah, definitely take that gold point.
What happened?
No,
though?
Alright,
I
here
didn't
we
know
go.
that he gets stunned to one X.
Bruh, he didn't even give me a chance to say I could reset the match. I'm just letting him say whatever he want to say. Hey, I'm just letting him make his bed. That's what I said. You didn't even let me give a chance to say it. You just said, I'm over. I'm over. I'm just saying, okay, do what you got to do. I'm not finna sit there. I'm not going to sit there and say, give a chance to reset it. You didn't give me the chance. You didn't give me the chance. Go get drunk then. But you can't act like it's my fault and then you didn't give me the chance to tell you to reset it. Now, bro, you just said and I just let it happen. I heard you say I let it happen.
Are you ready then, Don?
Yeah, I'm ready. You can join in.
Well, GG.
You didn't give me a chance to say reset the damn match.
First down with 20.
Let's go.
Oh, goddamn, Dub. Fuck you.
Hey, Bob,
But yo, who want to join me tonight in my matches so I don't got to be searching around in this bitch?
I'm right here.
Okay, there you go.
Admin is right there.
Yo, and I'm getting combo. I'm taking combo. I'm taking combo.
Yo.
All right.
The regular one. Well, you need to put 1A on the regular one, or you can just stick with the one.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stick with the one.
Don, what you should do is
Just make sure to put
then
one
have
down.
both competitors join, then that admin should join. Yeah, exactly. Ways around the shit.
Where's the fan?
Combo, can you tell me what happened? Why is it not up?
Some bars are multi-man. I mean, it's talking about the multi-man. It's like that because like they're like that because they're on one part. Then when they get stunned,
Yeah, it's one
It's
part.
a dub.
so when they get stunned, they
Like
lose the
getting your
match.
ass beat. Ain't
So
nobody try
you
to
gotta
stop it.
run into tag
It's a
matches.
dub.
So the stun bar.
All right, go ahead.
I
You
guess
pick your
it's a
guy.
tie-in. Fletch, we can rematch this show or next week.
I'm done, Leon. I don't care. Take the
Lick your dub, Leon.
You know what? I would take my dub. I would take my dub then.
Ain't no
Take your
dub.
dub. Take your dub then.
That's a no
At that
contest.
point, at that point,
Taking my dub, bro.
dub.
I can only imagine
your
what
dub.
kind of
That's no
demented
contest.
things the Fiend
No, it ain't.
has
Because
on
when
his
he's getting
mind
his ass
here
whooped, it's
tonight.
all good.
I don't even want to think about it, Mike. There's nothing physical with the Fiend. He's all about imposing mental anguish too. Breaking down the competition piece by piece. Brandon is not one to take lightly in any form, but this is
Some
something
just green
else.
behind
You
that
had
bitch.
you had me in the first one.
With the fine parts.
Yo, Fletch, remember when I was fingering you for
has only become more vicious and he's not afraid to do whatever it takes to win. In fact,
That shit happened twice.
cocky for sure, but definitely still dangerous.
I tried to tell you.
Y'all making a big deal out of nothing.
Nah, no cap. That nigga most
Pulled
definitely
in
did.
from belly to belly. Vicious.
Like, it's okay. I'm not.
That's why I'm the lawyer. That's why I'm the lawyer.
It don't matter. It don't matter. I'm focused in my own match. It don't matter.
Becoming more devastating with every attempt.
What is he doing?
Hey.
Some boy is acting like
Leon's attack is just flunking the
I'm
other
about to
competitor
tune in
possesses.
right now. Oh, I see what you're
Tune
doing.
into the match, man.
Yeah,
I want to
doing
talk
you.
about anything else.
Wait a minute.
In the corner. It crashes to the
If
mat.
that nigga the lawyer,
my much next?
and now we got a judge.
Vicious. There's absolutely
Shit, the shit probably happened in the damn 1v1 match too then. Shit. No, it probably happened in this shit too then. It probably happened in this bitch too. It probably happened in this bitch too.
You become a lion playing with its food. No mercy being shown to the Fiend here.
That's
He's in a bit of agony now. Until that bell ring.
Well, you pinning me already? I've won.
He breaks the ref's count after one.
Oh, well, what's up, Raiden?
You said this ain't no laughing matter. It ain't. This shit ugly, ain't it? This shit ugly, ain't it? Man, it's pretty ugly.
This shit is chopped.
Last year we was talking about some of the powers that be. Now he on that nigga team. That's crazy, nigga.
No, remember what you said? You never
Nigga, get your scum ass up in here.
You threw me out, nigga.
All right, get in here.
You take your little sweet time. Take your 8 count. Take your 8 count.
Take the 8. I'm gonna knock his ass
Nigga,
down.
take your 9 count, nigga. Take your 9 count.
Take your 9 count. Stall the crowd.
Hey, shout out Leon. I forgot about that one, Leon. Thanks for DMing me about it.
And the Rock gets warded off.
I beat that kid, Don.
Anyway, who's next match, though?
Don.
WT made it.
That'll give you whiplash.
Rated, why are you back in here now?
Guard here.
Because I can be. Why not?
These attacks are starting to impact him. Yeah, now that could be something the Fiend can build off of.
Don't let him doubt you.
With a Uranagi.
Fucking do it, dude.
You ain't the shit.
Fucking do it, dude. Fucking dude.
Reversal. He saw that coming.
Don't let that nigga. Don't let that boy.
Jesus.
Getting back to his feet, but
I'm getting
Wait,
really
oh,
close.
shit, I ain't gonna do that. Come on.
Well, I was in it again. I was in it
Shit, I ain't gonna lay out my fault. I'm gonna just
yeah, I'm into the same thing again.
What is this?
Hey, Don, bro, what happened?
I'm fighting.
I beat it.
I'm fighting right now.
It's a no contest, bro.
Hey, Don,
Do I get a dub?
No contest.
Let me fight.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Don. You gotta have it. No contest.
Why is that if greatness said give it to him? Why is that if greatness said give it to him?
No, it's not that. It's not that. I think he on your team, so you try to get.
No, he didn't give me a chance to say reset the match.
You literally, the lawyer told you.
Bruh, listen. Do you know how many people? Listen, Henny. Listen. While I'm fighting, remember that part first. While I'm in here fighting, do you know how many people be talking to me before this damn shit be starting, nigga? Do you know how many people be talking to me, nigga? Do you know how many people be talking to me? Do you know how many times I gotta go out there? I gotta go to the refrigerator and get Baja Blast and shit. Like it's shit I gotta do. Run it back. Henny, I'm trying to fight.
No, you ain't trying, nigga. Fight a nigga, bro. Come on, bro.
You ain't fighting no more. It's over.
Kiss my ass.
I ain't never been so happy to get an ad break.
You know what, Leon?
He will put an ad break on the
Kiss my ass, 30-o. Kiss my ass, 30-o.
This nigga said this is the team.
My team won.
Kip up. There you go. I was happy you did
The team
this.
got no contest.
My teammate won.
The team got no contest.
My teammate
No, listen. This is why I'm saying letting it ride. Because once again, he acted like a baby girl instead of being a real nigga. Like he instantly went and was like, I'm done.
Now they can't argue that. They can't argue that, right? You don't argue. Nice talk.
Right. You know,
So to counteract that.
Get your head ass up.
So he got stalled, right? You know, that's the first strike. He got stalled in the spear.
Right.
That happened the first time he was stunned by that crazy.
That's one for me.
He said something, nothing happened.
No, I gave him the stun. No, I gave him the stall. I gave him that.
After that, but that kind of
If he had another
Man, he could have abused that. He could have abused that if I let that shit go. Hey, I took the call.
I just felt though. No contest, bro.
No, he said let it go. He said let it be.
I'm just making no contest saying over the plug is. Brittany need to go say, well, you can stall now.
Bro, who stalled and I didn't call? Who stalled that I didn't call though? That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying he did 3 wrongs in 1 match. 3 strikes and you're out and he's gonna win for it. That's what I'm saying.
Bro, he didn't. But this is the thing. Fletcher didn't give me a chance to even say yes, we started. Like he didn't even give me a chance.
He's a counter. Hell nah.
I broke that for you too, nigga. I broke that for you. I broke that for you. Okay, go ahead and fight, nigga. Come on.
Oh, what?
Defending off the feed.
Lunge, right blue.
They dog it, baby. Fuck my motherfucking suit off. I'm driving to keep
Dust that motherfucker off.
Dust that dog. For real, dust that bitch out.
My shit ain't
Why?
catching, like you said, my shit just catching the doctor. Nigga needs some help.
That nigga went out with the time.
Rub that shit you block.
Draw that motherfucker.
How you do that?
Wishy washy.
Rub that shit you block.
Rub that shit.
Get the cream soda.
These niggas blocking
No,
their
he said
ass.
get the club soda. Get the goddamn club. Oh, that nigga, he was toe-to-toe with the stump bar. He said, I'm not leaving, bitch.
Absolutely stunned. A display of near superhuman.
Leon taught me how to kick out this, bro. We good.
Bro, what?
To keep this
This nigga usually swear.
That was the
Know everything.
shot. That got
You do. You always do this.
Too, boy. He a little joke.
It wasn't me. It was nice though, bro. Stop it.
Usually be chilling with his homies. He be rapping bunk ass freestyles. Chilling with my phone. Hey, you gotta go. Yeah, I got the flow.
Rock answers
Come
back.
on, get it five.
Agile set up in the corner of the ring.
I bet that nigga usually got about 12 pairs of Cortez.
Thrown with such force. The whole ring is rattling. This is what he feeds off of. Moments like this big match feel. A string of counters.
Watching this match, it is going back and forth.
Shout out Leon. Shout out Leon. Let's go, baby. Shout out Leon.
Oh, shit.
Shout out to my brother Leon.
What he gonna do?
You don't get started like this.
Bro, what the fuck?
For the fiend. Makes the cover.
Shout out Leon.
That big ass bar, bro. That big ass bar, bro.
Beating heart will not be stopped.
Leon, you doubted me, nigga, now.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything.
I wasn't gonna say nothing to the day, nigga. Now, come on, man.
You doing it again?
Come on home, brother.
Say what
Shout
about
out Leon. Shout out Leon. Man. Come on, let's go. So, you wanna get up? Oh, okay. Okay.
He got to defend. He got to knew it.
Okay, shout out Leon.
Hey, bro, you gotta hit him with another shout out beyond, bro.
I'm gonna hit him with the shout out B-Dog. Wait for it. I ain't done yet, B-Dog. I'm doing
That's another well-placed attack to his head and neck area.
This ain't over.
Yo, Leon, I know I'm the feed. Okay.
It's definitely
You still got that 95 minutes game. You better roll his ass up.
do some serious
I'm
damage.
gonna teach you one trick.
Wait, who was the three branches?
Always,
He's in a predicament
always
here.
That's all I know.
You go to school.
Been dropping the video.
No, in the league.
Yes, that's the nigga who been dropping the videos.
Who is
One of them is a free
Don mixing me up.
He been trying to. That's the
Getting
question, bro. He been trying
Nah,
to
you think he mixed me up?
Sucking the
that
spirit
the
out of his
judge and higher
opposition.
power is.
Who could it be?
That's a fool. We know, dude.
Y'all ready for me to end the mystery? Man, it's me, bro. Damn.
They fucking gonna put you on the goddamn board.
It was me the whole time.
No way.
Yeah, put him on the road, bro.
Under the right off. I got
Definitely
it.
tech. It's definitely tech.
I'm not fucking wrong.
Higher power.
I've been the high power. I knew I was the high power when my friend needed to jump up.
You doing it again?
Put my thumbs on
Cut
the
out with that bullshit. Put your thumbs in his butt.
So what? Who is the judge?
I told you, Judge.
Fuck, man.
Look, the higher power done gotta tell you shit. I ain't gotta tell you
Oh,
nothing.
wow.
You sit back and wait.
Well, I'm saying, I ain't gonna tell you a goddamn thing.
Letting him get to his standing base. Moments away from having him exactly where
Bro, I couldn't hit it.
Now you see it. He was trying to stall me. Got hit low.
Now when I couldn't hit it. Like, look at him.
sure to heed the official's count.
I wouldn't call that a
Position.
I swear I was trying to hit it.
No,
He didn't blow his line.
I was just throwing your bones just now, Yuli. That's all that was.
I just showed you how to hit it, nigga. I went out there and wasted my shit. So I can give you an example of how you hit it.
Yeah, I did. I did.
Hey, you install. I lied. Beat that nigga.
That's what I'm saying, brother.
Really didn't, though. That's the crazy.
Gun and slid the man 20 metal boy.
John, do your back A. It's a big
I tell you,
Yuli. Yuli. Don't start that shit.
Don't start what?
Don't start that shit, Yuli. Don't start that shit. Don't start that shit with me. Don't start that shit. You see what he did? You see what he tried to do to me?
I packed for one time, but it was just a fucking.
Nah.
Back zigzag chop, nigga.
Y'all did a figure 8, nigga.
I packed up and chopped, and that's all I got.
It's time. Yeah, I know.
Hey, Don, if you submit me, you a hoe ass.
I don't care.
Don, I got a question. Why do you choose?
What you mean I hit you with 2 fins? How many fins? I done hit you with how many fins now? Bro, I done hit you. I just hit you with one. I just hit you with one. I just hit you with one.
right now.
He hit you with
Yeah. Like, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do?
I still gotta ask you, what's the purpose for not using freeze?
I don't know, bro.
Why is he using Ray? You gotta use
Like, you're Bray Wyatt.
Usual
That's
set,
the
bro.
whole point. That's the whole fucking point.
Man, kiss my ass. All right, Sturdio.
Use your stick.
Nah, Don, he's right, bro. You should listen.
Stop messing with the ref. Leave the ref alone, Yuli. Come on, get in here. Let's finish this.
He DQing, bro. That's on him.
And I did the wrong fucking one.
You still got it.
Dude, sweet bitch! Dude, sweet bitch! Hey, that was fair. That was a good way to do it. At least I ain't take you out like that. At least I ain't take you. And then you try to hit the referee. Leave our referee alone.
I'm the black ref. Why is he white now, Don? What happened?
Fuck that black ref. Fuck that black ref. So what was all that talking? Don get his ass whooped. It's all about. So this is something I learned from a person a long time ago. It don't matter what's happening in the match. It only happened about the final result, and that's the only thing I care about.
I just didn't know you were playing like. I just didn't know you were playing like that, bro. I didn't expect that.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, next match. Sorry, Yuli. So Yuli, I'm starting my season off 1-0. What about you? Can you do the same thing? Can you do the same thing?
I mean, you're playing like that, so.
Bro, what did I do? You tried to hit the referee.
I was gonna knock the referee.
All right, let me get a semi-order. Let me get a semi-order. All jokes aside, let me get an order down. Yeah.
I'm glad that nigga lost. Hey, Leon, you really happy with this team, Leon? Or you just with them because I ain't? Or you just?
Bro, he tried to back up chop me. He tried to back up chop me.
Your teammate back up here.
We in the group chat, nigga. Like, why do I have to DM you about something, nigga?
All right, let me see. Let me get Lil Corey, and then after that, what's their face? Who was that? Who was that after that? Reflex, and then Wheezy. Reflex, then Wheezy. After that, yo, let me get Corey and B Dog. Let me get them out the way. Yo, what's up, brother?
You made my day just now, man. I love seeing that they lose, man.
I'm weak. Yeah, you.
Yeah, bitch.
Is this my 2-2? Yep, there we go. 2-2.
Nigga that went to the military thing, he gonna sort his life out. But struggling, nigga. I know that nigga talking to me.
You said what, bro?
Nigga, go twerk in front of the screen again. Fuck it.
Oh yeah, don't. Hey, hold on. Calm down. Calm down.
That is Fabian, right?
Yeah, that's Avion. Yeah. Okay. So I need the opponent first. I need B Dog. You in here first. Come on. Appreciate this, my boy.
I got you, dog. I told you I was
Appreciate
gonna do
it.
it last night.
Type shit. Yuli, I gave you something called false hope, my boy. That's all it is. Okay. What's your name? Lil Corey. I need you in this match.
Yeah, I know. Come on.
Yep.
Invite me.
Okay, I invite you. Let me get you.
I've already done it. I've already
Oh, you did it? Okay, good. And Combo, you could join in too.
Wait. It's gonna be a triple threat.
No, it's not a triple threat. It's a tag match. It's just so it can work. Yeah.
Y'all about to fight. Don't want to see no funny shit, dog.
It's nothing, bro. I'm tagging you in off a rip, bro. Off the rip.
I'm gonna cuss this nigga out on this game real quick, and then.
Chill, you got scheduled.
That is gonna happen quick. I just gotta let this.
Yeah. Who he got to be talking? Is he talking about me?
Okay, I could come. Yeah, nigga, he talking about you. Alright, nah, I ain't gonna. I see funny business going on beating your ass.
Bro, what did I do?
I'm here now. Triple H out here now, niggas. Beating your ass.
Shout out to the GOAT greatness hell of a show, regardless of the outcome. Yeah, I was originally going to just say yes, just run it back real quick, act like nothing happened, but I don't know what to do. I'm still stuck in between a rock and a hard place.
I'm washed, bro. I'm done with this.
You not washed. You're doing good out there. I gave you your props and everything. All right, I'll be waiting for it. He cussing your bitch ass. Yeah. Yuli, I can't lie. Yuli, you was doing things for a little bit. You was doing things. No L on the record. Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. That's originally. I'm still. That's what I was thinking. Oh, look at that. The GG's in the most toxic way. That's not Cash Ed. That guy know how to play. No, that guy know how to actually play. No, I'm serious. He know how to play. He know how to play. That's pressure. Yeah, I know him. Like I know him. You know how to play.
You know him?
Yeah. No, not that. No, not this. It's just like how you know Leon. It's just like how you know Leon, you dickhead. Yeah, we could probably. Yeah, that's him. Yeah, we could probably do one this Sunday. Yeah, that's them. Yeah. We need to, bro. Yeah, we might have to pull the trigger on it. Come on, Come on, Corey. Come on, Corey. Look at the athleticism. Come on, Corey. Hit him, Corey. As soon as he tapping that mat, you hit him right on top of the damn head. Come on, Corey. There you go. All right, there you go. No, it was in between. It was in between. Corey, you good. You good. I promise you good. It was just at the very end. It was you good. Oh yeah, and I need to get that order. So next match, who did I say? Who did I say it was gonna be right after this? Who I say? Weezy. What? Hold on. Yeah, I did. I said 3 different matches. Yeah, I did. I need to get an order. Is it what? So reflex. Okay, so look. So reflex, you next. Reflex, and then Weezy, and then there we go. Damn, I don't want to. What he is? He right after him then. But he right after this shit. Yeah, I know you don't. I know you don't give a fuck about. I know you don't give a fuck about him. Look, this is the thing. Reflex, Weezy, Woulda. Reflex, Weezy, Woulda. Did anybody need to claim theirs right after that? If you do, claim it now. While I got it written down. Tech. Hold on. Who said it? Who just said it? Havion. I'm doing the order now. Heavy on Lou. Heavy on Lou.
Hey, Don, skip that match, bro.
Which one? Skip which one? Skip who match? Just know it's Reflex Weezy Woodle.
Nigga cussing his grandma out right now.
Lock in, bro. Lock in, bro. And you influencing him. You said let you know in your match. I got your ring. Corey, you doing good. You done start yelling and arguing, and now shit done went left. Come on, get your shit together. This man fighting you in sunglasses. Come on.
Your damn self. What are you arguing with an old lady for?
You say you been training with B-Dog? Come on, reverse this shit. There you go. Get ring control. There you go. Don't jump, Corey. Do not. There you go. Thank you. You say you claimed third. I know. That's what I'm saying. But I'm terribly sorry. But I got you like this. Reflex Weezy Buddha. I got you right there. If that can work. At least I got you on this. At least on this damn piece of paper.
Third because it's the fifth match.
Yeah, I got you on a piece of paper.
Oh yeah.
I'm beat up. No, I'm saying you try to strike him in the corner. You whiff though. Oh, it's A? Oh, okay. Okay. Get your shit together. Good shit. Look at this. Pulling that bitch right on you. Yeah, he pulled that bitch. Come on, Corey.
This nigga B-Dog doing too much. All I gotta do is
Come on, Corey. And that man in the ring was sitting there laughing at me and shit. Come on, Corey. Yo. Kick him. Do anything. Shit. What's up?
We gonna run it back on Thursday, right?
Me and you?
Oh my God. Yeah.
That shit, man. So, this shit. For the one, if you gonna have to fight, I'm gonna just tell you this on all jokes aside, Yuli. If you trying to fight me again, you got to see me in the underground. I ain't gonna be sitting there fighting you, going back and forth with you. You got to see me in the underground, buddy.
Don, don't do that. You know what's hard to do.
Oh, trust me, I'm not scared. Trust me, I ain't scared. Trust me, I ain't scared.
Hey, Don, you got this nigga holding your dick too. I thought only the other man was doing that shit.
Like I said, I ain't scared.
Ain't worried about no motherfucking losers.
Don, I'm excited you came back on, bro. But if
Reflex, get out of
I'm ready to take somebody in the underground, bro. Come on, that's defense 1-on-1. Oh shit.
I'll see you Thursday in the underground then.
Yeah, you got no choice but to. You got no choice. Because I'm gonna tell you something, Yuli. The underground, that is my house. I'm going to go ahead and claim that now. That is my house. Yeah, it's a title there. Yeah. Come on, beat up. Oh, he's a grade out though.
That shit was right on the line.
Come on, Corey. Get back in there and beat his ass, bro. You said false. This Shinsuke house. I'm weak.
This is first ever match, bro.
Damn. For the 1, 2, break it.
Don't please explain to your child.
He got his character
No,
boosted.
B-Dog, you are wrong, bro.
Yeah,
You're
Gable is
wrong.
an 80
Please explain to
fucking
your
5,
child
B-Dog.
that if you're
Yeah,
85 or above, you
B dog. B dog. Why don't you break it?
because he doesn't have reason, bro. I'll run it
Yes,
back.
he does.
If
He's a
you
boosted
do,
wrestler, bro.
He do got Rizzo, bro. He had a boost, bro. He got a boost, bro.
I do got boost, nigga.
Yes, he got a boost, bro. He got a boost.
He started crashing out.
All right, so this is what I'm gonna do. This is what I'm gonna do. Corey, you don't have Rizzo this match. That was your Rizzo right there. Okay, I'm running it, and I'm running that shit on low too. Fuck y'all. I'm sorry. Y'all two Java ass fucking niggas don't give a fuck. I'm making this shit on low health. Making a match right now. But yeah, you ain't got Rizzo though.
Yeah, B-Dog slow, man. We just was talking about this shit, man. And he perceived to do the shit as we talking about it.
What the fuck, bro? We said this.
I've already won.
And then, not only that,
Bro, there's something wrong with his processing, bro. Like,
And also, Don, he didn't say break, bro.
I did. I said break it. I said it. I said it too.
We all said it.
Yeah. Okay.
Everyone said now I can follow that up.
You got like a judge, nigga. You dumb as hell.
Didn't tell me to break it.
Did I tell y'all he did like him? I said it wasn't him.
Yeah, it can't be. It can't be.
every time you try to do some critical thinking, like I just feel like it's a misfire every
You
time.
I'm
don't
weak.
say it yourself.
I'm weak. I'm weak.
I'm weak. I'm weak. Friday, freaking boy.
Shut your weird ass up,
Freak
nigga.
bandit eating fruit eating
Shut
ass
your
up.
higher power
You always
ass up.
trying to.
Yo, I just had some grapes. I just had some
I'm
grapes,
weak.
shell fruit. I just had some grapes, bro.
All right, I'm setting it up right now. I'll tell y'all when to. I'll tell y'all when to join.
Man, higher power.
I'm trying to hold a briefcase and cash it in.
So I'm trying to cash it in.
Yo, Leon.
But B-Dog,
What's up,
B-Dog,
bro?
you
You
gotta.
see the you see the dummy
Pop
you dummy
Rizzo.
steer up
Didn't
Pinnacle?
say
Yeah, I
Man,
got it.
B dog, go to hell.
You don't- Why would I
don't
break
go
it
to
up
hell.
if he didn't sell
Because
Rizzo,
he
bro?
said he doesn't have it.
Oh, we was listen.
And go to hell
just
too.
talking about
The match is ready. Hold on, wait a minute. B dog, you join in first. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, you join in first.
I see Agent Forehead.
funny shit,
And I see
Don, yeah?
Cena Forehead.
Wait, Don.
He said, "Dude, Dennis, I can't say nothing about him."
What's up, man?
I can't watch another fucking ad, bro. I can't.
Don, look in promo section, bro.
Well, hey, where
Okay,
the
let me
song
see.
at? Where you? What you
Them niggas mad at you now.
Who mad at me? What did I do?
But they saying that you corrupt.
Well, that's not nothing new, but
They need to the street branches, bro. Yeah, they said Leon accepted this shit.
I mean, he is, but that's a different story.
Don't say that word, but you don't shoot me.
Oh, my bad, my bad.
Nobody-
I
nobody
think people was over talking you, but yeah, I heard it too. Yeah,
My bad.
yeah.
They want to fight, so
And the what's your name? Corey, you could join in, and Combo, you could join in too.
Bro, is
I
this
see
the
Agent
same story
Forehead.
from last year?
No.
You probably think about the other Corey.
I've always said, bro. you need to
Yeah, he was here too though. He was here too. They both was here.
Don, did you, on a serious note, did you hear him say Rizzo? Because I
Yeah,
did.
and I said it too. Yeah, me myself said it too though.
Yo, drop. Nobody's talking to you, nigga. You
Oh
said
no, I
no.
heard you say it. I didn't hear him say it.
He said it too. He saying got
You
Rizzo.
still gotta break it, though?
You see? Oh, take your Rizzo off Corey. Yeah.
Disobedient ass nigga, man.
Yeah, take it off, bro.
15 got
Man,
pills.
shut the fuck up, nigga. I know the fuck
15
up.
people
You
y'all
want
want you to break the thing.
Yeah, take it off, bro.
Pin.
Well, you know the one with the
I ain't
X.
standing for this shit no more.
There you
I'm
go.
bringing Randy out. If some shit happen to
He
beat your ass.
said bringing Randy out.
No more
Oh shit,
professionalism.
my bad.
GMH in the back now. Nah, Randy out here. Yeah, boy. So some shit happen, some folks happen to beat your ass for it. Okay?
What did I do?
There's a warning.
You know why I won? You know why I won that match for real though?
Now confused.
Yeah. You know why I won that match? I couldn't live knowing that I'm losing my first match of Yuli. Hell to the fuck no. What kind of world we live in with Yuli beating me on my first match? I'm starting this season off. I'm starting this season off 5-0. I'm starting this season off 5-0. I was giving him false hope. That's all that was. I was giving him false hope.
Nah, he beat your ass. You was like in your pocket.
Yeah, he did start doing fucking rock bottoms. I mean, not rock bottom, people elbows and shit. Yeah.
Drop kicks from the top, bro.
I'm thinking, yeah, what the hell are you doing?
That bullshit. Like if he did that pressure that he did the whole game, he'd been cool.
Yeah.
Brutal impact into the corner.
Yo, B-Dog, what did you say?
Yeah, shut up, bitch.
Oh, I thought you said something crazy.
He almost pulled a Simba.
That ain't nothing crazy. That ain't crazy. That ain't crazy.
There's a little fool out there, bro. What's he doing?
You can say that. You can say that.
A little fool out there.
You can say bitch.
Nah, that ain't what he said though.
What'd he say?
He said, "Shut up, see."
Oh, that'll swell up. Punch right in the head.
No, listen to that, bro. I heard.
Oh, you talking about cunt, nigga? Like this?
I think you can say that. You can say. I think so. You can say that.
What did you hear, Tom?
You can call somebody stupid, retard. You can do all that. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you can. Yeah. You just can't take it overboard. You can't, take it too far.
What'd you hear?
You talking to me? I beat his ass.
He tried to scoop you. Oh yeah. By the way, if matter of fact, nah, I ain't gonna do it yet. Yeah, I finna say if you get, I finna say something along those lines like you shouldn't be getting scooped this year. I shouldn't have no reason to say scooper at all. Scooper. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Damn. Damn. Wasn't that ironic as shit? One. Good kick out. Yo, what's up? No, hell no. They already getting paid for it already. You already paid for it. Yeah, once it come out your shit. When you pay a month, it's with it. You got paid. You can pay him if you want to, though. You can pay him if you want to. Nah, but you already paid them already. You already paid them. That valet shit, valet, you paid for it. Oh. He said.
I'm in my days walking around doing that. Can I take the trash?
I used to say, can I cut grass? That was my gig.
No, boy. One day I got suspended for fighting.
Nah, I'm not gonna do it like that. I was gonna shout out, Reggie. I'm not gonna catch you.
Come on, Corey. Please bounce back. Please bounce back. Yeah. This should be dope. Now that's the official match. Now we go. GG's now.
Don't ever try to scoop me, bro. I'm never gonna get scooped by fucking you, bro. Chill the fuck out.
Ah, B-Dog, kiss my ass. Shut up.
Chill the fuck out.
B-Dog, he's not good, nigga. He's good.
Exactly. I'm the ass's hurt in the league. You just lost the ass.
All right, y'all ready for the next one's Reflex is your match, bro.
I'm trying to scoop me shit.
You said, where's my match, man? Like, fuck it.
You gotta get banned from the league.
Wait, what?
Yo, Sam, whoever lose get banned. That's stipulation.
Alright, come on then, Tech, it's your turn now, bro.
Yeah, it's Reflex turn. Who's Reflex fighting? Who Reflex
Damn,
fighting?
gonna be my last day, bro.
Yeah. You fighting Drop, okay.
A drop guy?
Yeah, you fighting Drop guy.
That TV?
What's good,
What's up, Cody Rhodes?
TV, why?
No, nigga.
I did, bro.
He said no, nigga.
No reason needed. No reason needed.
B-Dog, we don't. Man, that man whooping your ass.
That nigga 7 years old, bro.
No, he didn't pop my reflex.
No matter, he whooping your ass.
And he didn't win.
He is whooping your ass.
He said he's 7 years old.
Until you cheated, B-Dog.
You said NWO versus the Elite. First PP, okay, first pay-per-view. Accept the challenge, weak ass niggas. Bruh, you think we scared?
Who said that?
Rolly said that. bro, we would accept your challenge. We would happily accept your challenge.
Two teams trying to fight us.
That's what I said. We would happily accept your shit, bro. We ain't scared.
Line them up, man.
He said, line them up. Line them up. Bro, I just said it. I just said it. That just said it.
Yeah, we don't even get away.
Y'all got 3? Y'all got 3? Cause the last thing I remember, hold on, wait a minute. Let me switch over. Cause the last thing I remember was not you just doing that stunt, but the last thing I remember was Rolly broke the team up. He said, nah, fuck you and Quaz. He ain't dealing with y'all toxic ass niggas.
And I say fuck Rolly every day. That's just how we go.
I'm making it known. I had to switch the arena up. But yeah, that was the last thing I remember. You said, hey, 4 horsemen would be nice, man. And the match is ready. Oh, wait a minute, wait. Yeah, you first. Yeah, you first, Reflex. You see, you can't break up some toxic niggas. Okay, we're gonna see. Y'all gonna be after we get done whooping y'all ass and shit.
Let Brady watch this shit. No, I only watch for him since I just subscribed.
You got that combo that. Combo, do you want him to watch his match or do you want to get in? He talking about his team and shit. Not Reflex. What's the name? Vortex. Brady head is.
I'm good. It's not biased.
All right, there you go. Got you.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
Throwing that bad word around. I done heard that about 10 times already.
I think that somebody getting banned at the end of the show. Somebody getting banned.
Yeah, you could join in now though. You could join in now though.
Combo's winning, bro. Combo's winning.
I'm fucking.
Them voices,
Why does it show an
Combo, you finna fight?
over me?
You finna fight, Combo? Not yet. What's
he really played the fucking what's it called? My Ride to get that shit.
Let me know what Combo.
Absolutely.
You that good? It didn't work.
Vortex, where you at?
How far do you gotta play?
Okay.
How far do you gotta play?
Oh, there you go.
Very end.
Oh yeah, you good.
Oh yeah, fuck. Scott's gonna not worth that much shit, bro.
So, Ethan Page, how you think your match gonna go tonight?
He gonna win.
Cake as fuck. Both of them tag match.
Who's he fighting?
Singles.
He got 2 matches.
Oh, he's fighting Singag, isn't he?
Singag and
my whole prime last season, so I know everything he gonna do.
And then who else he play? If you play that tag
Sami Zayn in the tag match.
I don't know who the fuck Sami Zayn is. You gotta tell me the act.
That's
first
cool.
match. If I have,
Yeah, what's up, bro?
Team action here. There's such a distinct attribute that makes a tag team successful.
Said, can I get some duck? You said, should you get some duck pet? I never had that. I heard it's good though. That's that flight shit, ain't it? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's his own thing. That's his own thing. Yeah.
This is how you put a 5-star match.
Yeah.
Oh, that's all I want to do, game. But okay.
That shit good.
I heard it's good. Yeah, I heard it's good, bro. Yeah. I ain't seen one person that said one good yet. I see everybody he done smoked that week. They all said that shit gas. Can't get reversed, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who else we got?
Yeah, he's in his 30s. Yeah.
Ah, shit, I got him.
Oh yeah, you're facing Orion, bro. Yeah, Orion's cooked. GG.
Nigga been 30.
Look at this smile. Look at this.
Appreciate that, follow.
I'm not cooked.
Yeah. So light 30, Cav 30, Dante 30.
Come on.
That's not predictable.
Fuck.
Duke 30.
Don, I don't want to hear you talk right now.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
I'm up next.
Yep, your match is next. Yeah. And then after that, it's Widow.
I'm gonna be watching stream.
Bet.
Leave that to about to be 30 this year.
Big burning hammer.
Big burning hammer.
32 and 30. Disney 30 also.
Hey,
Another one.
I'm a part of that. I'm a part of that group too. I'm a part of that little 30 group.
Chasing
You say I'm watching Weezy match like a hawk.
Lots of space and concrete. That's right.
Bro, what you mean?
I'm locking right now.
Man.
4 fucking days. Let's not do this.
12.
They picked the ankle.
God damn, you old.
Damn.
Not even in fucking school yet?
Graduated
Yeah.
Pete Johnson? A nigga, what the fuck?
And into the corner he goes. Good defense.
Nah, the real niggas is 12.
Best NFL class, best NBA class.
Sit straight into the corner. 13, you're crazy.
13, you mean 3?
We had the NFL
09?
class of 2013.
Steiner cuts him
03?
off.
03. He talking now. He talking about the real goat. He talking about the real goat for real. Saying 03. Yeah, 03. Yeah.
We had Odell.
Suplex. Messing with his opponent.
No, straight. Straight out of high school.
The ring just moved.
There's more than one nigga that, that was like that. You know what I'm saying?
They was in the 90s because it's Kevin Garnett.
Scott gets
Brandon
waylaid.
came out of high school. No, Brandon Jr.
Arm drag. You could have should known he's gonna do this shit.
Who was the last nigga to come?
Come on, drop. Beat this Jabba's ass.
Alright, chill.
Did you just, nigga? Did you just hit me? Now watch your damn Jabbas in that damn match. You say I got what?
You know Woody, how he had a snake in his boot? He had 2 snakes in both boots. You got 2 in your team.
Was teaming like you know what it's like? Okay, that's enough. Back, man. Going over there. You doing too much. Back.
It was Amir Johnson. It was 2005 draft.
2005?
Yeah.
Come on.
Who do you think?
Oh, you try to scoop in this game? Oh, you can't scoop on this game. Reflex is bad. I'm saying you could try, but they're gonna reverse it every time. Now it's not the same. You know how them other grabs are? It's just like them. Oh, say that again. Oh, Frankensteiner. Oh, got reversed. Oh, fuck. Oh yeah, you going for it. Oh, he going for it. For the one, good kick out.
That's what we do.
What's up?
And you can sense the desperation mounting as that last move.
Hey, bro, I need you to like not hype me up right now.
You said this Saturday I need to do what?
Y'all are teammates. It doesn't matter.
Solo level.
I want both y'all to score.
Crunchyroll, the anime thing, ain't it?
I don't you guys because I expected you to be top 5 right away. I'm gonna build you guys.
Oh my god.
It's gonna be better than Naruto.
I'm not trying to be funny. You starting to speak Japanese. You starting to speak Japanese to me. You're speaking a different language to me. Yeah, what's up? Oh, there go the dogs. It might. I think that he said 2 for $1. He said 2 for $1. I think the tax done came by, and I think we are going up extra $1 this year, Henny. I really do. I think we're going up to 3. I think we're going up 3. Yeah. I think we're going up 3.
Why is it every time he grabs me, bro?
Oh, you want to do it like that, huh?
No, don't do it. Are we making more money for?
Nah, I just do 3. I just do 3 still. It's just gonna be 3. I ain't gonna be like that. It's still, yeah, you still got it, yeah. If you still get your free one, you still get your, yeah, you can buy switches. That happened last year. They were $2 last year. They were $3 now though. You said you gotta pay, yeah, dude. Damn, I can't use the $2 thing no more.
Like if a nigga don't have a trade, you gotta trade with him.
I'm gonna record it.
All right.
Hey, God really making this
That's the first time he actually hit that play. I'm proud of him. He's learning.
He tried to hit you with a Pele kick. Come on, Drop. Finish him off. Finish him off. Hey, let me. Hey, not reflex. So not the two jobs in the ring. Ethan Page, I gotta ask you a real life question. Like a real life question, not to be messy and nothing. Not to be messy. Which one of them you want to really win?
I plead the fifth.
Come on, you gotta know. You gotta really want somebody.
I plead the fifth.
Who do you want to win? Who do you think gonna win then? Okay, who do you think gonna win? Based off of what they going on right now, who do you think winning? Look at that stun bar in the ring right now. Look how far that stun bar is. Oh, he just reversed it.
How about that?
The drop guy. Yeah, I finna say if Wolfie would have taunted. That's one for you too. That's one for you.
How much we get? 3 or 2?
3. It's 3.
Damn, please.
No kind of courtesy. I love it. Yeah, I know.
Don't ask him that.
You don't like that, bro? I had to trademark it. Yeah, I know. I made it black now. See what he gonna do. There you go, Drop. Come on.
Let's go reflex. Let's go reflex.
You said what?
Wow, you don't need to cheer.
I can't do shit.
No, hell no. He lost.
Okay,
He was doing good, but he just fell off.
hit the nigga with the running forearm in the corner. What the fuck is he grab?
Yeah. You get one of them. Yeah, you get one per stun bar. Yeah, you get one per stun bar.
You can't forget your strengths.
No offense to
You got
Bakley,
Mike
drop,
Kristoff,
but
you got
there's a difference between
running arm drag. You have
So another question, Mr. All Ego. Would you say you better than both of them? And Mr. All Ego, I got another question. Another question, Mr. All Ego. Are you the leader of the group?
I plead the fifth.
Mr. All Ego, are you better than both of them? Mr. All Ego, who's the best in the group? No, I ask the questions right here. I don't get the questions. I ask the questions.
One of your teammates secretly the judge.
I've been asking around here. Sturdy, Sturdy. I heard your name come out there. I'm just gonna say.
I'd love to have Leon like have you been mentally prepped?
Bro, what you mean? Okay, let me address this real quick. I don't want to address any of y'all match, but I'm going to anyway. Whoever this team is, these higher power Scooper, whoever these higher powered judge in the 3 branches, y'all can kiss my ass. I ain't giving in for nothing. If y'all want to fight, bring out the damn fight. That's the only thing I'm asking for.
Can y'all bring it in the ring?
Yeah, get in. Oh man. There might be the silhouettes for real.
How much you don't get counted out of the
I was gonna say, you count me out.
You need to give them a goddamn match.
You know, when they scared and they think some shit around the corner.
Sometimes you have to force that.
And they yell. What is that? I'm scared.
You combo.
That's on right now.
I ain't gonna lie. I was shaking a little bit yesterday after that little promo, but you know, I shook back. It had me crazy. Yeah, me like what the fuck? I'm gonna show the screen right after this match. I'm gonna show y'all what we saw. This shit was crazy. The next match is Weezy though. Appreciate the follow. Weezy is water after that, and then have you.
Hey, Reflex is about time to start targeting his legs, bro. It's about time.
Fuck, man, I can't even do the running for him if I wanted to.
Yeah, you can't. Not now. Yeah, not now. Come on, Drop. Pay me. Come on, Drop.
Shout out Brady.
Nah, ain't no shout out Brady. Come on, drop.
I'm out. You got my paycheck.
You can talk shit, bro. That's all a part of the character, man.
I'm phenomenal, nigga. Quit playing.
He said I'm phenomenal.
Oh, man. Again.
That's not the right form.
And remember to do it in between the stun bars too, sir. In between the stun bars.
Hey, cause I want him to win, nigga.
They picked the ankle.
Over 52.
No, yeah, he is. Yeah,
Yes. Oh, the ruler. That's ruler.
And I sent a link to this chat for my
Neither superstar getting the clear advantage.
They like that nigga to win.
If not, it's okay. I'm kind of confused on what you asking me. You said, you can send it. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I don't really know what you're asking me. Oh no, you like can you? Oh no, that's what you asking. No, hell no, sir, no sir. I just realized, yeah, I put that shit up and I read the whole thing. I was reading that shit choppy as hell the first time. Hell no.
Ricochet off the turnbuckles.
What is
How many fins has AJ hit? Has he qualified?
No, he's hit one.
One fin.
He's hit one.
What's he gonna do here? Foot DDT.
Hit a fin, but not a sig.
Hey,
going back.
I might have to hop in
He's already done so much damage.
In the corner. I hit the wrong button.
So bro don't got the arm drag.
Oh, you can do that. You're fine. You're allowed to do that.
You meant the kip up. He meant the kip up. Not the
You can use that as a weapon.
You're running B, bro. Yeah.
You said who took? There you go.
So much
Hold on. Who did you say who's took? Tamatonga? No, he's open.
No, you know how
he got that.
You know how Braun Breaker got that. I'm doing it. I'm doing
When you get up, hit the 450. I'm not trying to coach y'all, but hit the 450.
Yeah, you is trying to coach him. Hey, Peculiar, you heard that? Peculiar? That did get him weaker. It did get him weaker.
This nigga, bro. Oh my God, that's a single.
Raider, I already got a damn list, my boy. And I didn't even see you react earlier.
Now you need to get a 5-star match.
But yeah, I got a whole damn list like right now.
We got submissions, right?
Yeah, you can do submission. Once you get that 5-star and yeah.
I ain't either. I got a super fin too, though. That's whatever happens.
Yeah, he got his legs ready, yo.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of blows to the head, and you know he won't quit.
Nice action. Damn, I just got bitch slapped. I might be a bitch.
Say yikes.
X. Ah,
B. You getting tossed around.
Yo, didn't you get your salad tossed by Yuli?
I won.
Oh, yo, what the?
I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and clip that too, just for blackmail. But I won though. So y'all need Rizzo.
Or whatever it was, you need to abuse that shit. That's
y'all don't. Y'all heard that? They don't need Rizzo. That's what he said.
We don't need Rizzo. We don't need Rizzo.
So in your match later on, I shouldn't see you need no Rizzo, no. Hey, I need my Rizzo. Nothing. You shouldn't need nothing.
If you don't need Rizzo, bro, you should play somebody like Carmelo Hayes.
Yeah, there you go. Another fucking Frankensteiner.
You know that's a double, right?
And for the one, good kicker.
Pretty sure that's a
DDT. You playing them nasty.
I don't care to know the double.
Let's go. The reverse. Come on. Counter for counter. Oh, stun bar. It's something he should have just threw in there just because it's something. I don't know. I'm gonna just say this. AJ Styles, even though his rating is fucked up, he got potential to be. He's a well-rounded character. I'm gonna just say that.
He's a world champion.
Yeah.
He has non-tired moves.
Yeah.
He has
I don't know, because it's not organized right. It's not organized.
Yeah, that's still. It's left, bro. It's left.
You just gotta be a. You just gotta be a motherfucker.
We keep doing it.
Fight for the stud. You gotta use that top 10, my boy.
Yeah.
You gotta apply so much pressure, bro.
You gotta fight for that stud.
Yeah.
I should just, yo, Don, would I get
his
mad if I
ass
took
up.
it off, bro? If I just made every
Combo
fucking
his
X,
ass
bro,
up.
my fucking
You
good X,
can't,
bro?
you can't do that, buddy.
No.
You can't do that.
If you just
And you can't back up Chop either. Go ahead and back up, man. Go ahead and back up, back up, back up, back up, back up.
reflex. If you
Yeah.
just made the hip.
Don't get too damn desperate now, man. Don't get too damn desperate. Once he get up, y'all can fight. Once he get up, y'all can fight. Y'all good.
Hip toss in the I'm coaching too much now.
All right, get out the way. Get out the way, all ego. Get out the way, all ego. I don't want to hear them complain.
You don't move, Brady.
I almost grabbed you. I did just almost grab you.
Yeah, see, look, he was gonna say that if he once something happened.
Are you in the three branches? Are you in the separation of powers?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, hit that
That's all
nigga
of us. That's
Don.
all of us low key, bro.
He already hit me already.
Hit him again.
Do we all think
I would actually? Y'all think I would actually? admit to it?
That's where it's mostly headed right now. I heard a lot of different names.
Daredevil is banned from this shit.
Bitch devil.
He had to make a separate account.
Yeah, but you'll get banned real quick again once you said it's Daredevil.
Yeah, it's couple people. It's couple people. If it's you know EDITS, you know if it's them or bitch devil, you know they they out of there.
Daredevil and
I just got the slowest combo. That's but I just got fucking hit by that shit, bro.
No, you think Daredevil and BOYER are teaming up to this?
I don't know.
Jarring impact.
Hell no.
That shit way too fast. I'm a little slow, man.
He said, "You spelled that look way too fast." Oh damn, you might be done. Listen to Forza Rizzo though.
Let's go to the
Nope, there we go. So I'm gonna need him to clip something. We need a first clip. We need a first clip.
That was a legit one right there.
Billy, that was on one.
I don't know how it's not a small
meter. I've hit you with so much.
I'll clip it. I don't know how it's not a small meter. It's still like medium size.
That's the phenomenal one, man.
Now propped up in the corner.
Come on, Peculiar. Come on, follow through. Follow through. Ah, that thing still. Oh, I don't know how it still hit. You know, gravity don't play a role on this game. And look at this game just setting you up. That's your one right there.
I'm chilling.
I thought I was going for the big boot.
No, it's for all corner moves. It's all corner moves. All running corner moves. I mean, every single one of them. You get one. Yes, one. It's one. Yes, all running corner moves. Because I can't sit there and type out every time somebody find a new one. Oh, yeah, this two. Oh, yeah, this two. Nope, it's all of them. All of them just one. Yeah. Every single one. Just one. Just one. Yeah, all of them same thing.
I can't
Yeah.
do any, like if I switch it to my other one, I can't do that one.
No, no. You get one per stun bar. One. You could do it, between the stun bars, but you just do one. Yeah. You said what now?
If they reverse it, do we still get it?
No, I mean that's your one. That's your go for. That's your go for. Just one. Just one. Just one. Yeah, just one. Yeah. Even if they reverse or whatever, one. There you go. Yeah, it's just that one.
Oh, I'm so
Super Fin! Super Fin!
You going for it?
You ain't qualifying.
Yeah, you did. Yes, you did. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. You say he ain't qualified?
Ladies and gentlemen,
For the 1, 2, and the 3. Off with the super fin. Look at this.
God dang.
I need to start doing that fucking what's it called, that form. But I didn't know I had it.
Good shit, man. For two teammates, not wanting to fight each other, y'all went out there and did y'all shit, bro. Yeah, y'all went out there and did y'all shit.
Why did you never go for your submission to get the star power?
It was never
Mhm.
five.
That's submission.
To get it up. To get it up.
Oh.
Yeah, but I got it when it's Wheezy now.
Yeah,
To get it up. Do something different. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to get to it.
Get Combo his spot back. Get on, go on about your business, man.
No, I'm saying like, let me know when you're gonna open
Look,
it
all
up.
Oh,
I'm
yo,
saying-
my
He said he
bad, man.
wasn't
Yeah, I
going
got
for
you,
it.
bro.
He said he wasn't going for it.
Yo,
He said he wasn't going for it.
Weezy, you got your opponent.
Bro, go look at your.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Use the burning hammer and the hip toss.
My
Okay.
pork chop's cold, nigga. Got me
Because
out here
AJ, bro, I was
fighting
about
this
to
shit.
go on a crazy run with AJ in WrestleMania season, bro. He's him. He's like that.
Weezy, who I got you fighting? Let me see who I got you
That's
fighting.
all I gotta say.
Hey man, that's your teammate. You
Cash.
should be happy for it.
Let me.
Why should I be happy?
message him.
Yeah, they have
He's your
outside
teammate.
resources to win. That means he's
Who is he? Shawn Michaels?
Oh,
He's
you're jealous?
HBK.
Yeah.
Okay, let me
Join.
check. Yeah, not yet. I want to make sure he's here.
Yo, look,
If someone
you're
needs
causing trouble
outside help
inside,
to
you go
win,
back.
did they really win? No.
Who wants to let me rage bait him, bro? You gotta get your teammate, bro.
Who won the
I'm
match?
actually trolling.
Reflex did by Superfan.
Oh shit, you got spiral tap.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy to me? What's insane? They still got that as a Superfan on here. I know.
Don, look what you're doing about
That
fucking
nigga
tag
old.
team. You're trying to bring
What did I
to the
do?
inside.
What did I do?
Got him arguing and shit now.
Nah,
Hey,
I was trolling him, bro.
It was just something that, and you never did answer my questions either. Which one of them did you want to win?
It was a tag match.
Oh, Reflex and the tag, but which one of them did you want to win?
I plead the fifth. I told you this.
You said better not be a
It doesn't
layup.
matter who
Oh,
wins.
trust me, it ain't.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't. At least from what you guys are gonna know, it doesn't matter to me who won.
Like I said, he required
Both
coaching
of my-
in the game to win. I didn't.
They're both in
That's all
my.
it
They're
is.
both my tag team, and I still don't know who's in this tag match. I'm
You
giving them
notice
the
how he
option to
said
run it
his
with them.
tag team?
Hey Don,
Because
check
his
your
tag
I know
team
you
was
did,
Discord.
but it low key worked.
Like,
I got
Because
you.
I don't like it either.
Hey, at
They're
least you
both
can
in
admit it,
the
bro.
same-
Like, oh,
They're both in the same.
I know
faction
exactly
as
what
I.
you do because I do it.
yeah, bro, you got it. You got every. You got def.
Hell after that nigga. Somebody
Rage bait.
Oh, HBK is right now.
That's what he is.
You told the wrong nigga.
Where's Attic?
Did I for real?
Yeah.
No, and I'm saying he was next, and I'm saying he right after this one. That's what I was telling him.
Who is that?
But right now we need cash though, right? We need pressure.
Yeah. You say you about to come here using the bathroom.
All right, then.
Yo,
Okay.
question, my
Yep, I'm finna. Let me make another lobby. Let me make
got
another.
a fat man fucking playing the game instead of eating his damn food.
You be alright. At least you won.
Cold
They
ass
said-
pork chop.
I thought you was gonna lose.
Cold
To be
ass
honest,
pork
I ain't
chop.
gonna be on.
I did too. I'm not even going.
I thought you were gonna lose.
Corruption has already started from the first match to the night.
Bro, what you mean? What did I do? What did I do?
Protect your teammates.
What you
Charlotte
mean?
Flair, you continue to accept the corruption. I hope you can handle the consequences.
That's some
Oh,
shit
you reading the
Shorty would do
promo?
himself.
Oh yeah, let me
Man.
show this shit. Let me show this shit. Yeah, I forgot. Let me
This
show
some
this shit.
fake ass.
No,
white
Sturdy, I would
shit.
have lost that shit without that super team, bro. He hit me way more than I hit him with, bro.
So
Man,
let me. I'm finna show y'all something real quick. So right now we got some mysterious ass group in fucking UWA, bro. The shit is crazy but creative as fuck. Like when I tell you
They ain't even
creative,
choose their
it's
character.
fucking
Dom.
creative.
It's Dom.
Like they
It's
haven't
Dom.
even
It's Dom.
showed us the fucking characters yet.
It's Dom.
But look at this.
It's
I'm
Dom.
finna show y'all something.
It's for ratings.
For ratings, you think it's me? You think
It's like the
it's me?
SmackDown hacker, bro. The SmackDown hacker. This nigga thinks he's slick.
Let me show y'all.
Say what?
Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Big Jerry, come in. Save us, by CJ. Hey, save us.
Save us. Okay, let me switch over. Let me show y'all this shit. This shit is crazy.
Watch.
It caught me by surprise yesterday. Let me
Let's
see.
show Don
Look at
Glass
this.
like he got
So
Don
this
Glass.
is this is a mysterious person in UWA. It's a group though. It's like it got everybody thinking who the fuck is the person. There we go.
Don.
What's up?
No,
I'm saying y'all matchup.
It's time for my
Hey,
man.
if you want to do that tag match though, because you should have looked and I'm about to like deploy some cowards. I don't care, I'll fight it.
If you say the word,
let's
you
do a
should have
tag.
beat me one more time. I'm going to hurt you.
I'm just
Man, you
saying.
can't hurt a fly.
I'm a humble man.
Because I'm
I'm a
aware.
humble man.
I'm very aware that I should have won that match.
I'm not saying it to rub it in your face. I'm just.
If you didn't have Studio in your corner telling you what to do, things would have been different.
Where's that arena?
the odds. Maybe.
Damn, that's true.
Dirty old telling him what to do, turn the
The
tide.
3 branches, bro. The
Yeah,
3 fucking branches,
He was
bro.
even pressing single any of his good buttons. until
You
30
said
minutes
them niggas ain't shit but Retribution 2.0,
Only thing I
aka
added was
trash.
the-
I'm weak. They haven't made their presence yet. Like I ain't heard
They
from
need
them,
Retribution,
so
man.
I
They
don't
gonna
know.
have 5 guys.
Probably is Retribution.
The fucking Nexus 2.0.
Hey, you seen what they asked
Fucking
though?
Y6 and shit.
Your
You
ass
said
said
what?
not
It's
scared.
Nexus 2.0.
They said,
Don, I need you to check the
book the
DMs real quick.
match.
Check my DM. All right, let me
Free
see.
lose. I was
Yeah,
losing this
real
for
quick.
Nexus, bro. It's up even.
3-man band.
That's a DM, Don. No.
Hold on. Let's see. No.
Yo, boy,
yeah,
hit
get
me
up,
Gunter.
bro.
You waiting for an invite. Did you send an invite?
Let me know when they join.
It does feel good to be back.
Raid me Gunter, Quaz.
So, yeah, so you get up in there. I don't care. You pick who
All right,
you
there
want.
we go.
Raid me Gunter.
No,
All
you
right,
stop cheating. That's what you stop doing.
The match
We'll see who's on. How about
is-
that? We'll see
so,
who's on.
almost ready.
Hey, Don, let me know when you get that.
Is that Hurricane Ronald double? Time to check.
I think it is. I just think it's a very fucking shit. I don't know.
I've never
I
seen
ain't
some.
seen
I got it.
I've only
I got it.
seen
Appreciate it,
people
have you.
verse it at the beginning.
I don't have them, so I can't check. I haven't.
Yo.
The old Scott Steiner, but not
Hey,
the.
change my name.
That's
my boy.
I
where
got you. I'm
Malik
loading right now.
Nah,
Malik,
it's a single.
Malik wanna
Here, I
say
got
Uncle Howdy.
There's no way that's a double.
No, he got to take the night off.
Oh, Ryan was lying. Straight up.
The match is ready. Weezy, you could join in now.
Nah, that's the
Hey,
same.
no
you
malice, bro.
No.
Let me change
Is that Mr. Team Leaver right there?
Oh wow.
No Wiseman, Malik.
All right, TB. I know we ain't got no bad blood or nothing, but this is my team and this is my house. I don't want to have to put hands and feet on you, TB. I'm just gonna leave it there. I'm not trying to start nothing, okay? Bro, I'm not. I promise you, I'm not. I've heard some things. I've heard some things.
And do you agree with them?
I don't know. This is a clean slate. I don't know, but I don't know.
No, you're right. It's a brand new season.
I'm back.
Wait.
All right, Combo, you can join in, and Cash, you could join in.
2 weeks on my brand new season.
Season 3, nigga, what you mean?
Well, I'm not gonna be talking about that.
TB ain't a part of NWO no more. What's up, TB? How you doing?
What, you couldn't talk to me when I was in WO?
No, it was fuck you. No.
What
Damn.
you mean, who? We cool. We for you like
You my boy. You my dog. You always be my dog. It was just like I didn't know where you was last year. I didn't know.
What do you mean, bro? John extended the hand and
And you took his arm.
You saying it took an arm?
You took his whole fucking arm.
and look what happened. I was top
Hey, I'm
5
not
pick.
mad. I'm not mad at you, sir.
I was
But how
top
you
5
doing?
pick, man.
How you doing,
I'm good. I'm good.
Yo, what's up?
Thank you.
Oh yeah, no problem, my boy. And who waiting on? Cash, you need an invite, or Weezy, you got him.
I got something
Good. So I pick my person.
I'm just
Let's make this a good one. And I'm gonna go ahead and put a poll on this one. And put a little poll. Let's see, let's make this one.
We on a week going.
Oh yeah, you gave up the wrong coins in that match, bro. You gave them.
Bro,
gave
I'm
my
just seeing
coins to
it.
them.
I'm just seeing it.
Yeah, I was trying to tell you.
Oh, come on, Don.
I think I can cancel it. I see that shit. Hold on. Let me see if I can.
My shit though.
No, I think I can pay it back though. I think I can. Hold
Wait,
on.
who did he beat with Eric Bischoff 3 times?
Just sitting here.
The fact that he's been sitting there, yeah.
Yeah, I've been sitting here.
Because
I think it's a way I can do it. I gotta go deep in my channel points, but it's a way you most definitely can do it though. But yeah, I most definitely did. I just seen that just now too. My bad,
You
bro.
gotta go deep in, bro. Pause.
The channel point.
Nah, I bet at my points and you gave out the wrong points to the wrong nigga.
Yikes.
Roman versus.
Tag team action in store.
Hold on. That's cash. Oh,
Yeah, that's crazy.
There's no roll about that.
Let's go.
For good reason, Byron.
History
Come on.
I'm putting 118K on you.
They
Good luck.
definitely know each other, man.
Alright, let's have a good one. I ain't doing nothing crazy, man.
Hoisted up.
All right, I like the attire. You know, it's like a strawberry cream saver, but I like the attire.
He's playing home. Home crowd.
Never like goddamn candy cane.
There you go. There you go.
Peppermint patty.
Peppermint.
Like candy cane.
Oh yeah, cause you free to change your tones to whatever feel free. Get creative as you want. Yeah, like creative as you want. You can do whatever you want, bro.
He's got
Catch
control.
that shit through working on the leg.
Yeah.
You never seen Roman do a backflip?
You said nigga got views, pay my tens. Bruh, no I don't.
With such force, the whole ring is rattling.
Vulnerable
Nigga got
situation
views,
for
pay
him.
my team.
And targeting the leg there.
He extorted you, dog. What's going on?
Bruh, this man been extorting me since 23. Since fucking 23, bro. Let's go. Stun bars up. Come on, Weezy.
What the hell
The
is
school.
happening?
This is just hey, this is how we all do. This is how we all do. This just it's just an NWO thing. I'm telling you. It's just how we do. Leon did it, I did it, and now we just doing it. It's just what we do. We gotta put on a good show. We gotta make it 5 stars, man.
Bro,
Yeah, this is what we do.
Yeah, we gotta do it for the pros.
That nigga greatness is stored. This nigga died.
Yeah, we're good in the match.
That nigga walked up on that nigga. That nigga said, "What chain?" But I want to spend dime money.
I want to let you know that you was getting the
Go. Come on, Weezy. Come on, Weezy.
He didn't win, bro. It's cool.
He's totally
I
helpless.
did win.
He was trying to work on the legs.
Hey, I hope that shit ain't count.
You add me and E to the queue.
No contest.
Oh, you're probably adequate on that?
Nah, Twitch on the way.
Dog, every time I say some shit about a dog, act like you can't hear, nigga.
What's up, Sturdio? What's up, Sturdio?
Bro, can you add me and E to the queue?
Oh, bet. Thank you. Yeah, I got you. I'd put you right here. My bad, man. My bad, Sturdio. My bad, man. My bad, bro. I'm gonna go ahead and put combo on that too right after this. Yeah, I'm putting combo. No, I got you on the heavy on already. I already got you. I got so right after what is heavy on lose Sturdio combo. That's the order I got written down.
We remember that it's a breeze, bro.
My bad, Sturdio. I didn't hear you. My bad, bro.
Nah, you good. I just got actual confirmation.
You know, you my nigga at the end of the day. I don't know about Fred. Boy be on some goofy shit, but you know, you my nigga though. You good.
Who? I'm finna go ahead and mark you down too. All right. Since what's his face?
Your dog be tweaking, dog.
Nah, they hold.
Tremendous force.
Oh no, I ain't talking about that. That's between them. I don't know. But the nigga, but greatness.
That's
I
what
know
he's
we finna
supposed to
see.
be.
Oh,
If he
threw me
if
off.
he wasn't like that, bro, I probably wouldn't fuck with this nigga.
He knows it's that time.
Like Fletcher hoe, but if he was a like ho, like a whole ass.
We just letting it all hang out, huh?
That'll give you whiplash.
Said Fletcher hoe. Yeah, good shit, man.
You should hear dribbling the
opponent's head like a
bitch ass niggas and fuck you all.
I understand my homie frustration.
High cross locked in.
Boom,
teardrop
All right, you say so.
highly effective.
Wait, greatness got the Gunther one match?
Yeah, he's nah, he been wanted to switch.
Tell questions.
I Wait, who won? Leon or Griffin?
It's a long story. It's a long story.
Leon
Leon cheated.
He cheated 3 times.
He cheated. He did stall. He stalled bad too. That shit was nasty. It was kind of ugly. It was kind of ugly. I ain't like how he did it. And then what's his face backed up, chopped me. Mm-hmm.
I heard you had another one.
I forgot to take him out. My bad. Oh, I ain't in your damn match. I'm tripping. But yeah, I done forgot to take the bitch out of this damn match. Yo, what's up?
That actually double.
What you mean? My partner was coming back. After that second natural selection, my partner was coming back.
You already know, Don. Too sweet.
Yeah. Oh, you already know, bro. It's too fucking sweet. You said Dusty is Driz. Yup. Too sweet, man. Nah, he wasn't dead after. I know. I seen that shit. Man, you know that man somewhere getting drunk. That's one. Oh, you came back in. Oh. Good read. No, what's wrong with it? Oh. Oh, okay.
Oh, that's too bad, ain't it?
Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? There's some cheese with that.
You saw how he had it.
Yeah, I seen it. Well, I know. Yeah, he holding it. Yeah, I knew he was holding it. Yeah. And then it just hit you. Yeah, hit you right off the bat. You good, bro. You good. Another stun bar. You good, Weezy. You good, Weezy.
Yeah. Every time you try to back in the second.
Well, no, I was asking why.
Oh, because I like why I let you.
Bro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Watch out.
It felt like a
I still want him. Yeah, and I want him that one little something.
You didn't win, bro.
Oh no! Come on! Go! No! Oh God! This is not against you. It's for the game. That dummy is for the game. It wasn't for you.
I got you.
Yeah. He said the dummies for you, bro. I swear it was the game, bro. It was the game. Bam! There you go.
That's for him, but he didn't pop it.
No, he dropped the control as soon as you.
Doing it after that, okay.
Oh, that's
the kick out.
Hey, listen. Pause. That ain't got shit to do with Leon and Stunner with one move. The fucking it ain't got nothing to do with Dom, but he just wasn't listening. The triple threats and the fucking fatal 4-ways is broke this year, bro.
Yeah.
Especially because he made the elimination. So with it being one fall, you know, with the one fall shit, the stun bars is gonna be crazy. So this is why I'm trying to tell them to do the. You gotta do the tags and shit when we do one. Gotta do it through the tag. No,
Oh well. Come on, one more move. Shit. You said what?
All right, bro. So long story short, right? That didn't have nothing to do with Leon. Leon was cheating.
That's two as well. That's two. You got one more cash to run.
This year, the triple threats and the fatal 4-ways with the stun bars broken.
You got two now.
Until they fix it. So it's one fall. But with it being one fall, you know the stun bars gonna pop up. They gonna pop up like that. So one extra ton of niggas.
Look, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I done been in 10 plus triple threats. I done been in 10 plus fatal 4-ways.
He think Leon
without
cheating.
elimination. I'm talking about one fall. I done been in 10 plus.
He think Leon cheating.
I've never seen that happen. And neither
Come on,
did
Weezy.
y'all.
Low key, neither did I.
Like I just said, Leon just said himself, he hasn't even seen until now, bro. How many one falls have you been in?
Y'all niggas ain't even
One falls have
Yeah.
you been in?
I didn't know that was a thing for real though.
Listen, I'm in a whole nother league. I'm in a whole nother league and they've been running shows the past 3 days. Bro. I'm trying to give my niggas the sauce so we can play the shit right. The same shit was happening over here.
Flesh shouldn't have dropped the control. Think about it. He was kicking out of that and still winning. He just got overboard.
You notice since we came over here with them tags, you ain't seen that shit.
He just got overboard because he already felt like
Consecutive attacks. This is frightening straight
Come on, Weezy. Come on, Weezy.
Yeah, Loki, I don't know why they didn't do it either.
I'm not gonna lie. I know for a fact he's not the time to I'll still throw it at
Sturdy, you finna make me turn my notifications back off.
I mean, you might as well try though, huh?
I'm just inviting player. I need somebody to warm up.
Who called me?
Hey,
I just heard somebody just call my name. Yeah, it did sound like Buddha. What is that you?
Yeah, let me get good.
Yeah, what did you call me?
But when greatness come back, we'll talk. Greatness come back, we'll talk.
Come on. Go,
We'll
bro.
make some maneuvers around this bitch so I can get my dog right.
Oh, he didn't use his Rezeal. He didn't use his Rezeal.
Let's go, teammate. It's a breeze.
Alright.
It's a breeze, baby.
Oh, wow. Oh, I thought. Oh, that was you? Oh, what is it?
Everybody getting. Wait, somebody already in here. I don't
Let's go. NWO.
Hey, Wrestle Hop, I need to restart my match because it's not. I can't see. I can see a
Yeah,
date.
he used Rezeal. Good shit.
He just whip on.
Yeah, hold on. Let me restart my.
He just beat Pressure.
Fuck is pressure.
Cash.
Pressure Ice, young. Yeah, he beat him. He didn't use his Rezeal. He didn't use his Rezeal. He had it. It was there. Like, he didn't use it.
Look beautiful. Yeah, I
All right. Let's move on to the next one. Good fight, though.
And you almost got his ass beat by Yuli.
Who?
You look cute.
No one, my bad, sir.
Cash, I haven't heard you
when
say
you get done. I gotta see you when you get done.
But good shit, Weezy. Let's see. Buddha next. Buddha match. Buddha in here? Buddha, there you go. It's your match. Who I got you going up against? Let me see. Who I got you going up against? I got you going up against Triple H, right?
Yeah.
All right, there you go. Let me get y'all a match ready. Set it up now for you.
He's the dusty.
Hey, Wood'a, guess what? NWO is undefeated. Too sweet, man. Too sweet, man.
I mean, I both my teammates in jobber matches, they go undefeated too.
Jobber matches.
No, they are 2-0.
The drop say that? The drop say that? The drop say that?
Yeah, say some shit slick, dog.
You know, you know what? I ain't got nothing to say. Yeah, I'm gonna let him cook for right now. I'm gonna let him cook for right now. He caught me off guard a little bit. He still is.
You got me and you got teammates fighting. How about you guys fight each other?
Kiss my ass. Stay out of our team business. 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 I done told you that.
Reflex, I got you. Reflex, I got you. Go down. Don't go fuck with none of that.
Your team broke up already, Reflex?
Y'all niggas 2-0 and deal with it, okay?
I'm just saying.
Okay, so the next people I need Wood'a, and Wood'a, you could join in.
We got teammates fighting. We'll see Don versus.
Oh, why'd you laugh when he said something about the team breaking up? I heard it.
Yo, what's up?
Redo my match. You said that shit. I don't know.
I think I got somebody already, don't I?
Yeah, what's the order right now?
Yeah, this right now is right at the end is Havion. And then Lou, Sturdio, Combo, who I need to put some names down. Unless somebody wants to switch some spots.
throw mine.
Somebody want to switch some spot? Okay, I can put yours down right now, Ryan.
Yeah, throw mine whenever. There you go. There you go. You gotta speak the fuck up, Brady.
That's why I've been trying, but everybody's yapping and all.
No one cares, Brady.
And Combo, you could join in too.
Alright, bet.
I'm not mashed off or whatever. Yes, I'm better than you, Orion. You know that.
I got a better team than you.
What the fuck? No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
I ain't got that teams, man.
I like how Vic
Oh, and Woulda. I hope you lose. I'm just gonna say that. I hope you lose.
I did. That's why I would have sent you a dub.
Connor, you and me and actual team, bro.
You said what?
Not team combo sound, but I mean
Nah,
that's
nah,
combo. That's a Don, my bad.
Oh.
Are you and Henny an actual team, bro?
Tonight we are.
Oh shit. Well, I was about to say let's fight this fucking Orion team, bro.
Hey, I'm pretty sure my teammate would be okay with that. I'm pretty damn sure my teammate.
I'm not saying you're ducking. I'm not saying you're ducking, dog.
We already have a tag match
Right.
tonight. Why are you trying to get us into more bullshit?
More bullshit. That's Orion. I'm not scared of Orion.
Nobody
Didn't I whip your ass last time I fought you, Reflex?
In a dark match? Didn't I beat your ass in a dark match? Is it on my record? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Oh, it's not on his record, though. You're not wrong.
So is it on my
Say SmackDown versus Raw, bro. You're not top 5 in the world.
You can't beat me. You can't beat
Ooh,
me.
oh, he pulling old tricks out the head. He pulling old shit out.
This ain't SmackDown versus Raw, bro.
You act like
Come
that
on, bro.
offends me.
I don't care if I can't beat you, or I don't care if Breakers can beat you, or fucking Sturdio can beat you, bro.
Who's next?
I ain't even
Heavy on. I said your match
Shut me
next.
up.
Who I got you
I'll tell
fighting? Let me
y'all
see.
what
Who I
you
got
guys
you fighting?
shut
Who I got you
me
fighting?
up.
Wrestle High.
Wrestle Hub. Is he in here? Let me
Shut
see.
me up. You gonna
Oh
say
yeah,
my
he is.
team's
He's right
better
there. I
than
see him.
yours.
I see him.
Reflex.
My team's better than yours. I'm top 5 in the world. My team's better than yours.
Just let me know.
Yep. I got you. Yep, this y'all's on fighting now. Yeah. Fighting Woulda. You said what?
Hey, let me know.
Don't worry.
Somebody send me a little text and text me this my match.
All you need to know.
I got you, gang.
Hey, now I don't want you
my
in the match
tag
because I'm gonna
team
end up
partner-
losing because you're gonna turn on me.
Why would I ever do such a
Why
thing?
would he?
Yeah, we should do the
I have no reason.
tonight.
Shit, are they?
Wow.
Well, one of them said he possibly could be here, but it got to be like later though. So it's a possibility. Yeah, really, yeah. But it's
Who wanna see the elite fucking
all right. Y'all good? Y'all good to go?
John, let's fight the elite on first.
They said they'd rather fight on the pay per view. They said they want to fight on the pay per view.
They want to fight on the pay-per-view.
Yeah, the pay per view.
Works for me whenever. Just trying to fight him.
No, okay, can you wait, fool? Damn.
Short clothesline, not finished yet. Another? Yes, two.
Oh, yes.
He has him lined
Yes,
right
we
in
did.
his sights.
Yo, Quaz, if you give me concert,
There we go. Let's go. Woulda don't do nothing crazy out here.
How my teammate accused me of turning on. Like, out of nowhere.
Already.
You immediately texted Don after the match that you guys have been playing. Why would you go text Don about it? Not text us about it.
Don can't do
I
shit.
asked
Don
Don
doesn't
a
have
question about something.
Real shit. Don's a bad boy.
What you mean? What did I do? I didn't do nothing. I'm just letting the cards play their own role. This was gonna happen anyway. This is gonna happen anyway. That's what I'm saying. I'm just letting it. I'm just stopping. Yeah, I'm just speeding up the process. Yeah, pretty much. I'm just speeding.
It ain't working. I just
So you just speeding up the process. Oh, we.
Nah, forget that. It worked. That's why now we got Don all fucking. Now we know that. Now we got Don.
Nah, bruh. Hey, he started going out there pleading the fifth. If he would have answered those questions, y'all wouldn't have been in this predicament. Y'all would have wished you would have answered them questions out there. Get stun bars. No. It was inevitable. It's inevitable, bro. You know that. You know that.
So is it inevitable like you getting carried is? Is that inevitable?
Nope, I don't know what you're talking about. This is a new season. What you talking
I don't know
about?
what you're talking about either.
Why is that why is that this stereotype that whatever team Don make, I'm not fighting? Like what is this? What is this? What is this? I'm a wrestling man. I lace my boots up too. What are you talking about? I just won tonight. That shit was crazy as hell. But yeah, I just won tonight. Oh, you didn't let that. You didn't have to let him go. You did not have to let him go.
I bet your team told you to low-key stop calling yourself the wrestling god, bro.
No, hell no. I could have still carried it. Yeah, I could have still carried it.
Carry right now. Wrestling god.
I can't now. Not now.
If I remember, I greenbarred him on WrestleMania, bro. So I'm just saying.
Didn't you lose to him on WrestleMania?
No, I won, and then I dipped, and I said,
"Look at this."
Did you? Oh yeah, I think you did. Okay.
That's when I retired. Yeah, I went out on a bang. What'd you go out on? A lot?
L. Sometimes that L is more memorable than that damn win.
Who? Win.
Undertaker losing to Brock Lesnar.
You don't stutter through it, dog. Don't worry
about it. Bam.
You know that nobody cares about you in the
Oh.
I care.
He said he killed him.
I care the fuck down.
What did I do?
Hey, fuck me on PvP.
Yo.
Hot dog.
Dude, there's nothing wrong with a hot dog. Bruh, have you been seeing them them people and stuff? Okay, that's and B-Dog is so fascinated with it. He think that he think it's so cool. And I don't know. He's trying to carry it. Yeah. He's trying to. Yeah. I don't know if he's trying to figure it out or keep it going. I don't know.
Said he knows it.
Nah, he gonna get shot in his head if he keep talking like that. I bet he know who it is. Okay, I told him to expose it then. You said one Quaz fight. Quaz is fighting. He down the line a little bit. He 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He like full mode. Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie though, they started like
Davion, it's not B-Dog.
On the triple lariat for the stun bar.
I ain't get shit for that. What the fuck is that?
Shit.
They gonna take B-Dog out back and put him down like Yo. They gonna think he's too dangerous.
The counter stump. Oh, he getting up out of there. He playing it smart. I don't blame you. I did the same thing earlier.
Where's B-Dog and England have never been
I was thinking it was King Brandon. Even
No.
She got an extra tattoo.
Here we go again. He made his point.
Yeah, it's because of weight limitations, bro. Weight limitations.
Taking it up high. What you gonna do, Cena? Okay.
Hey, why are they doing this shit?
Okay, Brady.
Woulda, next time finish your shit out. I meant to tell you that. Finish your shit, man. You did. Hello, Singag. I'm going to write your name down. No. Yeah, combos. Yeah.
I was down asking one time. I started combo and not realize I could.
Yeah, that's why I was just telling Woulda. He's young. Woulda, please. I know he just did it one time, but yeah, please finish your shit.
Yeah, Leon started one time.
I'm not used to my fucking combos. I'll be like, damn, I got that shit off.
Okay.
I'm just trying to do nobody.
I know, it's cool, bro. It's cool. I'll do that then, bro.
Going for the attitude adjustment. And going for the cover already? Okay. For the one, kicking out clean at the one. You know he ain't going out over that weak ass shit.
Oh, no, don't do that.
Good counter.
Who is John Cena?
That's Woulda, and the other one is Yazan.
Which one? Who is third?
Bro, break on the fucking
That's third.
Yo, that should just give you a break.
You send the 1v1 invite.
You going for it? Is it he got reversed. Good shit. Counter for counter. Damn uppercut. Let me get up there.
You got that bullshit.
Good counter. Come on, John Cena, shake back.
Damn, that shit not helping for real.
Yeah, he's doing good.
Okay, he should really focus on the match now. We get the point.
Look, I should have known this. Fuck.
This has been an absolutely brutal display of will from these men. You can see their flames starting to flicker. And it's only a matter of time before one.
This man act like he finna come over here and pick me up or something. He gonna taunt me and then go back.
You got your shit knocked up in blue jeans.
Kick to the gut. Dragged around into a neck breaker.
You touch me, I'll fucking sue.
Right for the stun bar. And drawing some blood. Let's go. Oh, ain't no damn blood on them.
And Cena retaliates. Proof these superstars have done.
Yeah, it's broke, yeah.
The game executing a plan.
Stun bars.
Shit.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. See what you finna pull out. So the pedigree. For the spine buster. Oh, he doing for the pedigree. Is he tired after this too? Probably not. Appreciate the follow. Let's go. He ain't that damn tired. Going for the cover. For the one. Kicking out clean at the one. Good shit, Cena.
I can't believe what we just saw. And guys, Triple H is in a rare moment of confusion. The game thought he had enough to end this, but his instincts were wrong. An uninterrupted surge against Cena.
The tired saved you right to the trigger spot.
Good read. And Cena, you need to, I don't want to coach you or nothing, man, but you need to start focusing on a different part. Good counter. You're trying to think of a plan B during this match right here, and you reading it. Heavy in the corner. Yeah, he just read that shit. Yeah, he read that shit. Yeah. He's almost there.
This is going to take more strength than he has left.
Practice with this nigga.
We do. Let's go.
And Cena, you got two checks. I'm coaching, but I ain't come coaching. You know what I mean? I ain't coaching, I'm coaching.
Yeah.
Okay, you got 2 sets of them, James. Yeah. So you did the side block like B-Dog.
Oh, for the spine buster. Good shit, man. He didn't see that shit come. He tried to go for a combo and come in through with the neck breaker.
What you gonna do?
Oh, he's selling. Calling him up. And to get out. Okay. Okay, with him. Okay, with him.
You just wasted a big ass.
Yeah, you should just, yeah, you should. Okay, with him.
Dummy question mark?
Yeah, it is. It most definitely. Let me. Yeah, it's a late dummy, but yeah, let me go and get in there. Think, why sit there? Just go ahead and make it happen. Yeah, like why sit there? Just make it happen. Yeah. Yeah, like why do all this? Stump bars. Coming back with a neck breaker. This move is hurting him. Oh, there you go. Yeah, he got another one. He got another one.
Boy, you better press A, nigga. For coaching, nigga.
Oh, the reversal by Cena.
Go for the heavy. This Discord right here, that link, that shit don't work. If you want to get in there, you gotta have Xbox on New Gen though. You gotta have Xbox on New Gen. That's a requirement.
If you wasn't at
and then I get you in. You can type in your name and I can get you in.
He gave me more moves at the feet.
Crazy.
My A was tired.
What you gonna do here though? What you gonna do here? What you gonna do here? What are you starting? Oh, you're calling him up again. Okay. Counter for counter. You see another one? Another counter for counter. Stun bars up. Shit. Uh-oh. Yeah. Woulda hit the hold on, he hit the fin. He hit the fin and yeah. He did hit. Hold on. Did he? No, he hit one. Yeah, he did hit one. He is qualified. He did hit one. It got reversed. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah. And another spine buster. Woulda. It might be night for you. For the 1, 2, and the 3. No reseal again. Bro, it was lighting up. It was lighting up. You sure?
That's back to back, bro.
Yeah, it was because that was. You see what I was seeing, combo? It was lighting up. Damn. You sure, man? Damn. Yeah. What the fuck? And that's what he got to say to that.
Hey, what's his name? Russell, how you here, bro?
Good fucking match.
Right, if it wasn't working, why wouldn't would have said?
Did somebody join that game?
I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro. Like, I don't know.
I mean, nigga,
They both, like, both of theirs is both lighting up. That's like, I don't know if it's maybe it's not even working with that. Maybe it's not even working with that. I don't know.
Tiger girl.
Let me ask y'all it's not happening, but let me ask y'all a community question while I'm sitting here. What if I was to say, you know what? Fuck Rezil. How would y'all feel about that? 'Cause like nobody could pick it.
A lot of the matches will end quicker. I'm cool with that.
I mean, I know
It's not happening. I'm just saying, like, how would you feel about it, like, on some real? Because I really don't know, like, what the hell is happening. I'm finna set up this next match though. The rest of
One submission, people we bitching. That's the thing. I'm mad. People we bitching as soon as one submission hits.
You already bitch now. Yeah.
They do already. True.
Knowing I can join.
True.
I got you. Let me get in contact with your person real quick.
Don't do that, bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro. You're saying you made no reason. It's crazy. No rest. It's crazy. You thought super nigga earlier. That nigga was like, Leon, I'll tell the bitch ass niggas, bitch ass business. John, where my $10 at? I got spent off one, and I got no reason.
You said fuck it. That's what I'm saying, bro. I'm just trying to get it just to you know, just a feeling, man. Cause I really don't know what's going on.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm not like blaming niggas to be playing. Niggas just bro. I'm also probably like a break. I'd rather keep fighting him because I'm saying, let me pop it, I can up. Shit, dangerous. That's bait up for him, but you got it, bro. Shit.
Yeah. So let you fight him.
Yeah, I rather pick him up, fight him, send him to be independent. Fuck him.
Oh, God, I'm for my $10. I'm on your ass. Got all them views and shit, nigga. You can't pay me $10.
Where my $10 at, nigga?
You want your $10?
Yeah, I do. You get views now.
How long ago was that money? And then what year was that greatness? You trying to check me? You trying to check me on stream? What year was that? You better charge that shit to the game. How long ago was that?
What? That nigga say he gonna charge it to his ass.
I think you gotta negate it, bro.
Like, yeah, bro. That's how I work, Top. You know the rules, nigga.
And happy on. Ain't your charges coming. Matter of fact,
man, fuck that nigga.
All right, Heavy on. You could join in if your person don't join. I'm finna make a switcheroo.
Heavy on.
Fuck you, nigga. I ain't trying to hear that shit. He said Ferrari Reyes. Hey, he said Ferrari Reyes. Hey, you got it. Hey, you got it.
Yeah, I'm talking about Joe Star. I don't even need Joe Star. I forgot.
Fuck that nigga.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Where your chain at? You know, I'm gonna go talk to that chain. Oh yeah. What you do?
What's up, man? What's up?
You believe in Joe Hendry, bro?
Yes, I do.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I do. And I don't even like faces like that, but yeah, I believe in
Yo. I'm gonna call you real quick.
Believe in Joe.
I don't know where. Hey, WrestleZen, are you there?
Why are you saying
WrestleZen? Yeah, I just called you, bro. I just called you.
Yes, I'm here.
Are you ready to fight? It's your match.
Oh, I'm next? Okay. Go ahead, fight me. Oh, good.
Don't act like we haven't caught you penguin before, bro.
Be your super fan, dude.
To be a super fan.
Don't act like we haven't caught you penguin before, bro.
Why is
Who,
he
me?
using a demon?
Yeah, you. Don't I go, oh, me? Yeah.
Who, me? a cheater associated with me?
You're teaming with him right now.
I'm teaming with a known cheater.
I ain't letting that go to the DC, bro.
Yo, Combo, you doing NXT this
And Heavy on, did you Heavy on? Oh, damn, I'm finna say Wrestle How. It's still my Xbox is still broken with invites. I can't send people invites. My Xbox is broken with it. All right, thank you. My DMs are broke and my invites are broke.
Like 5 minutes ago.
There you go, bro.
I know I gotta go back and break them even
Why
more.
the hell is your Discord thing in chat, bro?
I don't know. I really don't know.
In other words, he's trying to smoke his glizzy.
But yeah, my DMs are broken.
I can't remember the last time I've seen Don smoke glizzy.
Yeah, I know, Rick.
That shit don't happen no more. He said, I'm PG now. We need to the USA.
He said switch to PG.
Could be some shit. What if you got your own What if you got your own TV channel? Everything.
I would love it. I would
Chris,
love
how
it.
you need another invite, bro?
You know, like
Is
2K.
that him? There you go. Okay, Combo, you could join in.
I was waiting, big damn.
All right, after this, next match is Lou. And then Sturdio. Then Combo, Hoove, then Orion. Did I miss anybody that did not get? Hold on, who I got? Yaka going up against. Let me see real quick. Brady got his match written down. Hold on, didn't I get his match? I do not.
Hey,
Do I? Hold on.
Reflex. Let me show you a trick.
I don't got Brady's name written down.
I'll invite me real quick. Yeah.
I got his name now.
Don't say a word. I'm gonna play AJ. But just don't say a word, bro.
You play AJ.
I'm trying to see something. Give me 1 second too. I gotta see who I got. I gotta see who I got Yaka matching against.
I'm gonna try some while you play AJ.
Okay, we gonna.
I low-key might try her.
If you know it, that means I did it.
No, that means I figured out my first. I need to cut.
Nah, bro. Hold on, bro.
Stephanie McMahon?
None of the females got good strikes.
Bro, nobody got good strikes.
Oh, you going up against Henny? That's who you going up against. You going up against Henny.
There's a lot I just want to play her because I like her, bro. She's one of my
Don't get killed that though.
And Finn
Yo, Don, Mean
So Mean Girls. There you go. That's you on Water Team, right?
Nah, that's me and you. Remember?
Nah, I don't remember that. I don't know. Y'all gonna have to kill those allegations. That wasn't me.
Who won the match with Yazan?
What's his name? Won? No. What's his name? Yazan didn't part Rizu. Hold on. What of them? Yeah, that's it. My bad. Oh, I'm tripping again. What of them part Rizu?
Yeah, Don, when you gonna extend the hand out?
You said, when am I going to extend my hand?
Yeah, remember that shit.
Single, man.
Give
She
me my
got
fake
fucking single choke slam.
Yeah.
I got hit with it again, man. I was
Doubling down. In the real way, though. Let's go.
I ain't get hit with it.
Why is he using the demon?
Maybe that's the one. Y'all finna say that's the one he wanted to use.
Is those about better? Yeah.
The regular one is better.
No, it's not.
Try to go for the combo.
Yeah,
Let's go.
one got a duck
For
on
the nasty choke slam again.
Damage is starting to take its toll on him. You could almost feel the intensity coming.
Try to scoop him.
And just in time, he gets out of there. Setting him up, gonna hoist him up high.
Shit. Look at the athleticism.
Nice kip up.
Here he comes. Look at this. But I'm getting hooked.
Oh yeah, I got. Hold on, is Trev around? Let me make sure Trev around because him and Lou is most definitely fighting right after this.
Yo, Don, by the way, I still on NWA, but you're not coming right now. Versus
What's up?
You know how
Just say how do you say he can't be my wise man? Wait to Trav hear about this shit.
So what is Trav gonna do about it?
I don't know. He gonna be like, that's gonna be like how Solo took, what's his name, Paul Heyman. He wasn't happy over there.
Nah, I can see my lives, man. I'm gonna goddamn team. I'm just saying, you can't be your lives, man.
Going double
for the damn spear.
Hey, me and W on
That
the
nigga
feet, bro.
walked and hit
Good
me
shit,
ass
team.
shit.
Good shit, team.
Type shit.
3-0.
Delta ass.
You know we was gonna go home.
3-0.
That's 2-0.
Sling blade.
Like I said, I ain't hearing what y'all talking about.
If I'm being honest, it's like two.
Boy, how the fuck?
2.5. 2.5. 2.5.
2 wins, 1 draw, no loss.
Man, did you see the whiplash off the turnbuckles?
Did I give you a draw? Didn't I give you a draw on 23?
Yeah, with Nitro.
Yeah, I got a fucking draw.
And he got a little one.
Yeah, exactly. Same thing. 2, -1, -0. 2 losses, 1 draw, 0.
Nah, I got a double on my record.
You just said 2.5 was worth anything, nigga. You so guilty.
No, you said 2.5.
Nigga, that was you. What the fuck?
These two have learned each
I
other.
bet he's gonna come back with it. I knew he was gonna come back with it. This Russ Hall, you gotta watch him. His favorite thing is running moves. That's all he's gonna do. I ain't mean to tell the Tekken number, you know, but he gonna see it regardless, you know.
I mean, it's still
They don't count as nothing, no. Yeah, that's the worst when it work, yo. They don't count that when they throw you out. Man.
You ugly as hell. Yo, what's up to you, man?
For another damn spear. Good shit, no kind of ring courtesy at all.
I'm saying.
Trying to. Is the grapple game as good? Good reverse. Yeah, you try to pull that bitch unstunned just like that. You risk it.
I'm a savage,
If you had number for me, you got runner.
Oh, you gonna remember that.
Well, shut the hell up. Man, get the fuck off me.
That'll give you whiplash.
What the hell was that? Oh, that was a Pele. I think you were setting up. Yeah, there you go, Pele. Oh, keep up. Nasty as German. Let go German at that. No chop block. There you go. And he keep going for it. You like him.
Yeah, and I'm gonna hit that bitch. I promise I am.
Do the forearm, I'm promise you.
Goodness, blasted right into the corner.
I hate when you too close. It do that by default. I hate that bullshit. You thinking, where's the fuck is your forearm? But it pulls that bullshit out.
Be unpredictable, bro.
Uh-oh.
Bitch, fuck you doing? This bitch.
She escapes the attack.
Try to go for the forearm. Oh! Wow. Wow.
Nothing fancy there.
Yeah.
Hey, anybody
setting them up, gonna hoist them up high.
I think I done heard Quazak said about a couple times now. Yeah, he keep asking people. Somebody take him up to his. Yeah, somebody take him up on his offer. Oh, Ryan, take him up on his offer, bro. For the fucking jaded.
Too busy watching.
Type.
This is an instant classic right here.
Ain't going for the cover off of it. For the kicking out at nothing. Good reverse. For the forearm. Let's see. What's them ground moves look like? What them ground moves look like? Probably some stomps and shit. I finna say maybe some shit like that. Shit like that.
I ain't know that shit, okay, I got something else.
Oh, you don't know your moves.
Nah, I know my moves. I ain't know
That's the definition of not knowing.
Oh, Jay Carter saying light work. Look at this. Light work.
Barber, no reaction. Yo, what's up, yo? What's up, man? What's up, man?
I don't know.
Neutral.
Strength of that slam.
I have no idea.
Pin number taken back.
With the suplex. And the scary thing is, these attacks are being done with great ease.
Hey man, shut the fuck up.
For another nasty choke slam.
Repeated displays of power are painting an ugly picture here.
Reverse. Reversed again. It's just something about it when that shit get reversed. It's just like, oh my god, my damn fucking hard work. We try to go for the sling, but he throwing everything out there. For the nasty lariat. And I'm telling you, he had every single running move just now. Every single one. He ain't going nowhere. In the corner. What you got? Oh, that's installing now. Yep. Okay. And for the spear. Yeah.
And all that's left is one finishing touch. Setting them up, gonna hoist them up high. Delivers the fall-away slam.
Okay, torture out this bitch.
Another one. Another one.
What are you building for, Byron? Man, that is just careless intent.
Might as well.
Qualify. You already qualified.
He's already qualified. Yeah, he's already qualified.
That might be some heavy. Yeah, that might be your kryptonite for real. I don't know if it is, but you know.
This nigga great.
Choke slam.
Great for
That choke slam not a double?
No, it's not a double, bro. That shit not.
What the hell?
You gotta ask her too.
I'm gonna be honest. I
So get out the ring.
all last year besides when I was winning champion.
Okay, torture.
Heavy. Stun bars up. Stun bars up.
I'm stupid.
Spine buster. Oh shit.
Huh?
There you go. Get in the bail. Oh, but you get walked down. You get walked down. You get walked down. Taking it back in the ring. Oh. Oh, you should have went for the form. Oh. There you go. For another one. Another one. Stun bars up.
Yo, this might be matching. What the hell?
Telling you. Keep going. Oh, I didn't see that coming. I didn't see that coming. I did not see that coming. Did you say that was a double? Did you say it was a double? And you let it go. What was going on? Shit. Oh shit. The cover. Let's see if it's Rezeal for the 1, 2. Kicking out clean at the 2. He said he don't need it yet. Belt to ass. Oh well. And Dezo did. He said never mind. Going for the coup de grace? Oh, you still a coup de grace, Dan? For the if they put it on this one. Oh, look at that. Just got bailed. You gonna try that shit and stun? You like that? Oh shit! You just got reversed again. Missing the pounce. You try to go for that shotgun drop kick? Is that what you try to do? I don't think it's good like it was in 23. I don't think none of this stuff is.
Like when they were like kneeled.
Last I played with a fan, it was like, Demon fan.
Actually, you hit like 2 of those on Damian Priest.
Now it's regular fan better.
And she's out playing like 1.
That's what I was hearing too. I heard it too. Because some people, I heard, like 2 people suggested me the Demon Fendo.
Demon,
the power on display right now is ridiculous.
Tight.
Hey, John.
Yep. I don't want to trade.
Break this pen for me,
Oh, you look, you said break the pen. Look. Oh, you going up for a super. Oh, yep. Yes, a super, yo. Yep. Well, Is that the G's? You don't got no reason on this either. For the 1, 2, 3. He said, I don't need it. He said, I don't need it. I don't need it. Damn. Good shit. Good match. Good match.
You should have stayed Javon. You probably would have had a better chance with Javon.
Javon, bro, no, Javon.
You would have had a better chance if he used the regular Finn.
That too.
Regular Finn.
That too.
Bro, I don't remember what it was. Someone told me Demon Finn was better than regular Finn. Whoever told me that shit was bitch, bro.
They fleeced you on that one.
Yeah, bro, that's the only reason I switched. I'm over here thinking, yeah, I got Demon Finn. I'm finna go crazy.
That's like me saying. That's like me saying Superstar Billy Graham's the best character in the whole game, and you believing it.
I know that's a lie.
I mean, he might be usable now.
He's usable now. Yeah, he's usable.
Quick question, y'all. Do y'all want me to reach out to them two real quick, or y'all want me to just move on?
What, them two?
It's Lou and Trev. Lou and Trev.
Nah, put the tag match up.
How about this? How about I give him 2 minutes? Cause that way I can go to the bathroom. I'm gonna give him 2 minutes. I'm gonna tag him. You do the right thing. Well, I still had some singles. I still had some singles.
Yeah, I'm finna get up now too.
All right.
I'll take your ass to bed.
Shut the hell up, Brady. No, you gonna lose your tag match. I hope you know it.
Let's see.
Is Brady gonna win it? The question is.
I got you.
Question is Brady gonna win a tag match this year?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe against.
He gonna win this one.
He won't win this one. He will not win this one.
All right, let me go to
He will win
the
this
gym.
one.
I'll be right back.
Who's team with the reflex?
Turns on me. No, he's team with me.
Reflex and
Oh, he's
BK.
got a better chance.
You niggas don't love me. The bitch wanna fight me. My t-shirt on, so I won't get ugly. She fucking with a dime. I'm fucking with a bomb. They think I'm on summer. Whoa, she think I'm on something. I'm fucking with a bad little vibe. Mommy all over her tongue. I'm about to spot me a high. I'm about to spin that trunk. I said, my mind got me a switch. We don't give a fuck by luck. I said my body, I'm the coolest. Trampoline jump for a cougar. Jump out the jungle, go hit it. I'm leaving that boy in this doula. She wanna fuck for the moolah. Pussy needs get lit up. That pellet hold a Ruger. How she laying with your girl? Huh? She like me around my niggas. She teed up, she not switching. G6 got me in here glitching. Real rich as fuck, just living. This bitch ain't got no vision. I'ma go ahead and give it to her. I just been feeling myself. I find Jesus, Christian Dior. Got a bitch finna fuck on the game. She'll put a stain right on the floor. Got me feeling like Jesse Chase. I'm switching lanes when he hars. Stop out that talking, let's do it. You on the internet, boy, stop, boy. I'm in the field with cleats, singing my jeans. I kill boys. Me and my niggas, we G's. Step on bitches, we keep doors. I stay running the chase and holding a knife. It's a sport. Sitting with my blick, I got me a thing. I can't go to court. Nigga try to pop his pain, two in his brain, blow up the Ford.
Did they ever respond? I don't think they did.
It's Trav and Lou. What do you expect?
30 minutes from now,
Yeah, I give him the 2. Hold on. Yeah, I give him the 2 minutes. I'm moving. Who is it? Sturdio.
My match.
Sturdio. It's Sturdio. Look, I'm gonna tell you the combo. Yeah, you right behind Orion. You like right after him. You like right after him. Yeah.
Who am I?
I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you the order right now. Right now it's Sturdio. Right now it's Sturdio. And then it's Combo, Who, Orion, then you.
Yeah, he's been here.
He's Bronson Reed.
If that's Sinbad in his, I'm saying.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah, that's him.
That's him in his profile pic. I'm not fighting him.
That's him. That's him.
That's him.
And his profile picture.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah, that's his wrestling thing. He said I'm not fighting him. So are you telling us that you're the judge? Is that your way in telling us that?
Am I the judge? Yeah.
Yeah. Is that your way in telling us that?
All you have to do is look at the invites. Who sent the invite out?
We tried that already. I tried that. It was just.
It should have.
Yeah, I'm logging out of my Twitch account right now. I'm logging into that one.
Yo.
Expires in like 2 days.
Played some weird soundboard in here earlier.
They've been in for a while. At least one of them has.
I think it's a King Brandon. Might be King Brandon.
King Brandon. Who was that? I don't know. Who was that?
He joined the league not too long ago. Did you kick him out?
No, you can't get Brandon. If it's him, we supposed to.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. I think I know exactly who you're talking
King
about.
Brandon 23 and his brother.
Oh, them guys. Oh, man. If it's them, man.
It's those 3 guys.
Did Yaka just crack it?
He probably did. I didn't even think about that. Like, I swear I didn't think about that. Look, that's all he's saying. Look at W on top. I didn't even think about that. I swear I didn't think about that.
Somebody invite them back, bro. If that's the case, and if so, I know.
So I know who.
Dr.
All right.
Just add and run
Who was
shows,
it? Sturdio. Who I got you
more.
fighting? Who I got you fighting? Who I got you fighting?
Uh-oh. Keep talking. I know who it is. Not.
I got you fighting AC. Oh no. I got you fighting Edico, don't
If Edical show up.
Yeah, bro. It's too sweet.
Not back.
I think that's who I got you fighting. Let's see. So I got you fighting Edico? Yeah, I do.
Aquilium.
Yeah, let me tag him.
Who fighting Edical?
Sturdio was.
Good. Oh shit, these niggas ain't fighting in a while. I don't think.
Let me tag him.
Last time you
We
niggas fought
ready
each other.
now? We ready now?
Yeah, I got to get Edico in here first though.
Damn, we just finished the match. Still.
Hey, the other side. Hey, the other side. New year, new me, bro. It's time.
You ready, Breeze, to win? I'm cheering for your bum ass, nigga.
I'm cheering for them higher power niggas to beat your ass.
See,
Hey,
when
now.
I try to extend the olive branch.
Oh, he say he's here.
yeah.
Okay. Sturdio, you can join in
Man, I
now.
say I'm cheering for you, nigga. Fuck.
Nah, bro, you called me the wrong name, bro.
No, alright, tell you what, Sturdio, I hope that you can pull this off.
Thank you.
Dirty hoe.
Put a poll up? Yeah.
Oh, see, I ain't even do all that. No, I don't know who that is in the
Yeah, I
background.
don't know who that was either.
What they say? And Edical can join in now, and Combo you could join in too.
My guess is that was Yaka.
What's that, Yaka?
No.
That was drop. Oh, that was the drop.
There it is.
Hey, Sturdio, tell me the truth, or somebody tell me, is Rhea Ripley boot? I know he said it's running, but is it as critical as Charlotte's?
Almost, but Charlotte's hits way more, in my opinion. Charlotte's hits more, but it's pretty good. Yeah.
I need to hear from somebody
The
else.
same boot.
God damn it!
Watch the match. Watch the match. We'll see. Watch the match.
The same big move, but Rhea has a running A, Charlotte has a standing A, so she just click it, but Rhea has to run towards him. That's the difference.
So Leon don't even allow to do the move at all. Because
You
he
can,
let
but
him
you
do
have
it.
to.
Nah, he told him
You
he
only
couldn't
do it
do
once
it.
per stun bar.
Yeah, I told Leon can't do
no,
it.
that's the corner.
I told Leon he couldn't do it at all. I told Leon don't do it at all.
Can you change it?
Mine has to run, so it's been getting reversed a lot recently, but
At
at
least let him
first
change it. So he don't have no fucking A, because he has no A now.
Yeah,
I got a
Leon,
big
bro,
boot,
just
but my
make him
shit
get the big
trash.
boot that Bray Wyatt got. How about that?
I don't know. Give him something. Let him change it.
Not a big
That's
boot.
how-
I'm just saying, I think one for somebody.
If he
One
had
per
it as a
stun bar.
running move, that would be A.
Bump is that same thing apply for Leon's? Like same thing?
Yeah, cause like they might like it's the same amount of big boot in the corner.
But leave my big boot alone, bro.
Nigga,
Yeah,
have
you
a
lucky
running
we're giving you
Leon
this. You
just
lucky
had
we're
to
giving
fight
you this,
like
bro.
that.
Yeah, you lucky
I'm
we're
saying,
giving you
I'm
this.
told you not to do it at all.
Yeah.
Like, exactly. Like you'll be fine, bro.
Yeah, one per stun bar, just
Leon
like the
not
other
doing
stuff.
it at
Cause
all,
yeah,
bro.
Leon I didn't let do it at all.
It's my
Yeah.
running move. It's
We
my
get that.
running move.
You be alright.
Oh
You
hell
don't
no.
need. You're Rhea. You don't need it.
Oh hell no.
You
Okay,
be
one
just fine.
sling
One
blade
boot in
per
the corner,
one
though.
sling
Look at
blade
him.
per
Look at him.
stun
Look, it's
per
always
stun bar,
sturdy. It's always a sturdio to do this.
and
Look, look.
one
One sling blade.
Brandon
Yeah,
is like
yeah,
that.
Leon, yes, but one per stun bar, just like the
Yeah,
other
but that's
thing.
smirking
The same
at me
thing.
like that.
What the fuck happened?
One running move
Did it
per
bring y'all
Yeah,
back to
Randy
the
Orton
to the lobby? Yeah, okay. Don't. It's act like we just played, but yeah, just hit play another round. But yeah, Leon, yo. So your next match is one per in between. Are you hearing that now? I'm gonna flip it to you.
Wait,
so
it didn't bring you back.
One per.
So Don, is that including
I
the
think you
one
gotta
from the
restart,
corner
bro.
as well?
That's the corner.
Or
That's the corner,
yeah.
and now yes, all one.
Okay,
One.
you said one and one.
You can make an argument
No,
that
you get 1 and 1 or just one total?
I was thinking 1 and 1.
saying
I was
don't we
thinking
have
1 and
one
1.
run and
I was
move
thinking
first
1
on
and 1.
Okay, 1 and 1. Okay.
1 and 1.
1 and 1.
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking.
You
Lil.
can make an argument study on that. It's like different than running. That's what I'm.
If it's the same damn move, nigga, it's the same move.
Run and move. It's not
It's the same.
And combo, you could join back
Same
into.
move,
But
though.
it's a different move at the same time.
It's the same move.
different activation. It's different activation.
Different
You
why.
still stand there and just
Leon
run short and cluck a nigga too, though.
At least let me have one match.
Yeah, but that's a stall.
He didn't let him have one match with it, nigga. He told him mid-match, don't do
He
it.
did let him have one match.
Mid-match.
And Leon still ended up
mid-match.
stalling a fucking spear and coming back at him. But we
That
don't talk
nigga ain't
about that.
stalling us, bro. Y'all niggas be crying. That's why Chris got the dub. And why Brayden's over here walking up to him and ain't pressing no buttons and then pulling out a cig. What we call that?
The powers that be.
Just make this good. He said, if I can't do it, you can't. Look at him. He ready to back that up.
Man, Leon know what he damn doing.
Yeah, I
I
know.
know what he's doing.
Who next?
I'm thinking
Don't
this
act
shit,
like
man.
Studio don't either, nigga.
I know sturdy. Yeah, they both do. They both do.
I'm saying both of you niggas, you know, allegations.
Salivating
My
for
shit, like
getting
what?
this matchup underway.
He didn't
We
even get a
see
chance
Eric
to.
Bischoff
He hit him, what, twice with that motherfucker?
Yeah, he hit him twice in the
no
yo.
there facing off
It's like,
with
no more,
Seth Rollins and Charlotte Flair.
Hard to decide what team has the advantage here. It'll probably come down to
Shit is
who can
right.
cut
That
the
shit
ring
is
in half the
right.
best. Who can control the pace.
Sturdy, you asshole. All right, I get it. I get it now. This is yeah. I can't. Yeah. Try it again. All right, try it again. God, these girls with this fucking kippo.
Nah, word.
Oh yeah, I ain't getting that, bro.
I think you really felt that one.
All right, then.
Charlotte was really showing off her unmatched skill.
Yeah, I ain't getting that.
Simple as that, man. I'm saying good. You're gonna try to argue. Tell you, I'm the truth,
Oh, no
bro.
fucking way.
You put up some of that. Yeah, Rose out with
I did.
Rollins just get to walk into the stumble freely.
All right, now Sturdio. Jay Cargill won her match.
Damn.
Let's see if you do the same.
Damn. What the f- You're really not doing that to Seth Rollins.
There's my one.
So that's my one.
Ricocheting off the turnbuckles.
One more.
There you go, 1 and 1. Anybody else got a standing boot like that?
Nobody.
Yeah.
except
Was it Roman? Did Roman got that standing boot like that? No.
Roman is different.
Okay.
Gunther got one, don't he? Gunther got a big one, don't he?
No, now that boot. No, that boot right there. That one.
That move.
No, that one. Not the JBL boot. This one.
There's a forearm to the back of the
Listen, the
neck.
running big boot and
all
the
ego.
big boot.
Ego got it.
It's a timely reversal. Continuous counters. These superstars
I think
looking
it's just
locked in.
different, bro. I
Bray
think
Wyatt,
it's just different.
This is a woman thing. He gonna say Bray Wyatt got it.
So the DDP, so the JBL.
So the DDP, JBL. Yeah, JBL really do though. He is good too. But to me,
Bro, don't press A, bro, please.
for the schoolboy.
Rollins, right?
Oh
I'm
yeah.
all locked in.
Oh yeah.
Rollins.
Bro, let me pay attention, bro. I'm not thinking about big moves, bro. I don't even know.
Blunt air, man.
You finna press X. Oh, shit.
Goodness,
Oh, no.
blasted right into the corner.
You finna press B again. Oh, shit.
Yo, I don't give a
All
fuck
the
about the
way
press.
up. There it is. Shinui.
Did they even do any damage?
Amazing sequence
There
from
we go.
Rollins. Can Ripley recover from this
All
adversity?
right,
That's a punch
you can do your corner running move again.
Elbow thrown to break up the maneuver.
There we go.
Feel like, now that was
Yeah,
different
things could
from
turn
what I
even
did,
worse
like,
soon
like,
if there is an
like,
attack
Yeah.
on the
like,
horizon.
how you look at it. Yeah, I see it. It's just on there.
Sent straight into the corner hard.
Uh-oh.
Big is coming.
Oh, wow. Looks like you got fentanyl.
Right to the kidneys from behind. Oh, great wherewithal there. Counters on top
For
of
counter.
counters, and these opponents are at an impasse.
Oh shit, stun bars up.
Ooh, brutal impact into the corner.
There you go.
Quick reversal from her. Slowly
Yeah,
rising,
with the stun
looking
bar.
like a very easy target here.
But you right back on.
That's just still there. That's still moving.
Yeah, it's still right there, man.
Starting
Listen.
here could be a prelude to something big.
There you go, double down.
Sound suplex.
See, making something big happen. Calling for the triple. The triple down. Good shit, man. He called it too. I thought you were lying. Counter. Is there another one? I know. Stun bars up. Shit. Oh yeah. Going up high. She can fly for the fucking frog splash. Count that shit, ref. For the one. Get kick out. Good read. I know. Yeah. Ain't this it's a regular move on this one, ain't it?
Yeah, it's a regular move.
That's weird as hell. That's weird as hell. That's weird as hell.
You keep the goddamn springboard stop. You never
Weird as hell. But you know, 2K, you know, this is the best game ever. But you know, other than that, it is kind of weird.
Somebody video
No, I ain't gonna be able to find it.
I know there's a couple of Omar.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Everybody doing their finishes and shit.
The block up, the block up. You did the riddle. You did the Omar. Did you do the riddle?
Big boot to the gut and a thunderous forearm to follow. Oh man, thrown with such
That was in like the year 22 or something, right? Or was it before that? It had to be.
Omos is actually getting
That's 1-2.
time on TV, so yeah, probably
Seth just
22.
taunting his opponent now.
Take that tap.
You think you're doing something, huh, Sturdy? Don't get your. I think you're doing good right now.
If you drop down, I'm going to
You got good control of this match. I can tell you that. I can tell you that. The counter.
I don't think you have done this thing.
Is it the heavy?
Shit. Forearm in the jump. You know it's on him now. Really.
We need something big to happen here.
He didn't start using it until WWE.
Yeah.
He was using small package.
I'm surprised more people don't do this soft.
She flipped that attack around.
Oh, that's going for it. And a heavy, one more move. Good reverse. Get rid of all this shit. Get rid of all this shit. Let's go. Make something big happen here. There you go. We need a stun bar.
That'll give you whiplash.
There you go. Good shit. Stun bar. Come on. Shit, man.
Yo, take that off when you said that.
Rollins.
Go one more move. One more good strong move. Good counter. And getting up the fuck up out of it. Oh! Oh! You try to outsmart him. You try to outsmart him.
Charlotte.
The ref taking the hit.
It is unbelievable what these athletes have been putting each other through.
Big power bomb.
Each other beyond any normal human's limits.
Oh, we were trying to set him up. They were trying to set him up.
The red no DQ for shit, bro.
At all. Definitely on this one.
The whole time.
For the schoolboy.
Gosh, what impact.
What Rhea got? What Rhea got? Throwing outside. Oh, what you got?
Ripley not backing down and letting her know it.
Oh, get this. She's barely paying attention to her opponent. She's supposed to be competing in a match here.
This shit finna fuck Rhea over.
Boom.
Try to finish. Good reverse. Try to go for the fucking riptide.
Trading counters here. Able to slip away. Down on the neck with reckless abandon. And all that's left is one
Pain in my heart. I'll tell you 100
finishing
times.
touch.
Money on my mind.
Okay, he should really focus on the match now. We get the point.
Do I have a big
Reed. Yeah, you do. You do.
Thrown with such force. The whole ring is rattling.
Is it lagging or is it just my shit? No, I'm talking about I'm watching the stream.
Oh no, it's good right now. It's good right here.
Thrown into the corner with a little something extra. Oh, sent straight into the corner hard.
Connect, Lil Leon. But the corner, that's different. The standing one, yeah, connect. But the corner one, no. But if they reverse it, that's it.
If I get one more motherfucking
He managed to avoid that offense.
Well, I'm finna go ahead and hit the add button.
Hey, like Shaq.
You said if it get one more ad, you're gonna hit the.
Struggling to find a base.
Say it again.
Time could very well be
Are they qualified? Who qualified?
Before we do submission or which one? Which one you talking about? Oh, the pin. Yeah. Nothing. That was just the frog splash. That's the only thing we done seen. That's it.
Join me Wednesday night inside the UWA.
She went for a finisher and got reversed.
Yeah, got reversed. Yeah. Oh, never mind. Just qualify right there for the super. Shit. Now he's working the legs to getting that plan B already working up. I see you. And it's orange. Oh shit.
If he kept up, bro, I'm gonna cry.
Nah, no.
I'm gonna cry.
Brutal impact into the corner.
You on the time. Money on my mind.
Good reverse. Needed it. Throwing it to the outside.
You almost did what you did to me last season.
Waking
that
up.
might be your thing. Great display of confidence, but he doesn't want to give his opponent added motivation.
Yeah, Sturdy, how are you going to ask what I did?
That was way after.
What a forearm.
It's not like you were still on
Shit.
Down to the mat.
I was Seth Rollins, bro. I was only Gunther. And
Doubling down. Stun bars up. Uh-oh.
Maybe your asthma's kicking in.
Uh-oh. No. Mix up is crazy. Let's go.
definitely
Probably finna pick that pattern back up. Let's go. Counter. Uh-oh. Critical. One more move. Yeah, what's up?
Why'd you switch it to 3 number 15?
It's easier to book. Even though I put your team against each other tonight, it's easier to book. And going for the stomp. Because I don't got 4 people on the team. It sometimes get hard to do. I swear it do. What
You don't want to
teaming up like that?
Or
No.
like you first.
No, not you. Yeah, you're going to be the first to know, all right.
Just take a look at the WWE Universe. They know there is no better place to be than right here.
It's called House Freeze or something.
Counter.
To capture some
I'm not feeling nothing for Freeze.
They should add
We need another stun bar.
You know the shield set has the corner super defense stuff?
I don't know.
Set 22?
The 22, I don't know.
Yeah, he does. Because Combo used it the other night.
No, he do.
Combo used it the other night.
Yes.
So he has the one in the corner one.
So is the 22 better than the current one?
excellent opportunity for her to shift the momentum. She's able to see.
You say he got the black mass in the corner, right?
No, he has the
Corner
Yeah, the corner
He's got that.
like forearm song.
Did he got a corner? Do he got a corner sick besides that? What's that? The buckle bomb. He ain't got the other move. He's 722. He ain't got that no more.
The kick slammer is dominating. A full court press being applied to Ripley.
Damn, still
I'm not next, right? Like my match is not.
right after this is Hoove.
I think it's Orion.
It's Hoove and then Orion. It's Hoove then Orion.
No,
Buckle bomb. Yeah, you good. Yeah, you good. Yeah, you good, bro. Oh, you said you can't be next? Yeah, right after this one is combo.
This is a fight. She counters it.
There you go.
Some of that needed breathing room.
Qualified though. Most definitely qualified. And going for both of them off one run. You see, one more move. It could be nasty. It could be nasty. It could be nasty. I ain't trying to coach, but I ain't saying nothing. Fuck it. I'll let you do what you gotta do. It happened anyway. Okay. For the one kick out.
You got to question, how much is it worth? How much is it worth to continue through the agony?
Going through it, setting them up.
Every drop of sweat.
Oh, for the down. Okay.
The WWE Universe showing the love for these superstars who have given them so
Nasty combo. Oh, good reverse. Oh.
He just flipped the script there.
Counter for counter. Okay. Bringing it back. There you go. Look at that read. Look at that read. Oh, try to go for it. Reverse 30.
Desperately needs to figure this out. And Ripley is in complete control. Sent to the corner.
Oh, shit.
Oh, kind of stally.
Now a series of vicious
Which one? What move?
Springboard blackout.
Said a springboard blackout.
I'm just saying.
Hey, Sturdio, yeah, he was there for it though. He was right there. Cause cause if it was me, that bitch would have got me. I'm just gonna go ahead and be honest. But you know, Sturdio be on it though, so it's different. But me, yeah, man, you most definitely would have got me.
It was a little weird,
and Rollins in need of salvation.
Until he lost. Yeah, until he lost.
I wasn't thinking about it.
That's two. Oh, try to go for the walk down, but getting reversed. Okay. At least the attempt, I like it.
This is not where you want to be. Clearly lost in the moment.
The nigga will burst the super?
Hell yeah. On some crazy shit too. It was crazy as hell. Oh, he going for it again? Oh, Sturdy, you dangerous. You dangerous. Ain't selling. That no, you're not. No. I know it's accident. It was just in a moment. I know. I do it all the time on accident too.
I was trying to roll him up, but
I know.
All right, you ready, bro?
You're good. Yep, you good. After
Sitting back and degrading his opponent. Someone call the orthodontist.
Gotta figure out my next move, guys.
I know.
Me, nigga, you would have just kept it going.
Yeah, you would have said, fuck it. Yeah.
I wanted to kick him in the back so bad. Y'all don't anybody in the
Somebody good over there?
We're burning the shit up, man.
Burning the house down. Oh shit! Now you going for? Oh man! Oh lord! The super riptide. Oh man! Is that the dub for the 1, 2, and the 3? For real, Ripley. Good shit, man. Good shit. Good fight. Very good fight. Yeah. Very very good match, man. Okay, look at this.
Okay, put me down.
Yeah, I'm thinking, what the hell? Yeah. They shouldn't have that as a default. They shouldn't have that as no damn default.
What the hell?
Yeah, they shouldn't have that as no damn default, bro. That should not be default. Yeah, it's your match now, combo.
I got some y'all want to tell us, man?
I don't know what that was about. All right, let me make a. I'm gonna tell you all this. The TV still here?
Oh, I'm still here.
Bet it's your match now, and I need a spectator. Not everybody at once, please.
I'm going.
Who said that? Who said that first?
You said something
I heard something.
Tech said I'm joining. I don't know if he's talking to you or Quaz.
Yeah, probably Quaz. What'd he say?
I've been winning that punched on Don. I can't.
Yeah, you be out there fighting me, yeah.
I'm gonna watch y'all on stream. Your head.
Yours is right after this one. Yours right after this one. Let who finish cooking this food. Tight.
Fuck me. I know it's fuck check.
Damn. And combo, you can join and just give me a minute, TB.
Okay, had this match yet?
Nah, I tagged both of them, but they both ain't respond to me. It was him and it was Trav and what's his name? Trav and Lou. Yeah, Trav and Lou. I thought it was gonna be a little entertaining thing.
Oh shit, I never pressed.
You good? Oh.
Deal done.
What's
I'm
up?
there for my-
Oh, there you go.
Am I making one?
Let me see. If you want your match, I can tell you when, because I got your match written down. You are 1, 2, 3, and then the 4. Hold on, so it's you gotta wait 3 matches, unfortunately. But that's
Nah,
when
it's
yours-
good, man.
That's when yours.
Man, I fell asleep, came back, and crazy.
Tight.
You know what that means?
And TB, you could join in now. You can join.
I woke up. That doesn't mean shit. It's a new season, bro. It's a new season.
You said who won between that one? Sturdio did. It was a good match too. Hit him with a super fan. And Orion, you could join in too as well.
I can't even sit here and hold y'all, bro. If he kicked out of that single thing, it was all submissions. All submissions after that.
That's why you. I see you building up for your plan B. I see you doing it.
Yeah, bro.
I'm in the same boat with you on that Sturdio with having the dual body parts.
Yeah, you do. Both of y'all.
I only got them 3 leg moves, bro. I only got 3 legs.
On the bright side, I got more than that, but you know.
Yeah. You know, I'll be cooking that shit. I have to do it during stun bar.
All right, let's make this a good one.
I got grapples to do it, so it's nice.
Damn. Yeah, you're lucky.
Yeah. And mine's a SIG, so I don't gotta waste a finisher on it like you. So.
Tag team match underway.
I'm
rights in the division are on the line.
Highly competitive tag team division in
Two
WWE.
fans, freeze a nigga,
lock
rip
in.
side, put him in a prison
Will
trap.
go
I'll be
a long way in separating yourselves from the pack.
Oh, flying forearm. That'll turn your lights out. And he gets directed into the corner.
Oh wow! Oh wow! Oh wow!
I obviously didn't need that shit.
Ricocheting off the
I want you at the combo, bro.
You would you?
You're my brother, right? Shout out Tech. Not Tech. Shout out Trav.
Orton with a fist with an onslaught strikes like that, it's clear they have nothing but punishment on their mind.
Appreciate it. Shout that man back out.
One of the most dreaded maneuvers in all of sports entertainment drives them down with a vertebrae.
Y'all let that man get Cody Rhodes.
At what, number 5?
Underhook applied.
Yeah, number 5. Yeah, fell down further than what I thought.
At the last dude you want to see with him, he gonna get bored though. CB like to get new characters.
Do we? That Batista thing? Yeah, that Batista thing.
It's made, bro.
Yeah, he don't switch. He very consistent. You said we ain't seeing Cody.
Nice, bro.
All y'all got to do
Stun bars up. For the side effect. That's the only way it's coming off. Yeah, he fighting combo right now. He try to go for it. That's your one between the stun bar right there, TB.
It's just like me fighting Don and he got Jeff Hardy.
The guy that was stuck on Batista for a whole year. That's one. You said what? Hold on, my bad. I turned around. Did you get out or it bailed you out?
No.
Okay.
Look at Lil Leon.
Yeah, what's up? What's up?
Hey, do that forearm count?
Yeah, it count. That count. All they count. Yeah, all of it do. All running moves, because I ain't want to. Yeah, after the big boot, all of it count.
Hey, W Admin.
Oh, that's a W.
Cody possibly realizing his opponent might be just as dangerous as he is.
Now you talking about who I don't know.
What did they predict for the last match?
Oh, you. People's predicting you. I believe it's you.
I was going for Eric. Come on, man.
Oh, you went for it. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I didn't look at it.
I mean, yeah,
I know I fucked up on the very first one. Though. I know I fucked all the way up on that very first one. Though. I was just clicking shit.
Hey, what Jacob at?
He only fight on Thursdays, I think.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, you talking about the real name. I think you talking about Jacob Fatu. My bad.
But Don, Mike, them niggas changed that motherfucker.
Wait. Oh, it do that. Oh, even on the online too. Yeah, it do that on this too. Yeah, I thought it was just the island that do that. It do that on here too. That what is that? Yeah, the camera move when you do that Dusty Rhodes shit. I mean not the Dusty Rhodes. That what's that shit called? The Gold Dust shit. The Gold Dust shit.
Anybody played on this third person yet?
I know you got to keep moving that camera.
Oh yeah, no, it let me in. I'm gonna play this one when I got.
You just tried it. Yo, you said what, bro? Artists, yes, yeah, I'm gonna do it on that.
And if you're on the receiving end of that move, you gotta be.
Like I said, that camera be elite on like Weezy World segments. So like that's where I can see that being a good thing.
I was about 30 of that match. Yeah. Oh yeah. Vortex. So if y'all want to switch to oh, they got it. Let's do some chain right.
One more move.
Nah, if you're already in that one, it's cool.
TB going for the pedigree.
I need a one-on-one spot.
Can I be a B-Warrior against me?
You said you can't be a B-Warrior against me.
I'm talking about food and play next to me.
Can you get off or something?
You got to dodge just in time.
This is ABS.
I think I done seen this already, but I just got to double check some of the match card. Right now, that is TB and Combo.
Two teammates. Ex-teammates.
Yeah, it's TB. You're not associated with nobody this year.
Not yet, nah.
Damn, bro, they dropped you from NWO.
Goodness gracious.
Good. You should have known that was the first one. You should have known.
Man, I didn't do it. I ain't do that.
Hey, wait, TB, wait. That sound like a motive to me.
He talking about a movie.
TB know he left my team.
Oh, you tried it. You tried it. How weak.
who's the first person to try to bring that count out?
Nobody yet.
Surprise.
No ring courtesy.
It'll be no, Dawn. It'll be Sinbad trying to beat Brady off the count out when he can't. Leaning on the turnbuckle here.
That's his one.
It's gonna be me if it's a title match.
I think I'd rather DQ myself in a match than count someone out for
I don't care.
He's gonna pull. I thought he finna triple down for the side effect.
Man, these B's, man. See, he's stuck in your B, bro.
And going for the crossroads. Yeah.
his name though, it's TV.
He could have got one.
Going for the heavy. Let's go combo.
Not today, LA.
Yeah, he qualified, yeah.
Bingo.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, it's a long game.
But now he got rage, don't he?
I do not know. He ain't changed it from this, so I don't know. That worked.
He okay. He right on schedule. The combo
Shit, no, not yet. He got 1-1 in the chamber though. And he going for the Cody Cutter. He going for the cover for the one. Kicking out clean at just the one. Time for the comeback. Now it's time for the comeback. Oh, I thought that was gonna be a damn beat. For the fucking vertebraker. Yeah, I swear I thought it was a beat. He finna turn shit up.
He look like he was the
Appreciate
man
it,
that
follow.
ended up go.
I'm just talking to my tag team, tell me like
Going for another side effect.
Who was the man in the NWO? Who else was there?
Damn. Fuck combo, huh? He chopped it.
Combo, apparently.
Get
I
read.
forgot Combo didn't leave the
Yeah, he doubling down and
They
shit.
forgot about you, combo.
Stun bars up. Oh, there you go. Coming back with the fucking front and forearm. Tripling down on the fucking running forearm. What is he got? Oh, he only got one in the chamber. What's he going for? Is he stealing shit? Oh, is he? Oh, what's this? What is this?
No way.
Oh. No. He got reversed. Whatever it was. They didn't get reversed. Oh, shit. I'm just having fun. That's what I thought he was doing at first. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Damn,
Type shit. I like it. I like it.
You gotta just do two moves to get a 5-star rating.
Neither one of y'all do, so yeah, you just got to just fight.
Might have to give you a wise man application.
Get reverse. You try to go for the RKO. Ain't got reversed. Going for the third person. Damn, it's time to recover.
I'm gonna make a list of all like Scott Steiner's iconic lamps too.
You can do the Steiner math. Or you can call anybody a fat bitch. You could do that too. Yeah, he just talks shit, man. You can call somebody wrinkled skin. You can say all that shit, like it's just anything. You got enough loose skin. What the fuck? Oh, there you go. There you go.
Oh, you could do
Going for the orange stomps.
TNA promo.
Steiner math.
No.
Oh.
Yeah.
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 Good kick out. Go. Need one finisher combo. One finisher that could change everything.
Interesting promo in the back.
Hey, Don.
What's up, man? And caught his ass. You said what, Corey? For the one. kick out.
I said, tell that bitch ass nigga Psycho he a bitch and no one
Quaz got to be ready for a match.
Be your mentor.
You said, well, John Cena was mad on Raw. Type shit.
Hey, what that little boy say to me?
He said he want to fight you or something.
Well, I don't think you got no potential.
No.
He's so butt. Like,
I don't mind what y'all say, but just don't break the TOS. But yeah, y'all can go ahead and squad and say shit. Oh, TOS. Oh, TOS.
Man, Rhea Ripley.
Oh yeah, that's immediately broke TOS.
I was waiting for Cody.
What is he gonna do with it though? He ain't finished.
Man, that nigga Stardio a bitch, nigga. Fuck Stardio, nigga.
Fuck his grandma. For the Cody Cutter.
Post that picture in general right
For the 1, 2, and the Rizzo has been used. Nah, it's working. It's working. Yep. It seemed like Combo just debunked that theory about it's broken. Well, broken. Oh, he tried to go right for it. Oh God. He said, I apologize. Yeah, he ain't finished. Oh, is this safe? No, it's not safe. I don't think it is. For the 1, 2. He just kicked out. Is it? Oh, it is? Okay. Oh, my. For the fucking crossroads. Is that it? For the 1, 2, and the 3. Man, good fight, bro. He says that Cody. Yeah, he was just forcing shit, yeah. Fucking Cucky Rhodes. You did good fight, man. Good fight. You forced the hell out of that damn shit. Oh, you say he don't need NWO protection.
Okay. That's what he trying to prove, bro. He don't need no NWO protection.
This man Combo needed the protection.
Nah.
Yeah, what you trying to say?
I didn't say none of that. I said TB trying to prove that
Let
he
us
don't.
hear it. Real good match, Combo.
All I'm saying.
Good match. Who are you? You got everything good? Or you still need one more match?
Not yet.
Okay. All right. What's his name? Yeah, you and Tech finna fight. Quaz, you can fight right after this match.
I'll definitely be ready.
Yeah, you good. You good. And let's see. It's Orion and Tech, yo. It's Orion and Tech. Let me make sure to take. I'm gonna make another match. I'm gonna make another one.
So, are we gonna see the first submission in this match?
I almost had mine, but old buddy popped his resale on me.
He getting that I'm ready.
No, I popped resale on mine. I popped resale on mine. I was trying, but I did the wrong damn finisher at the end, so I didn't hold it. That's why I fucked up. I was gonna submit him though. I was not trying to, fight him kicking out and shit.
Yo, Ryan, you want to do Dark Man real quick?
He's getting ready to fight.
Yeah, he finna fight right now.
Oh my god.
Yeah, what's up? Who called me?
Who did you end up picking?
Man, fucking nigga name Stardio.
I picked Bray Wyatt.
You're done. Wow, okay.
Yeah.
Supposed to pick. That's definitely
pick on that nigga.
Yeah. Yeah, I tried to switch it up.
I chill this flag, gang.
Post that shit.
Nah, bitch ass up, boy.
Carl Winslow looking motherfucker.
I said Carl Winslow.
That's huge switch up.
Yeah.
Playing fucking JBL.
I know. And I won my first match tonight. I'm gonna see how long I can keep this shit going.
He still got me in his camera over his face.
All right. All right. Oh, okay. There you go. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Okay. There you go.
There's the first one of the season.
There we go.
There's the first one. He's my boss. Oh.
Somebody
say that's almost time.
Weezy out of here.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie. I'm a 20 back in my kryptonite. TV, that's my kryptonite, bro.
See you later.
Hey,
When
combo
a
like
nigga be on me, bro, I can't. I'm out.
Oh, combo. If it makes you feel any better, me and you
trying to be that guy,
same
bro,
record
you know
right
what
now.
I'm saying?
We both are 1-1.
CB, that's CB. We can run it back whenever. Don't get it twisted.
I'm just saying, combo 1-1. I never been pinned by you, bro. I'm saying.
All right. Who I need? Ryan, you could join in now.
I show sportsmanship, and I'm the bad guy, and I'm about to fuck you up. So don't forbid me ever again in your life, nigga. All right. Don't do that ever again. What rule is that? Let me take a rule number, bro.
I never beat you 4 times.
All right, and combo, you could join in now too.
Run it back. You could run the tape back. It was only 3.
I'm fucking.
Weezy tried pulling that shit on me last year too. I had to watch the tape back. It was only 3. It was only 3. I know the rules. I follow the rules.
He does. I'm not wrong.
TB, I'm gonna sit like this. Run back whenever, bro.
Yeah.
Hey.
He do though.
And I gotta run my shit back in the damn underground. Y'all want, if y'all want to get down there too.
Hey, look, like, why you looking at like, bro? You get nothing off. You don't get no sig off, no fin off, like, damn.
Yo, somebody said edit Lil Corey. Some people bald in this picture.
First, who called him damn Carl Winslow? Yeah, after that he was just going on.
What did he say to call me?
You didn't hear it?
No.
Yeah. He dropped the forbidden word. Yeah, you can't.
We have another scumbag.
Yo, Don,
That young nigga was going crazy with that words, bro.
Yeah.
Crazy, man.
Yeah, bro.
I fell to the table.
It was like, oh.
He's just doing him. Just doing him. It's right now. You right after this, Quads. You right after this one. Yeah, what's up? Yep. Right now, Ryan fighting. Yeah, you. I think you can still get it. Cause right after this, is Hoove and then Brady versus Sinbad. Well, hold on. If they never showed up.
He's about to show up like 2 hours.
Hey, what if my tag team partner magically?
If your tag team show up, you good. But after Brady, I gotta get Des match. Then that's when all the tag. That's when I believe all the tags go down. Like right after that. You see? Yeah, I think that's everybody. No, he was last year.
I know. Fair enough.
Fair enough. Why, you want a t-shirt?
No. I only have one wrestle t-shirt. It's a Jacob Fatu, the werewolf
Did you see the
t-shirt.
whiplash off the turnbuckles?
John Cena camera t-shirt. I'm
Look
not
at John
buying
Cena camo hat.
If John Cena releases heel merch, I might have to buy it.
And he's absorbed some stiff offense already.
TBT
I thought it was a
leaving
new
t-shirt.
season, bro. I thought it was a new season, Weezy.
It is, bro. I'm sorry.
Look at
I thought it was supposed to be.
Lil Corey said to you in general, Don.
And delivers the backbreaker.
I can only imagine. Come on, that one last move could have been one.
Right where he wants it.
He threatened you, man. He said you better.
Catches Muda.
He said I apologize. I already DM'd him. I told him, I said after this match I'd unmute him.
Tell him not to say that word again. He didn't apologize for that.
DDP's proving to be quite the force.
Fight you some other. Yeah, I get other people some chances. To fight the motherfucking.
The reversal by Page. Counters and counters. Each superstar looking dialed.
I got the promo.
Give me what I want. Yeah.
Dropping the elbow right on the knee.
Cody fired enough and
I missed that spear too, bro.
One per stun bar.
I missed that spear.
What if one for some, bro? I can say that.
Crossroads pretty good, ain't it?
Yeah.
That crossroads speaks to him.
Imagine if he still had the vertebraker with it.
It's better now. It's fucking the wise dodge now, bro.
You don't know the vertebraker?
Yeah, I realize.
No, it's a regular move. It's a regular move.
Yeah, what? If you press Y and they don't like attack, pretty much
attacking the shoulders.
Corey.
Looking for something big, but shrugged off.
Yeah, you got me on that RKO, and I was like, alright.
Gets reversed.
Is it worse or better this year?
Corey, if you looking at the streams, you coming in right after this, bro. You gotta take your penalty.
Oh, you know, that's the discussion this year, bro. Cause like, since last year, Dodge took us some bad things, tried to pick them up fucking Smith.
Oh yeah, that is true.
Yeah, bro. Cause I seen him walk toward me. I'm like, he gonna throw that motherfucker. I tried to anticipate it. Dodge. Ran it, boom. Yeah, I got kicked out the first. I said that. I got
didn't know how to dodge this year. I never knew how to dodge. I've been playing since 22. Never knew.
Combo or bubbles.
I lost, bro. I lost.
Diamond Dallas Page firing up.
That's it's just disgusting.
Focused on the knee and taking it out with precision.
Ain't gonna lie, bro. Shit is
That should be TBU's nickname.
I'm just getting
TB hitting B.
I'm just finna throw fins and shit.
Delivered into the barricade.
Study said don't explain nothing to him.
Guys like that.
Damn.
Back in the ring.
You gotta educate the youth or at least try.
Muda is locked in on his opponent now.
When we get off this game, what we got? Real life.
What are you talking about, bro?
I'm saying, we gotta stop taking
Yeah. Yeah.
This like what I lost, but what I lost.
Yeah.
You see that crying out of break? That's a yeah.
Hey, what lethal shooter say? I understand it now.
Once you reverse that, I was like, oh shit, maybe like that.
I'm not breaking. I said yeah. My mom said yeah.
I understand it.
Oh, now you understand it.
It will be for long.
My phone died.
Stormbringer applying and attacking the shoulder. Smart strategy early. Wait a minute. Looking for something big.
Yeah.
Shrugged off.
That's all we doing. Yep.
False hope really just the.
This match is getting the better of him. Yeah, he's absolutely in danger of losing it all here.
Sits straight into the corner hard.
Okay, if I miss it.
Stupid ass. Oh, wow. That like
Are you turning over a new leaf or something? I ain't never heard this from you. I thought it was always just win. Oh, okay. Are you saying that because you know you're going to lose already? Is that why you saying that?
I'm John Cena. No, I'm be John Cena. Who wants to get except for my opponent tonight. My opponent tonight, I got to win. But as far as next show. No, as far as next show. Who wants to get pushed?
Shit, I don't mind taking. Yuli got to get his rematch against me, he said.
And Yuli again?
I need to run back me and Don.
We're going in the underground. Knock his ass out down there.
I want that Hell in a Cell run back.
Just booking for Thursday, bro. I mean, we could, if you want to take your win tonight.
Good reverse. Oh no, I'm good. I'm gonna take my one win and run tonight. I know when to stop. The crouch, no, not by the crouch, no. What's her name, dude? Is it that girl? What's her name? Michelle McCool got it from the ground? No. Oh, from the knee or something like that? Not the Diamond Cutter, but you know what I'm saying. Hold on. He said Diamond Clash. I thought he said Diamond Clash. Is that what you said? Yeah. Same move at the same, you know.
I know if that was DDPs or not.
Shit, man.
Isn't qualified yet either.
Off the ropes. He ain't gonna see the thing.
Oh, he ain't. I would.
Nah, he ain't got to.
Anticipated that.
Oh, good reverse. If he was faster, he could have hit you with that right there. That's what I was thinking. With that right there. Let's go. Count that shit, ref. For the 1, 2. Oh, he kicked out. He kicked out. I thought I finna see Rezeal. I thought I finna see Rezeal. That was late as hell, Orion. You playing with fire right now. You playing with fire, my boy. You playing with fire. Yeah. Oh, see, I wouldn't even try that. Oh hell no. His blind ass, blind ass fucker. Hell no. No, I can't stand this bitch. Fuck him. He look like a fucking milk dud. Q Money, appreciate it.
I want to see the first shit that.
Which one? Me? Yeah.
Nah, him.
Oh, Orion? Oh, you talking about him kicking out?
Yeah, do it again.
Oh, that's what you're talking about. Oh.
Weezy, why would he clip it?
Hey, it's not
Look at this.
Can of worms.
Weezy, you know who Ryan is?
Oh, here it go. Here it goes.
Hey, way to keep this tradition going.
There it is. Yeah. New season, you know. Gotta keep track of the thing. How is this movie?
Oh shit!
This nigga keep in the street, my nigga. This nigga keep
This nigga deep as that motherfucker.
Get it this year. Fuck this nigga, man.
Guys are beating the hell out of each other. Come on. I seen him text. Yeah, I seen him. Yeah, I seen him put something. He said that travel in here. I seen that. I thought they was, but think about it. You don't think that'd be a good match though? Them two together.
Oh, it will. Luke gonna win that shit.
You think so?
Some smack too.
Yeah, they be talking that shit. Yeah. You think we'd be seeing doubles and all kinds of shit in that match?
No.
You don't think so?
Definitely got better this year. He took a leap ahead. He like the same thing around here.
Gotcha.
I feel like
Who is that?
Which one? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? It's critical. Going for the power bomb. Okay. Going for the cover 2. For the 1, 2, and was that Rezo or no? Well, how come you okay? So I thought, am I tripping or? Yeah, I get that, but I thought he used to take like the whole entire like momentum bar. He only do it by a little bit. I like that better because it's like okay, you don't got to work for so much. Oh, good reverse. Yeah. Uh-oh.
I like it though.
And it got that's 2 of them reverse. That's 2 of them forcing it at this point. But at the same time that it kind of fucked you up. It did it from behind. It's stupid. Heavy? Yeah, I hate that stupid shit. Definitely you're in front of him already. It's like what the fuck? Why is it turning around?
Hey, tranquilo, bro. You had to talk about 8 ads.
I got 8 of them bitches.
You did. Oh, good shit.
Oh, I got 9. Another 9.
Subs, you don't have ads.
How much is a fucking sub? Matter of fact, how much that shit is?
I think it's like $5-6. Check on PC though. Check on PC. Hold on, Weez. Do you got Amazon Prime?
Yeah.
If you link your account, they'll Twitch and Amazon. It give you a free sub. You don't got to pay for the shit.
For how long?
For a month. It renews every month.
No, now we're ads just like that. Now with Twitch Prime, you only get 1 free sub with Twitch Prime.
Yeah, per month. Yeah, a month. Every month it give you that free sub though. It give you that 1 free
If I had
sub.
a free sub every month, I wouldn't have just paid for them.
Well, I don't know why. Maybe it wasn't a reset yet. It tell you when to fall. That's it now. They used to give you 1 free one every month.
Oh yeah, saying they had to be outside my Twitch Prime for next month.
They doing that now? Oh wow. Oh wow.
I feel like no.
Damn, I didn't know they were doing that.
It's pretty interesting ads they give them.
Leon said they still give. Leon said they still give you one per month. They just not change unless they just not change it. I don't know. I don't know.
I paid $8 at the start of the show.
They are
I had Amazon Prime for like 2 years now. I got one sub from them.
I still have Amazon Prime and I don't get one a month.
I did it on my PC, my phone, through Amazon.
Yeah, it's do it through the PC. The app and shit don't work. Oh, good reverse too. And for the oh yeah, you're done. You're done. You're done. You're done. You're done. You're done. You're done for the 1, 2, and the 3. Yep, I knew it. I knew it. After that reverse, I knew it was over with. After that reverse. Good. Good shit, Ted. That was good. That ending was crazy. The ending was fucking crazy.
I take that. Go. Making your way out of the bum section, nigga.
Out of the bum section.
Tech says, you're next, Don.
I'm next. I'm next.
Book it.
I'm weak. I'm weak. He said book it.
Goddamn right, book.
There it is.
This shit, nigga. Tech got that dub. The 1-0 on them niggas, man. Fuck them niggas. That training came in handy like that, boy. It's a product of that training.
2-0 last year. Look at where they ended up.
All right, who's next on here? Oh yeah, Hoover, you good now?
I'm here. Let me know when the lobby opens so I can know that bitch hit different.
I got you. I'm making it right now.
No,
he didn't. No, he didn't pop it. No, he didn't.
It was close. All blocky.
It was close. It was close. I was one try away if I would have missed it.
They were pretty damn close. The way it played, like I thought I had it.
Who the fuck, yo?
It was good. Hey, you know what I thought?
I told you he didn't need no super
I made it to 5 stars. I thought you were gonna do it.
You kept. You kept bursting my
Who said my name?
Oh shit.
Not sure, but who could join in? Quaz, you could join in right now. Yeah, Quaz, you could join in first, and then who you right after.
Yeah. Hey, I've been saying this for
This was. I'm weak. I'm weak.
It's always Thursday.
And who you could join into?
Exactly, Combo. Off day. Shit happened. Shit happened. It's gonna be a You got hit with me, and I got hit with, Tech.
You look like a fucking greatness to somebody.
Bro, like this wild shit is so annoying, bro. Oh my god.
Yep, who you could join in. Yep, you could join in.
Honestly, what me was
He's a great opponent. You ain't got no excuse, alright? You got your ass.
Hey Quaz, you probably gonna think I'm being Quaz. You probably gonna think I'm being corrupt when I say this. You probably gonna think I'm being real corrupt.
Bro, Mars, bro, I'm trying to pick that cross. I died.
Go ahead, bro.
You go ahead and pick Damian Priest. And you can pick Gunther next show.
Bro, I'm pissed.
Nah, bro.
Damn.
Oh, he definitely about. He thought he was about to pull it fast.
Gunther already did fight
more
this
now.
show, yeah.
Yeah, only because he was already fought already. I would have let it slide if he didn't fight, but yeah, he fought. So Quaz, next show you can most definitely have your guy. I don't care about Gunther. You can most definitely have him.
The match never happened.
Negative control.
No.
Yeah,
What's up?
Come on, you supposed to be little bro, like. I gotta come holler at you, bro.
He said you thought I forgot.
Like, you gotta come. I gotta pull you by your fucking ear in my office or something. Like, you supposed to be
And
my
combo,
brother, bro.
you could join in too. Quaz, are you here?
Man, my second match
There you go. There you go, Quaz. Next show you can have your character, but this show you gotta pick a big DP. Yeah. I know. I knew you weren't gonna like that, but you know how it is.
Y'all should have told me that ahead of time, cause I've been practicing with nothing but fucking.
Oh, sorry. You should have known that was gonna do that. You know how I am. I'm corrupt.
No,
man.
I shouldn't have. You should have fucking said it ahead of time.
Whoa. Face,
Yeah.
face quad though. Face quad.
Yeah, look. Yeah, talking about a face Quaz. Yeah, look.
Face quad.
You right.
Yeah.
I just about to say what happened to the face squad though.
Heel quads, bitch.
Say heel quads. Oh yeah, let me get this thing over.
That took like 2 hours, yeah.
All right, Corey, do the right thing, man.
Hey Corey, how's your
All
day?
right, now he deafened himself this time, so they ain't on me.
Getting this matchup underway, we see Eric Bischoff.
Wait, bro, wait.
And Damian
He said, "Wait."
And standing across from them, it's a
Let me
very
fight, let's
tough
fight,
test
then,
with Hollywood Hogan and Randy Orton.
Fuck me, I don't even know you.
Lots of animosity towards each other, and now they have a
You good, man. You good.
Wait, can we change to yo, I got the code for yo. Let's storm on the keep house, make him change dog that
I'll go there, but I like the water. I actually like it though, but I don't blame you though.
You gotta be more strategic with that shit now.
You gotta look at your stamina and everything. Like all that play a role with this shit.
The dodge is easier to do. However, it's a double-edged sword.
Hey, Don,
Yeah, what's up, man?
you gonna stream it, cuz?
Nah, I still got hours. I still got a couple more hours, man. I think I ain't in that 5 hours yet. I got to go at least to 5 hours. I'm at 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Powering their opponent up.
See, you got this stumble. Good shit. Good shit. Yeah, what's up? You finna sing that damn song?
Hollywood is not someone to take lightly, and the opposition is starting to feel the effects of that truth.
Do it. I don't know nothing about that. You know, you remember he's Japanese right now to me. Yeah.
With a little something extra.
Invincible's not anime.
I don't watch none of that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't watch none of that stuff, Brittany. I'm sorry.
Bro, you got just watch it.
Down to the mat.
Just jump in like that.
Yeah, you have to watch from the
That's the only thing. I ain't gonna know who none of them people is.
Now, once you watch
Left, right,
from the
good night.
beginning, season 3, episode 8 is like one of the best like episodes.
Other than the other one I introduced the one.
Damn, so I really still be watching
The show is
Invincible.
Invincible.
You know, I be seeing memes about it all the time, like all the fucking time.
Bro, you guys talking about it? Like, he's the worst superhero in my life, man. He's trash.
When you watch it
That shit. You can watch it on Amazon Prime.
Yeah, he has ass beat every.
And is it on Crunchyroll?
It's not an
Oh, it's not anime. Oh, my bad. Oh. Good shit.
That's like the only animation show I watch besides I usually watch
Brady, remember your matches right after this, bro. You fighting what's his name? Yeah, Sinbad, yeah. Sinbad, your match is next. I don't know if you heard me or not.
And that's the last
Yep, that's the last singles here. Hold on, no, hold on, wait a minute. Well, JB, yep, JBL, yep, that's the last one. Oh, hold on, LA Knight, my bad, bro. I got you. My bad.
This is a promo.
Let me see. Who It was Henny. I can switch you out with somebody. I don't know. Let me tell you. Dave Bautista.
We can do Brady versus Dez and Orion.
Is that this studio?
No, like Invincible, like fuck combo.
Yeah, exactly.
Could be getting into a
I'm about being 30 on this, nigga. But
Drop it in the chat. Oh.
Invisible. Hold on. So wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, so these two different things. I thought you were talking about that thing Sturdio posted. That's what I thought you were talking about. Yeah, that. Okay, so what is? Okay, so what is? Okay, yeah, I'm finna say what the hell is that? Yeah, I'm finna say what is that?
We don't watch Invincible. That shit the truth.
Yeah, I never seen Invisible. I never even heard of it.
You gotta watch Invincible now. Tonight, you rub your teeth together.
Just put that on.
One non-contest.
Hey, Combo,
I'm fucking weak.
Here's
I think
I'm
we
fucking weak.
I've been caught that spot.
I'm gonna watch it. And then, Don, you need to watch.
Man, for real.
Not sure if he should
What
waste
is
all
it?
his time.
So we didn't put you on there, but Invincible, bro. Hey, bro, you got strong stomach, nigga.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Come on, man.
It's gory, bro.
Yeah, nigga, you niggas
I
hard.
got you.
The momentum's clearly against Priest now. Yeah, Priest needs to shift wherever his focus is over the
But like,
It don't get like that, but they be fucking.
Like they don't be at the same time.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, you won't understand how good it is probably off like the third episode.
That's episode 1.
What's the episode where I'm not gonna say too much, where Brody go to space? What's the episode with the tragedy?
Is it like a death in every episode or no?
Bro, not for
yes,
like,
technically.
Might as well be.
Not for like big characters on the show. Like, niggas die.
Yeah. Okay,
I'm
good.
niggas die.
Niggas
Too much for you.
Moral
of the story, everybody died.
The walk down is nasty.
Everybody died.
That's tough enough. Come on, big dog.
It's on Prime Video.
If you were in that world, you died.
Yeah.
Nobody walks
It's on
out.
Prime Video, or if you play, I got you.
Not even the immortal walked out alive.
The immortal beast. He's immortal, bro.
Yeah, South of fucking heaven.
Pay me $5 a month and I'll let you use my Xbox Prime.
Why would I do that? Oh, they did make that a SIG? I knew they would. For the one. It's faster than what I thought, though.
Damn, that shit fast as fuck.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I had a feeling I was gonna make it there, but yeah, it's fast, way faster than what I thought.
What's another 17 years? I can just make another one.
So, boy, qualified Don to know.
Which one? Hulk Hogan? No, he got to hit his damn leg drop. Other than that, he hit the SIG though.
It's the boot.
And then Damian Priest, he got to hit his SIG too. The only thing he did was the South of
I
Heaven.
did hit a SIG. What you mean?
You did? You hit the? Oh yeah, you just did. You just did. I was just talking about it. I was just talking about it. I'm tripping, bro. My bad. My bad, bro. I was just saying because I was saying they should have made that a SIG. Yeah, Quaz did. Who just got to hit the big boot? I'm not the big boot. The leg drop.
Wait till everybody's done talking.
Was she just a pet to you?
Hell yeah. Actually, no, she's not. She's bad as hell. Nigga, more than a pet. That's my wife. Talking about.
What's another 17 years? I can just make another one.
Continuous counters. These superstars looking locked in.
Yo, you saying too much. Jay ain't right yet.
Stumbling to his feet. He might just be rising to meet his end here.
Good combo.
It's Sinbad.
Ryan just lost the top. Anything can happen.
He did.
That's really good.
It was a good ending though. It was a good ending.
Kick to the stomach.
The only thing I'm worried about is if the super heavyweight feels like
Anybody unlocking adrenaline and all this shit? Even if he's like late in the match.
Let me put y'all on game, bro. You don't actually have to play the island for that shit. Just make a character with the goddamn.
Damn, off the runner.
Like,
Appreciate it. There you go, he qualified now. I know because you can't be like this. It's fine. I'm plat 3.
Hey, shut the hell up. What I said is done.
Count, ref.
I just put on screen 3 and I'm fucking niggas up.
No, we still broke.
I want to clip something real quick. Let me see something. I'm finna see something real quick.
Niggas gotta show y'all reseal, bro. Y'all gotta be on that.
Y'all have to put Yurizo first.
Yeah, bro.
I didn't know until that shit
or like just
showed
second.
up.
That's just false, bro. Maurice was always second and not next kick out. Yeah, bro.
No, because you're over at 88.
Off guard. I think that's he had a little hit back first, and he didn't type research that shit. No.
This nigga Don clipping it to see when he said his research.
Don, that shit not credible no more, bro. He did it last year anyway.
Yeah, I know.
Just move on, man.
Move on. Like
Hey, Quaz, you don't want to hear. You don't want to look at this clip. I'm gonna just say that. Yes.
Why I don't want to look at the clip?
You don't want to look at the clip. Hey, I could. Here. You do? Okay, here you go.
Like, what is you gonna show? My reason was just broke. Like, what
No, it's not even it. It's not even it.
That's what he about to say.
There you go. This I put in the Discord for you. You can listen. You can listen to when you said it. And I thought, and to be fair, I thought that you had it because your thing was glowing up. So I low key thought that you had it. Oh. But I would say just take this one on the chin. Yeah, I finna say take it on the chin. Use going through it. Next show, have fun. Take your L like Britney did. Y'all.
This how you make heels.
Said this how I make heels.
That's how you do it.
Let me be at ringside.
Nothing, bro. I didn't say nothing, bro. I'm starting off with a clean slate. I ain't say nothing smart. I said good job to both of y'all. That's it. Brady, you ready to fight? It's almost over. I'm almost done with all the singles. I'm literally almost done. I got less than 3 left. Yeah, there's the next, and then LA Knight, and then we're done with all of them. You said who left?
Yaka left. He's LA Knight. Skip him.
Is he big? He right there. Look at him. He said, "Look, he right there." Yep, it's your match. Yeah, it's your match. I'm setting it up now.
I don't want your ass right now. I don't know what you're gonna do.
You don't get a choice. I'm gonna tag you for me. I'm there whether you want it or not.
What did I do?
You think you're tough in your picture?
I was happy that I got a rib.
You had a little rope, right?
Yeah, I was so happy because it was so many niggas out there with plain jackets.
All right, Vortex, you could join them on my match.
Let me know.
You want to fight LA Knight?
Give me 1 second. I just need to make sure something's over.
I do.
Yo, hold on, Combo. You hold on. Yeah, I did. My bad. I did offer. Combo, I'm glad you just reminded me because I did say you was next after Brady because I gave it to him. I got to give it to Combo.
Rambo isn't here. So
Combo and Yaka. It's gonna be at the Dezo match.
Man, I ain't gonna lie. I can't be 0-2. I can't be 0-2. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you, bro.
Tony Khan.
He said I can't be 1-2. Okay, who we waiting on? We need
you
Sinbad. You could join in now.
Okay. Yo, okay.
And then the Combo, you could join in whenever you're ready to.
Oh, damn, I wanted ringside. I like Call of
Oh, you want to hold on? What you want? Oh, on this one. Combo, you mind if Rambo gets his teammate shit?
Oh yeah, good.
I mean, peculiar.
I mean, hold on. I'm tripping.
So
Whoever on teams in this shit. My bad. Peculiar. Come on.
Wait, what's going on?
It's Peculiar. It's just out there just to watch.
I'm just here to watch. And provide comments.
So Peculiar or Sinbad?
Me to join too?
Yep, you can join in Sinbad. That's Sinbad.
That's dirty, yo.
He said that's 30, yo. Hey, I'm gonna tell you all y'all little pop quiz. Sinbad is a professional wrestler. Just throwing that out there.
More of like a Make-A-Wish kid. They let have a match.
Come on, bro. Come on. He had that shit ready.
You can't be mad at
He was waiting.
I think Sinbad's part of Retribution.
Hey, it went. I can see it.
Back in the WWE, bro. Fuck, give me some tickets, my nigga.
Cinematic part of that Retribution.
Oh, I'm
I
in
can
the
most
back
definitely
talking to
see it.
Jade and everybody. I'm in the back talking to everybody.
Why you talking to just Jade, bro? Why you just say Jade?
You know what I'm
Got
doing.
with Jade, bro.
Cut that head up.
Let me find out Roman and Jade fucking on the low.
So Sinbad, are you gonna join?
Oh, freak, yeah.
Or...
Yeah. Where are you?
Choke slam the shit out your freaky ass, please.
There it is.
You care right now? I'm like, hey, yo, Jay, let me get some of that ooey gooey. Shit, I'm like,
I was just gonna delete.
Alright, Sinbad, I need to tag you when we start.
Alright, you get both joined in.
Go by that black Xbox. Baby, please.
You know, I just rolled up a fucking quarter.
Damn,
That shit hard to
I
tell.
feel like I'm just feeling I be bro.
Type shit.
They got what's Jello fucked up. My nigga said he was
How does he have free throw as an 80 overall?
He not. That's it. That's 85. It's 85.
He's 86.
Oh, okay.
Actually, he's 86.
Oh, 80. Oh, you talking about you? Yeah, he 86.
my whole Xbox just cut off.
He was asking how I had reason.
Oh, yeah, I thought you were talking about the other one.
He hasn't updated his stats.
Two guns on my like it's Law and Order. You know I do that.
All right, Brady.
I did not invite you. I did invite Don. I'm dumb as invite Flash.
Yeah.
And we are locked and loaded for this tag team matchup. Getting this matchup underway, we see Eric Bischoff and Ethan Page, and across from them, they're going to be squaring off with Scott Steiner and Bronson Reed.
This shit could be working for me.
You really need to find a way to properly mix your skills with your
I got a bandit on that motherfucker. Maybe Maz.
All right, right now.
Any push-up you can do, Don?
Can you do my pre-game?
Here we go again. He made his point.
You said, can I do what?
How many push-ups can you do?
A great display of confidence, but he doesn't want to give his opponent added motivation.
Oh.
And he stops that offense. Slowly moving. I'm sure he can feel the target.
I wasn't doing the game for it.
Narrowly escaping there.
Dodge.
Damn. Come on, Brady. Nasty combo, bro.
Oh, they ain't give Brunson the purple ball?
Nah.
Every crazy. Answer with another.
It might be just because of the tag match.
Nah, I think it just get to him anyway, don't it? I think it just is a thing.
that don't matter. That don't matter.
Yeah, he just don't got it.
He's definitely not taller.
Yeah.
There's like 4 of them in the game, bro.
You have to be tall to be a giant. You can't just be fat.
Yoko,
was like 6
yeah.
foot,
6 something, yeah.
Yeah, he also 500 pounds. So I think he evens out. Nia Jax has that bit.
Yeah.
Nia Jax, the same reason.
Clearly lost in the moment. He better snap out of it.
Again, Brunson might not be a giant. He might be something else. He might be a powerhouse.
What'd you think he
Yeah,
is?
he's probably a powerhouse. There's no way he a giant jumping through the ropes and shit. That shit would be OP. I mean, do you remember Wesley's face? Yeah, of course. Dollar.
Page perhaps struggling to keep up there.
Ty Dolla Sign?
Ty Dolla Sign. No, Top Dollar.
Top dollar.
He said Ty Dolla Sign.
Dollar Sign, Dollar Sign.
All these counters, it's like they're in each other's moves. Countering each other again and again.
There you go. You got me, bro.
Y'all know Top Dollar still wrestle though, right? He still be out there and wrestling and shit. Yeah. The last thing I seen him do, he was throwing BDE through a damn table.
Yeah, I saw that.
I feel like TNA and WWE's gonna merge.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah.
I don't see it happening. They're already naming
You can't get caught in a hailstorm like that if you want to win.
Brandy.
He should really focus on the match now. We get the point.
I understand what you're saying.
Damn move.
I mean, they had to evolve.
Laying it in.
I mean, hey,
Say ECW.
Bring TNA and
Yeah,
push
but
on
don't
Thursday.
bring
That's hard.
Don't bring ECW back.
Yeah, when the people who did bring in were ass. They wanted a fucking zombie.
So they brought in a zombie.
His gimmick was that he was a zombie. The other one was a vampire.
Hey, WWE had a vamp too. They had a couple of them. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's different.
That ain't different.
He's still a vamp. Yeah, he's still a vampire. Yeah, he was a vampire. This shit. I don't know. They had a lot of copy gimmicks. They were just throwing jobbers and shit out there. They had a lot of gimmicks. Baseball man. I seen so much shit, man. Pizza man, Repo man. It's so many things, bro. It's so much.
Yeah, the 80s and 90s. Really
Yeah, they was just throwing gimmicks out there.
The new generation.
Just anything.
Okay, he should really focus on the match now. We get
Just gonna keep doing push-ups, get my overall.
I bet you fucking would.
You be the talk of the town. If you show up to your job at overall,
We need a stun bar.
I don't think a stun bar is going on.
or it's a Tom Ford.
Why does it get out so loud?
He made his point. Concentrate on the match instead of everything outside of it.
What's the rule on carry?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? Yeah, what do you mean? Is it? Nothing. No. Yeah, you can't do none of that. The only one they stun. There's what's the name? Action. Sinbad action.
Man, he know the fucking rules.
Oh wow.
This shit, Brady.
But yeah, you can't carry Sig or Finn. The only time you can do is when they completely stun. I don't know, cause he gonna say, "You didn't tell me earlier, man." I'm telling you, it's gonna come up when he try to do some shit.
Y'all be talking the most shit about this man. Oh my gosh.
Twisty. He said you still here.
I don't think I ever had it.
You did, nigga. Like you did. You still got it.
I don't know.
Listen at that song, just funding you
I
sang
don't know, Sturdy.
You had it bad, bro. Like you know for the converter. Like you actually harassed a strawberry on
Ethan's chances are fading.
GTA though.
That shit was not.
Shit. Well, if both of y'all people, you know, flips and shit, both of y'all go. Yeah, just put both of them. Yeah, just both of them. It just work out perfectly. We'll find out next. We're gonna find out right after this match. We literally finding out if both of them gonna be matching up Rambo and what's his face. No, it's only for the big boot. It's only for the big boot.
Not the dumbass picture shift straight.
There you go. It's building up. It's building up. Is Rizzo broken? Okay. Yeah, just let us know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got to twist the fate.
That pretty smile. Look at that smile.
I'm weak.
Alright, I did my Scotch line.
They just call it the twist of fate.
Yeah, I can't chill.
I'm not too
Who's game? Who said that? You ain't here with me? Who said that? Rambo? Oh, no, not Rambo. Goddamn. Drop. You said that? Nah, he in there. He in there. Shit, I don't know. Run up out of there. Get the hell up out of there. What's his name? Bruh, in a real way, I wasn't even looking at that damn time. That's why I wasn't. I thought it's about like at 3 or something. No, that's supposed to turn that shit off, man. Yeah. Oh yeah, I already know. He can't fucking do it. I already know. Man, you know he ain't winning by no count out. The only time you can win off something crazy is DQ. Now that, yeah, you can win off that. But 1, 2, good shit. Good shit.
We have the definitely driver.
That's greatness, boy. Damn, another one? Jesus. For the 1, 2, still clean. Still clean. Okay. Go to hell. Just remember that what's his name? Sinbad shit, bro. Just remember that.
If he doesn't call for it, I'm not using it.
I know, yo, wait on him because you know how he be doing. He'll say, "Hey, I didn't use it," when you know he cheat. So yeah, wait for you to hear him. Yeah, just broke. So Sinbad, same thing. No, it is broke. I'm looking at it. Yeah, it just broke out of nowhere. Yeah.
You think you would fix this shit,
Yeah, it was fixed at the beginning, but the update just broke it again.
The update don't fix it, bro. It makes it worse.
Yeah, it just breaks shit, yeah.
Y'all gotta pay the game and never 92 or higher. Anybody before lower than 80 had breakers? Is it 88? I thought it was 92.
I don't know.
Oh, is it 88 or is it 87? It's 88.
No, I didn't give you a 10.
It gotta be like that. What's that?
86.
86. So you want to
so it's gotta be an 88.
If these guys are inside.
You walking down? Oh, look at that.
Brady.
Oh, if you would have reversed that, he would have been tight. Can I get that tag match? Oh. Would you rather have that? If you'd rather have that instead, then you can have that. But yep. Yeah. Sinbad, you know the scoops is like they're not as hard no more. Just because, you know, unless you still get scooped, let me know. Shit. You still get scooped? Okay, he said he'd do the tag match there. So this is what we gonna do. It's gonna be Rambo versus LA Knight. That's what we're doing, and then we're getting the tags. He said he'd rather do that. There you go. That's yours. That was kind of late too. I don't know. You playing it with fire? Thank you. I finna say Sinbad. Don't call it as late as him. Damn. Is he done? Is he cooked? For the 1, 2, out of there. On your debut match. Out of there. Damn. Good shit, Sinbad.
Yeah, I feel like he could afford I got a win out of that. Let's go.
Yeah, you got to win for that. Yep. That's how I've been getting mine. just sitting here.
Why do you leave?
I got X-ray. I got X-ray back, but
damn.
Honestly, should have forced, especially
good fight though. Very good match.
And it slowly turned around right there. Boom.
hit him with it. He would not have expected it. And he kept hitting it to his feet. I feel like he should have saved it before.
Oh my god, you got lucky.
All right, so the next match, I need what's his name, Yaka and Rambo.
I was going in there. I was going in there worried about
And
play.
yeah, Combo, you in the match right now?
He's only got two.
Okay.
2A. I mean, that's
He only got 1 and 1. I need to get him this song. I was just working with them.
I'll take that. Why you didn't be with us?
If you in your match, you can do that. I just needed one for this last singles match right here. No, you good. I can use TB. Yeah, TB, you can. Yeah, I just need one. Who? Okay. So who's the first one I need? Either. Actually, it don't matter. Y'all can all join in as long as I'm on this spot. Y'all can all join. Hold on. The two fighters can join in now. The two fighters.
Oh shit! Damn.
All right, man. You be safe, man.
Let me know when I can join.
Gotcha.
Surprised they don't have a Bad Money song on it, but they love them Bad Money.
Matter of fact, let me make another match just in case that lobby's broken. Let me make another one. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, I saw the
Sit down.
Hey, Combo, invite me to the next one, bro.
Man, we still in that tag match, but Dez got it.
Dez said he got it.
Don, it might be a small issue.
What's the issue?
Brady does not seem like he's coming back.
I'm right here.
There you go. Okay, there you go.
I don't I'm not here, but I don't believe that he was kicking out. I don't believe he was actually kicking out. Oh.
What do you mean?
I mean, you could have.
I think he was Pinglish.
Who did you just fight? You fought Sinbad.
And he's never kicked out like that.
Can you pin glitch in this game? Yeah, you can.
Yeah, it's still there, yo. It's still there.
Yeah, buddy.
He's never kicked out like that. You can't tell me one time he's kicked out like that.
Asking for a friend. You also really didn't hit him with too much, Brady.
You gotta do it. He too dangerous. So I'm not.
You should have submitted his ass. You ain't got no submission character though, so.
Anything from when I started watching, bro. So I can't even say anything.
You hit that pull up spine buster, and I think you hit Ego's ass.
All right. Yep. It's, now I need the two fighters now. My bad, yo. I need the two fighters now.
I didn't see a single Ego's edge.
Like you still playing?
Yeah. It's a weak point of your game though, so I probably won't show you, nigga. Yeah, I won't show you.
All right. So Yaka is in here.
I don't need it for it to be great.
That's what I'm saying. You already.
Rambo, you here?
Kinda.
You went back to mute again.
Yeah. You kinda good, nigga. Like, what?
Are you kinda good? That's some bullshit.
That's Maz.
Oh wait. So is Combo getting the tag match done?
Yeah, but I just need.
Other than that,
what's his
nigga, I'm the
name?
absolute.
Rambo.
Yeah, I need Rambo.
What he does, nigga. Whoop everybody.
Oh yeah, I'm doing it right now. My bad.
Yep.
It's not one body you put in front of me.
I just tagged you too. Yeah, join this match.
I'm really on one. This is crazy. Rambo got it.
Rambo got JBL. Yeah.
Got JBL. Alright, I'm gonna go for Root.
I'm gonna go for Root. It's crazy.
Who am I fighting? Wait a minute.
You fighting what's his name? You fighting Yaka.
Oh, Yonka?
Yeah, we just got done fighting. Whoop my ass right here.
No, I didn't, man.
I'm gonna take it hard on you this time. It's alright.
You beat me, man. What are you talking about?
So they invited you.
Combo, is everyone in a tag match 0-1, Combo?
I
Hey.
don't got that type of much that. I'm back.
So who's in it?
Yeah, who's all gonna be in the tag match?
I guess I'm Ryan and Diz. I don't see Ryan either.
Ryan and Dez.
Time for some tag team action. These two will be starting things off for their respective teams as we get into
Why is
this.
JB on 89?
Don, I'm not gonna lie, this has to be the craziest opening show in UWA history.
I know, bro. I know. I would expected that to go on around the third match or something like that, but you know, it's all happening.
Up in the suplex.
Oh no!
Nah, school back, son.
Is Ronnie here?
No, he wasn't. He done bailed.
I DM'd him.
He's
Alright, he's on the right.
Good reverse.
High level ability
Counter
being
for counter.
shown with each
Oh,
of
he's
these
with him.
counters.
Oh, he said he'd be here.
Look up Evo. I know that.
Gravy thrown into the
Besides
corner
Shaka,
with a little something
well-known
extra.
D-lover.
Fucking weeks. Spine buster.
Alright guys, well everyone expected it. Time to go find a new character.
Already down.
I'm kidding.
What's good, Anubis?
I lied.
What's good, my boy?
Tomo Tonga.
He said Tama Tonga.
Yeah, he's got a good jump.
On the gravy train.
You want that vortex? You can take Tama Low, whatever the other one name is, Flop Low.
Lower sucks.
Yeah, him or Tony D.
I think I'm gonna go
Shit.
Mellow.
Mellow again. He ain't got no Rizzo, no nothing. Go ahead.
He turns it
You
around.
say Mellow Reza?
What do you think? What's the
Not yet. Yeah, I know Xavier was my favorite New Day member, but I don't know, not yet. He gonna get his time. He said Bachalola. Yeah. Yeah, I like Xavier Woods.
Oh man, just punishing.
I was gonna go New David Carcar, but I don't think he will. Carcar and Devin.
Yeah.
Brutal impact into the corner.
Should be Braun Strowman, low-key.
Sidewalk slam! Almost drove him through the ring.
Alright, now it's time to shake things up now, Rambo.
Fired hard into the corner. It crashes to the mat.
Pops up their opponent. Into a reverse power slam. Wow.
Should do you press B, dude.
Peerless position for him
No
to
B
be
lover.
here.
He's been dealt a good deal of damage.
And making a tag has to seem like a good idea.
Yeah, with all them teams here, yeah, I like that shit.
In control here with a swinging neck breaker.
Rambo knows how to
Bounce
use the
back.
low
There you
blow,
go.
yeah.
Bounce back. I hope so. Rambo, you know how to use a low blow? Well, the low blow not even supposed to be a thing. I only know how it's just not seeing this. Yeah, I'm thinking he picked Brad's nuts or something. Yeah, Brad's nuts. Yeah, it's the. Nah, that low blow is different. I don't like that thing
They
at all.
don't give you no wise though, don't they?
They both don't. And it's longer, I think. That thing is longer too. Exact same. Yeah, I don't even like
I
that.
think so. You know what's funny about the logo though? You can do it on the referee and not get DQ'd.
That's stupid.
You will not.
Hey.
No shit. No shit. I know that because someone did it on the island to me. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing?
Pop up there.
He immediately got tapped.
He's looking like
I
easy
actually stopped
prey,
signing
about to
questions
fall into a trap.
Upward.
Uh-oh.
2 plus 2 does not equal 5. It equals 10.
Now that'll do some serious damage.
Yeah. What's funny is my friend,
He catches Knight with a counter.
Gotta play slow.
Like,
In
the
control.
promo printed on it.
Neck breaker. Textbook.
And he was like, "Is the math?" I'm like, "That's real shit." I was saying, like,
That Steiner math promo actually.
Man, that was a hard landing.
He still lost that match, by the way.
Neck breaker. Very nice.
He still did lose that match. He did lose that match.
The reverse?
He lost that match.
He did lose that match.
he says her name is in the mix. My chances of being dragged down.
This shit. This shit.
No. You're going. You got. Did you just lose? Did you lose
For the
match?
fucking. Oh, you doing the long one too. Styling and profiling.
Bro, this has to be the craziest.
Yeah, he lost to Sinbad. Yeah, yeah, but yeah, I'm starting my year off undefeated, like you know, like I do. Feeling amazing. Gonna be 2-0. Gonna be 2-0. Type shit. 2-0 because Euler gonna get his Euler gonna get knocked the fuck out in the underground. He might want to run away because I'm telling you, she gonna be bad.
It's been a show. It's been a show.
Hey, I was there last year. Yeah, I was there last year. It's fine, bro. You bounce back. Yeah, I was there last year. Yeah. Right after this one. It's right after this one.
Yeah, I'll be good next
Nah, go to sleep. It's just the fact, like, I know I lost. I kept doing it the whole match.
Yeah.
I know why I
lost.
because
I wasn't throwing that brown ego red.
It's time to capitalize now.
Hey, 9 o'clock.
But are we gonna see the Sig or the fucking Finn?
But I do.
Sig it is. Yeah, it is. I've never reversed that. Not last game. I haven't got hit with it this game yet, but it was even worse. It's the same. The LA Knight ground seal. Oh shit. Yep. I guess I'm never getting that. That's going to my island character. Okay, but so I'm not getting scooped at all. I shouldn't get scooped, not even once. That shouldn't. Hopefully not. Hopefully it's not an LA Knight thing.
Yeah. It could be an LA Knight thing.
You want to be in the middle?
No, I don't want to be in the middle, bro.
You want to be in the middle? I'm not gonna lie, Don. Having the spear on the
I know. I took that shit off of my finisher. I made it a regular move because I only thing I do now is just bait people with that bitch. I just like doing that to kick them up. Yeah. Yeah.
Big time confidence leading to big time matches. So I love how it says your rank and everything. It says I'm silver 1. I am in gold now though.
Yeah, they always do one behind. This is kind of buggy. You say you go though type shit. You go for it.
I'm gold. I just hit it today. I'm hardly played though. I've played a lot of my Rise.
Oh, you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. Yeah, go ahead and back up off him as soon as you do that.
I need to run through it.
Hey. He's still fighting. Hold on, wait a minute. You can't hear me, Rambo?
He just tried to RKO you. That's exactly what was deserved.
I guess Rambo's
Yeah.
here.
I don't know. Unless he got us on mute or some shit. Yeah. Yeah, I thought he had heard me, and then he going in. Yeah. All right, y'all go ahead and fight. You good? Damn. I swear I thought he was bagging up, and he's gonna go in for that.
He's backing up already.
He's trying to line on JBL's side. A smothering offense from JBL.
Now he need a dummy for that. He missed, bro.
He still missed, yo. Still
He
missed.
missed, bro. That nigga heard mid close line. No, yo. You missed.
And try to go for it. I don't. Yeah. People done reverse my shit so many times that way. I only tried it that way no more. Yeah, I stopped it, yo. Hit the shout out rating on yo. That might be the thing on him again. Yeah, it was the thing on 23 for me. 24, shit, that shit was iffy. Yeah, everybody did it on 23. Yeah, everybody did it. Oh, they fighting for that good shit. I thought you gonna run. You gonna do your finisher? You gonna let him bail? Okay. So I want to fight him. There you go. See what it is for the one. 2, and a Rizzo. Yeah, I see he did it. I know it, bro.
Dummy.
Yeah, and then double back and did.
I'm like, why he didn't do the fucking flip?
Yeah.
It's electric. Oh, good gravy. Thrown into the corner with a little something extra.
Rambo got 2 W's in 1 match. That's crazy.
For the BFT, okay.
It's
I'm going for the 6 too. Oh, he going up high with it. Type shit.
He could have got
For the 1. Kid still kicking out. Yeah, he cut it. Definitely since he ain't got no damn super, I just keep going.
As long as I didn't get hit by that, bro.
almost drove him through the ring. He's just waiting for that perfect moment.
They need to add a
Yeah, it do. It do.
A chain of reversals here. Every motion getting cut.
Oh, I'm not shitting now.
I think the ring just moved.
Let me find out LA Knight got the 12s on.
I think I seen in one interview or some shit. I think that's what they was inspired from. It was like the ones he be having. They be all be inspired by Jordan.
He gets sent straight down to the
But you know, wrestler boot for him.
Don't even come out here. Don't you dare, Rambo.
Yeah, he going for the walk down.
You didn't have to let that go, bro.
What now?
I didn't say lag. No. It gave me the second to last pin bar with no res.
Oh, you said lag.
You would have won right there. I'm not going to hold
Oh yeah, he walking down. What's up?
Honestly, Sister Abigail might be the move to
Count me out, Rambo. Count me out.
For me, you think so?
No, I'm saying
Oh, on the island.
on the island.
Yeah,
That Y is so weird on it. It has range.
The ref continues to count. Real risk of things ending right now.
For the day, we get a J White custom this week.
Custom? You say custom?
Custom win.
First day.
The whole ring is rattling. LA Knight is showing his opponent takes a ride.
Yo, custom
Oh no.
So I start right now. Oh wow, look at that. If you don't hit that bit, okay. What was you doing, Rambo?
Oh, I think that was dangerous.
Rambo, he whiffed twice, bro. You could have. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Dummy. Yeah.
It's not only for you. It's not only for you. It's for
Let me change it to an A. Let me change it to an A.
You want to take the move off completely? You want to take the move off?
Nah. Let me put it just how like Leon got it, because Leon
Pops up their
shit fucked up.
opponent. Into reverse.
You'll be out sturdy. You know I'm all about nerfing. That's my thing. I nerf everything. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you good to go. You worked out fine. 1, 2 kick out. Huh? Yeah. No, it's that corner move. Not everybody running move. No, No, it's just them two. It's them two. That's it. Because I heard it was only them 2 girls. That's only 2 that got that boot like that. The neck breaker. Yeah, it's different. Yeah, that's different.
Different signature. It's absolute pandemonium.
That was almost my
and
pick.
it's all because of the willpower these superstars are showing.
It wouldn't be bad. It wouldn't be bad. It wouldn't be bad. I can tell you that.
Another targeted attack to his head
Trying
neck
to,
area.
you think a DLC or is somebody already here?
No, someone already in the game.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
I ain't breaking. Not gonna lie, I kind of hope New Jack's got. Why is he breaking?
I think he'd be fun to play with.
I think he's finishing.
He's probably gonna have shit over.
I must probably will, man.
It's New Jack.
Yeah. Body durability 100.
Just think.
That was not from here. For the 1, 2, Mauricio has been used by LA Knight.
the problem. You working
It's an 85.
Yeah,
what's good?
He started baseball bat, chopping cart full of fucking skunk, and he had
Tasers
80.
and tasers and all kinds of shit.
Honestly, if you do like an extreme he should come out with a fucking chopping cart. A fucking weapons. He really did. He turns it around on JBL.
Yeah.
That is interesting news to play the whole match. Doesn't matter how long the match is. It's interesting news to play the whole match.
What timing on that counter? These two
Like
hurt each other's
Stumbar.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that was the thing, though. That was his shtick. He'd come in.
Hey,
you know,
appreciate
this is
that.
gonna get ugly. I'm excited for Motor City.
Yeah, I know. I'm seeing them. I'm seeing them. They're fighting Stumbar for Stumbars and shit.
Finishes though. Do they have finishes?
Yeah. Well, no. JBL don't. JBL don't.
Yeah.
Saban's finisher is
Saban's gonna have like 15 different finishes.
It's gonna be it'll probably get and then Shelly's gonna be surrounded.
Shelly has the crossface.
Damn.
Face, yeah.
Did that just fuck you over? For the 1, 2. You didn't pop re. That's the third one. That's the third one. They re-sealed there. And now you use it. Yeah, he had it too. It was blowing up. Yeah.
Just sit there.
That's on you, bro. Like,
Two minds working as one in the ring to create magic. It is a beautiful thing to witness, gentlemen.
This is so annoying. Like, the tried to disconnect.
You're done.
Yeah, what's up?
It happened to me earlier too.
Only got 10 matches left?
Yeah,
When the game keeps freezing, I'm not gonna lie, that shit pissed me. I would have won that match if my control didn't disconnect.
Combo.
I'm standing there. I'm literally standing there.
No, what's up, man?
Like, you saw me standing there. You saw me. I could have
Yeah,
got
yeah,
it. Here, my control disconnected. He hit me with the
Trying to shake up the world.
What do you mean?
Let's go. That match was mine, man. That shit
Run
was
this
so
tag tournament, man.
Alright, me.
Oh, the tag tournament going on?
You good, Rambo?
I mean, we can get one going on. I think if we
You
add,
say finesse.
Is it recorded, Rambo?
I don't know if Leon even here. Leon, you still around this motherfucker?
Leon been asleep.
Forever.
You have Don here.
Don here, though.
What's wrong with Don?
TV, why you say it like that?
Whoa, what's wrong with Don? What you looking for?
Nah,
Leon
what's
for?
why you
Don's
say
right
it
there.
like that though? You
Don's
making
right
something
there,
wrong
bro.
though. Nothing wrong. Like what? Like TV, why you say it like that?
I mean, why do you ask him the real question?
Nah, I said it. I heard it.
All right, so the tag team. Let me get up out of here. Let me get up out of here.
You was like,
Before I set this up, would it 5 men, the 2-on-3 work, or do I gotta make a 3v3?
I think the 5-2.
I would just be
It'll
safe
work.
to make a 3v3, bro. But it
Do
should
the
work.
3.
It should work.
I'm gonna just do the 3. I'm gonna try the 2v3 off. Off the thing.
Alright, that's fine.
Yeah.
I gotta go make that match.
Who in the match?
I won't be going on to tonight.
That match, what's the name? Yaka won. His, what's the name? Rambo shit disconnected.
We won't go on to. I won't.
I hear him underestimating people. Yeah, crazy as a motherfucker.
Huh? You didn't need
You said
say.
earlier? You did say if you lost the match, you were done.
Damn, like that? One and done? He pulled the
He
Grady.
did say that.
He said it. He pulled the
You did say
Grady.
that, Brady.
You did say it, Brady. You did say it.
See how that came back on your ass? Those are your exact words?
I can't repeat my words. Now
Are you a man your word? Conviction and
Justice
confidence.
Sammy
He was
called
like,
it a
he was like,
day,
I'm
bro.
not
All
even
right.
gonna fucking
He
lie.
should've
Like I
got
said, he said bad, I'm fucking out of here.
Yeah, you should have got Sammy. I don't know why you out here thinking. Yeah, I don't
All
know.
right, I got the.
Nah, they didn't pick
I
him
got
up.
the shit ready. Well, not ready. God
No,
damn,
no,
I'm
he
tripping.
didn't get taken in the draft. They
No,
swapped
but
him.
He was undrafted.
No, he didn't get taken.
Wow, Sammy
Yeah.
got undrafted. Last year, everyone and their mama wanted Sammy. Okay, so 3 branches called it Rambo, Ramsey.
Rambeez. Who calls him Rambeez?
I don't know.
I'm trying to go goddamn Rambeezy.
Someone calls him Rambeezy.
All right. I got the match
That nigga
set
Leon
up.
trying to ran beef.
I got the match set up for this tag match, and that's the only thing I know is right now it is Dezo and Orion, and what is it? Who is it? It's
It's Brady and Drop.
Brady and Drop.
Brady and
Yeah.
Drop. Shit.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Who's going in first?
Oh shit, man. What the fuck is Henny?
What team is going in first?
I think he's the same with his kid, I think.
Shit, it don't
Oh,
really
okay.
matter to me.
You drop. I'm not going first.
Hopefully this shit right. Hopefully this shit right on here, cause I see. I
Are
got
you
it.
in there?
Yeah, what's up?
Yo, did ACG fight today?
Say it again.
No. I said this match is wrong. It's
Is
a
it
tag
wrong?
match, bro. Yeah, it's not a tag. It's a 6-man.
It's superstar.
You made a 6-man.
Oh man, I did it.
God.
Oh, wait a minute. ACG
Oh,
didn't fight today?
my.
Oh,
Wow.
man. Let me get the countdown.
He'll let you
Let
know.
me get the
Take her open
countdown.
2
Yeah.
shows.
Hey,
Let me
man, I
go
bet
ahead.
if you
Yeah.
0-1 did not show up at all, nigga. Shit.
Hey, hold on. Him and Jacob fought too.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah, where's Worldstar
Shocker.
probably at work though, yeah. He's probably gonna roll up like 10:30.
Oh,
After the show and shit.
that's exactly what I did. DQ
Wait,
on
y'all still need-
all
y'all
Who else
still need
didn't
matches
show
on
up
that.
today? Hold on. Go.
Y'all still got your
Let's go
matches
look
or
at
not?
the list.
Say it again. Oh, this, yes, this. If
Alright,
you
bet,
want
bet,
to, yo.
Alright, so 3v3 then, I guess?
Yes, 3v3, yo.
Put me in the match, then, nigga. Shit.
Still got
Put
the
him in the
draft
match.
order up here somewhere, man.
I think I deleted it, if anything.
Oh,
I think
no,
I
it's still
deleted it.
here now.
Appreciate the sub, really.
3 branches joined.
3 branches.
Them niggas ain't talking about
Man, get
shit.
your bitch ass out of here, nigga.
Just
The world may
ignore them
never
niggas.
know,
Yeah,
bro.
come on.
He said just
Just
ignore
ignore
him.
them niggas. Yeah,
Niggas
fuck
weird.
it, bro.
Niggas
You
sitting
told me to
bitches
just ignore him.
just listen.
They didn't fucking never pick a wrestler yet. They not about no action. None of that shit. Just they no pop now. You had the pop.
He said no
then
pop.
You fucked around and fucked up.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
It's not gonna happen, nigga.
Firefly.
He said they're gonna pop.
You not feeding into that bullshit. They keep feeding into it.
Nah, make you do it. It'd make you do it every month, really. It restarts. Yo, what's up?
And they just joined and y'all said tag matches. They're tag matches. Fuck your tag matches.
That nigga joined. That nigga
gone.
There they go.
That nigga joined and he was deaf.
And it's gone.
They were
Yeah,
both
but
deaf.
yeah, it's what I find weird is you said, "Hey, Don, watch this," and he leaves.
What? Then why the fuck is he adding me and shit, bro? Just man, book that shit, man. I'm
Probably-
flooding
Yeah,
these
book
niggas the fuck out.
All right, so the first team I need is Orion
They don't have
and
a
Drop.
wrestler, yo.
I need y'all first.
Yeah, nah, they don't have wrestlers, so they can't fight.
Look at the switches, bro. They put to be announced.
They're all
They're
late
probably-
T-Bar and
Mysterious ass.
When that shit was, when? Oh, TBA, that was yesterday. Still ain't paid. These niggas
They
stink.
probably are gonna request a match and then.
Too bad.
Yeah, probably.
I guess
Found some
yours.
secret
That's
shit. I ain't gonna lie, I
your
fuck with
That's
it.
exactly them.
Like,
You said I
I
fuck
wish
with
we
it.
know who it was, but I fuck with like the idea.
Yeah.
All right, the next team is the next team. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. The teams are. Hold on. Is this
They
your?
had ideas.
Is this your? Yeah, this is your partner. This is your partner. I'm tripping. I'm tripping. Next team, I'm ready for you and combo. You can join in too.
Bro.
Yeah,
they're like T-Dog and like Jake.
They're fucking like
B-Dog
imagine
and Jake teaming up like that is gonna self losing over.
B-Dog and Jake teamed up to fight Weezy and Leon, but they're
I think it's
We need a 6th person in here just to stand here.
Yeah, it's combo coming in.
Wait,
Combo.
did you start the
and
match?
Rhapsody.
Combo, you
Wait,
coming
which
in?
match is
It's
it?
coming up. This is a tag match.
It's a tag match.
Just so y'all know about the tag rules on this, since there's no elimination. Each person still get their breakup, but you get an additional breakup as a team. Like if whoever, you know, how can I say this the short way? Damn, because I think
You
I'm
each get one breakup,
Yeah.
but then there's a third breakup available for the team as a whole.
yeah.
So each person gets one. Right?
Explain that shit.
Yeah.
One people gonna be like, "Well, you get 3 breakups and 3 breakups." God damn, bud. Y'all niggas make this shit like it's
Right, like nigga, like it ain't much else to say, nigga.
And I ain't gonna lie, peculiar.
You get 3 breakups, nigga. Y'all both got one character, nigga.
Get shot.
Simple as that. That means one person getting broke up twice. Simple as that.
Yeah, somebody getting two. Yeah,
Everyone in the match know the rules.
Yeah. If you don't, I'm banning
you.
Combo, you really want to ban someone? Shit.
Oh, nobody got it done, bro.
Ah, you
Yeah,
can
let me
ban me. I
pull
lost.
my counter.
Don't temper. You don't.
Bring it back the good old
I
cricket
got
counter.
to use a Randy, but I'm getting Elder.
I'll tell everyone right now. If you ban me, I'm gonna come back as the NXT Shield.
Yep, that's what it is, yo.
Unity style.
And the team get one.
Come on,
Shit,
man. God
Turn
damn.
the warning.
Nigga, I thought somebody was Rosie for a second in this match.
Combo.
Yeah.
I don't know which one of y'all want in first. I'm just tagging.
It don't matter, bro.
I got you. Somebody wanna
Yeah, I'm just tagging. I'm closing my eyes.
I'll
Whoever
give
get
you
it.
NXT Unity style.
Who I tag? Oh, it was Becky Lynch. Okay.
Damn, this the first tag match of the year.
Yep, first tag match. Yep.
All right, man. None of this shit was great. It's been good all year. Let's go. It's the best game.
Hold on, wait a minute. I don't want to jinx anything, but all matches ran good today. Anything like we ain't had one break. Well, damn. Yeah, we ain't had one break.
The best game ever. Shout out to whoever making this shit.
These two know each other right here. Me and Combo.
SmackDown versus Raw days.
Yo, what's up?
Need to be a media day, man, so we can fix this shit, get this shit right. Get online league mode, game mode up. So we need.
They ain't good enough to do that shit.
Man,
They do that shit for 2K though.
Man, did you see the whiplash?
I believe if EA had it, EA would. Because they did colleges, all them different colleges. All you gotta do is put like a let me say like a 70 people. That's
Combo
good.
is something serious.
What's next? Up handle suplex.
Hold on, let me hit a
I'm weak.
Hey, Don, it's your favorite taunt.
He makes the tag here.
Thank you.
Tag is made.
You got people eating out here, man. Look at this.
Nah. See,
Fair enough. I try mine.
see, I already knew you was gonna do that.
He should have added like another taunt. You know what? Like he puts his hands up and like, oh.
I know what you talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Can it be a reversible taunt though?
These two showing how well they know each other.
Super. You know who they did like real bad?
I'm telling you right now, I'm making you tap out.
Did you try that again? Did you try that again?
He tried it again.
Yeah, okay.
Oh shit.
Don't say that.
Drop kick, standing drop kick.
I seen you get that.
All right, Orion coming in.
Could be what Steiner really needed to push the advantage.
Good reverse. There you go.
I got it.
Lynch pausing to
counter.
soak up the adulation.
I can already tell what's gonna happen in this match right here.
Okay.
I can already see the future. Alright, so Ryan's gonna do something. that
Standing
they're
drop kick
gonna like.
again.
They're gonna lose.
Oh, there you go. Your opponents, they ended up fighting each other. So you want to take the rest of the day. If you want to take the rest of the day to get some rest.
Y'all niggas had it fucking.
Then again, he do got big pop over there.
Yeah.
And
We'll
a
probably
match
see some
like
stuff.
this.
Yeah, my bad, bro.
Who's talking
You said what?
Did you switch from Pram?
Nah, Combo's still in here. He's still here.
Oh yeah, he got the other shit. Yeah, he got the It's a double, nigga. But I get
Who you lose to?
Yeah, but
If you had Bret Hart, you would basically shine right here.
Yes, bro, like duck
This
was
could
fucking
win the
the whole
match by
game, bro.
yourself.
I'm trying to take it while I dodge back and then nigga I'm gonna cook.
That's your one. Yeah, that's your one. Into that, damn.
Yeah, he gonna put yeah, bro. It's like it's still in there, bro. What's it? I'm like,
Good X.
That's just cooking me. That's just cooking me all day.
Shit.
Scott gets way.
Play smart.
These two
Oh yeah, he's cooking. He's cooking.
Show you.
Yeah, the subs at the body.
It is.
This kind of recliner is a body. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a body.
Get out when you get
Yeah. It's both, I'm pretty sure.
There's the
I
tag.
think it's both. I think I have to get both of them.
You gotta get it's
That's
is it head in?
You doing
I think it's hand
A-okay,
body.
buddy. You doing A-okay.
Wait.
Now get out there and listen.
Body red and like
Give me back.
Yellow in your sub, you have to get both red.
Gotta get both, yes.
Yeah, you gotta get both.
It's bullshit.
Like you said,
Save your
bullshit.
health.
I love
That
it.
I only gotta just get the head red.
I love it.
Yeah, whatever the submission say, that's what you gotta get rid. Oh shit! Oh, he said wrong button.
Don't touch him.
Nigga, did you just hit your own team, man?
Yeah, he said wrong button. He said wrong button.
Wrong button.
Don't grab
You know, I'm
his
gonna
ass.
let that.
and
I'm
get him
gonna let
unstunned.
that one slide. I'm gonna let it go.
It's like heel turn to me, man. Your face turn like that.
What? Never.
Diner making
Wow,
clear
drop you
he
pretty
has
decent right now, boy. Keep up. You need to get out of there, though, drop.
You said you need to get a badge, bro.
Man, get your green walk back, bro. You're doing
Damn
great.
it.
Make the fucking tag.
What are we gonna see here?
Wow,
That's
Chase,
what's wrong
Threw
with
me
you.
in the ring.
Face buster.
One more time.
Anybody in here know Rick Can?
Oh, shit.
Extended tags his teammate.
Bro, I just think it texted me, bro.
Manages to reverse it. One counter met by another.
Those punk ass dudes.
There you go.
You come on. Back and forth counter.
Drop. You might get that wise man application, man.
Oh, that combo is that combo is fucking up.
You might get that wise man application, man.
What happened?
You might get that wise man application.
Who's getting that wise application?
You might get
Crashes to the mat.
motherfucking drop, look out for it.
I don't want nothing.
Look out for it.
Don't die. Don't die, don't die.
We need the wise man.
Straight to the corner hard.
Somebody got it elevated.
So you can get out of there.
Hit the shit. Fuck up out of there.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
What a combination.
Yeah, you need to hit the sig and
Yo, can we ban this nigga, bro?
get his shit up.
There's some
I reckon.
gouging going on. That's unnecessary.
Hey, Gun, you said we could put tag moves on that.
Yeah, just not tag fins.
They break.
Well, I'm
Yeah, I think they
gonna
break.
use a tag
I think that I don't know if the other ones break or not, but I know the finishes has been, that's been a thing for a minute.
You know they break.
The finishes, I don't know about on this, but I'm just saying it'd be safe. That's one.
Hey, so we gonna test that shit out.
Three branches pick their people. Yeah. Way
I
better
think
than
we figured out
mankind.
last year we had the
Barrett and Mankind, okay.
Okay.
That's two. Where's the third one?
Careful.
They want their match, bro.
I think I can beat the leaders, man.
They want their match.
I'll give y'all match. Fight. Who they pick?
Wade Barrett, Mankind.
Ricocheting off the turnbuckles. Carefully placed stomp to the arm. Now, how
One with the stub, one without.
I know she's tough, but even this is almost too much.
Elbow pretty cheap. And they got the big food. They're not dumb. They're not dumb.
Oh, look at the strength
I know
by
what it
Page.
is.
Ripped up into a power slam. Tag made.
Weezy, you gonna be ready, bro?
She was ready with the count.
Let's go out there and do this.
He almost got caught by that one.
Wait, is this a tournament or are we all just getting
No. This ain't no tournament, bro.
Who's tag tournament?
I was gonna say, because I'm tired. I'm getting off that shit. I'm getting off.
Yeah, I don't blame y'all. Weezy, you heard me, bro? I don't know if you still here or not.
I'll I'll watch that match from afar. I won't watch it in DC. And there's a good blow to the body.
It ain't looking good this tag match. Funky, this funky ass.
Counter. He didn't show us what to do.
We need these niggas a match.
I'm tagging out. This thing cooking me up thing.
What?
Draped across the top rope.
Well, there it is.
Hoisting up their opponent for a suplex.
I'm tired of being looked at the wrong way on my TV.
That might be
This
all
is good, dude. What the hell is
Shit,
going
bro.
on, bro?
Shit, bro. He up out of there. 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 He up out of there.
Will you at least tag me in?
He said, "Will you at least tag me in?" So I'm up out of there. So I'm up out of there. He said, "Fuck you and all you stand for." You should answer them damn questions earlier. Oh, look at this. He ain't done with you. He ain't done with you. Oh, manhandle. Oh, well, he might be cooked from there. You sure? Oh, now you saying that.
They weren't.
Gotsteiner is fired up and ready to go.
Appreciate it, fella. You said what you fucking just witnessed, bro. He just switched up on him already.
That was the most.
Already. You gonna throw me?
Still in DC, hold up, bro. Can you stop texting me, bro?
Continuing to punish them.
Fucking bitch ass true brand.
Tree branches.
Tree branch.
I ain't doing anything.
You should answer the questions earlier.
You would finish this match. All the damage he's taken up till now.
Yeah, what's up?
You have to hope your teammates are in better shape.
You said what, bro?
Stay out of Egomaniac.
Hey, what you mean? Y'all showing it in front of the whole damn thing. What you mean? Stay out of the business. This is it right here. It's all hanging out. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Yeah, I'm sitting here watching it like everybody else is. You said stay out of it. I'm looking at it. Stay out of it.
They're hanging their own now.
Roast some shit at Eric missed one reflex. He missed it. He just like his head. He gave him the sig.
Yeah, like what don't you get? Yeah.
And they still fighting though. They still fight like nothing.
No, I'm still fighting. Your own teammate. I'm still fighting.
Damn. Get him up out of there. Get him up out of there. Oh, Rezeal. Oh no, is that Rezeal? Oh, you kicked out. Okay.
You don't need a fucking Rezo?
Oh yeah, didn't he say that? But the same man that lost to Sinbad. Oh, sorry. Oops, I didn't mean to say that.
Hey, bro.
Wait, he lost to Sinbad.
Yeah, he lost to Sinbad. Oh, what's his name? Brady did.
Yo,
We all have our bad matches.
You can leave the lead on.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. WWE champ. Happy birthday. Type shit. Happy birthday. Type shit.
Yo,
Let's
if you
go.
win this, that'll be the craziest turnaround. You need the biggest faces.
To the guy Brady will be facing, bro. Come on. I knew it, bro.
He gonna go over there. He gonna go over there.
There's the tag. Becky Lynch into the ring.
Gonna go over there.
What the Survivor Series?
This is some fucking Eric Young type shit. Like, what are you doing over there? I don't know what he's doing. He's all over the place. He wanted to kill Brady. Yo, what's up? You said what?
Yo, Don, why are you messy ass nigga? Yo, Don, why are you messy as hell, by the way?
Hey, look.
What did I? Hold on. What did you say about branches? Yeah, that's what I say. I'll fight him. I need to make sure Weezy good. Weezy, you want to fight him? You want to fight him right after this?
It's your How much did you pay him?
I want to do it. I want to do it.
Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. Yeah.
Hey, but I want to
right there though. Like that's like.
I want to hit them niggas on the mic too.
You want to hear him on the mic? I don't know if we can get all that. I don't. Beggars can't be choosers, but we can see. You said this could be greatness. I know greatness account. You got it. Yeah, I know greatness account.
But you know what I mean? It could be anybody.
Yeah.
Are y'all serious, man? Like what's the name said?
That's my voice. Oh, Shauna was.
Are y'all 2v3 or y'all 2-on-2?
Y'all blah blah blah. I'm trying to watch the match, bro.
Nah, me and Leon with a 2v3, man.
Oh, okay. So you running from the smoke?
Hey, why don't you 2v3?
Let me find out you running from the smoke.
Shit.
Here you go, baby.
5-star.
Next question.
And for the 1, 2, oh, they ain't no Rezil. Was that? No, he still got Rezil. Look. He broke, man. He kicked out. Yeah, he kicked out. He kicked out. Look at that. Appreciate it, folks. Look at that.
It's truly impressive to completely beat the count.
If you do a fake pin,
He said, yeah. No, the Rezil broke.
I hit the green on my screen. On my screen, I hit the green. Alright, okay.
He said, "So you lying?"
I flat heard him say Rizzo.
They said his blue
down
bar.
on the D-pad, but okay.
No.
That shit don't.
Does the blue bar go up? It does. It's sort of Brady. It makes it a little realistic kick off the press down.
You do qualify for it.
I've already qualified. Yeah,
I don't know. I feel like you press down, but you kick out the
If it's gonna cause this much problems of a tag match, then I'm by myself now, then I won't have reason.
Okay, buddy.
Not tagging you.
Okay, buddy.
press down.
I'll go without reason.
Damn, Drop, you gotta know how to be annoying over there. You gotta be like this, tag me in, and all this other bullshit. You gotta just keep spamming it. Yeah, you gotta just keep doing, tag me in. One. I don't know. He probably accidentally do it in a hot tag or something. He trying to knock his ass down.
Hey, you do know you can punch your partner.
What's good, Lord?
You could.
I've already done enough, though.
Bro, why you doing that Scott Steiner? Get the fuck in, bro. What the fuck are you doing?
Turned on me. I'm not.
Because he turned on him. He ain't tagging him in. He turned on him.
Should hit him with like a finish, bro.
Fuck you niggas don't want to win. You niggas fucking stupid.
I'm saying, bro.
I don't think he gonna do the right thing though either. I don't think if he tag him in, he gonna do the right thing.
Like, what the fuck are we doing in this nigga don't want to win the match? Don't get him the fuck up, Dez. Get him out of here.
Niggas doing good. He can turn to the seat.
I'm right here. Tag me.
Let me
I
see
ain't gonna tell Brady. This how
Don,
y'all
I hope
team
this don't
suck.
affect our what's it called?
Reach for me.
This is the closest, one of the closest things I got to what you're talking
Drop
about.
that nigga Brady in here.
That's the closest I got. Stuff like this.
They're not plumbing our rankings, bro.
Yeah, Drop turned on him.
Drop turned on him too?
Yeah, Drop turned on him today. Yeah, that's why he ain't tagging him in. Yeah, that's the reason why he ain't tagging him. No, he did.
I need to hear Drop say yes.
Oh, absolutely.
Damn. For the 1, 2, and the he gave him the courtesy anyway.
You could tag me.
Yeah, he know now.
He made his point.
Because I don't.
He been playing chicken with a chair, my nigga.
What'd you feed this poor hoe?
Remember, bro, you don't get the L.
What lie did you
After Dawn, I don't get it now.
So I'm going after Dawn.
Reflex gotta be going to turn on you, right? What'd you feed that, Don? What was the plate?
I want to ask this nigga why. Why did you turn on him?
Like I said, he accused me earlier of turning on him for no reason.
He said he went ahead and made him first move before.
You can't have some people in tags that get no feelings. Let me say it instead right there. Take it how you want.
And he wouldn't answer the questions earlier. I thought he was going to answer the questions. Why ain't he answering the questions?
That man still fighting out here too, bro.
Yeah, he's still at the. That's two. That's two. Brady, you turning face for the first time? Because, you know, okay. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Okay. He said by tomorrow morning. Tag me in.
Bro. You better hurry up and turn face now.
You can't be a heel, Dom. I can't be a heel, bro. I don't have it in me, bro.
That's three.
Drop, turn heel.
Well, it's like, you know, Don's a heel. I don't align with Don.
Moving around, it's like the goddamn young gym. Keep your
Yep, you're out of there. You're out of there. Hold on, are they? Oh yeah, his arms ain't red. His arms ain't red, yo. I'm glad you said that. Ain't nothing. Tag me in, tag me in. Knowing he ain't gonna do nothing.
Talking about getting a match, bro. Fuck.
Yeah, I'm about to
Tag me.
You gonna do more than fucking Peculiar did.
Look at that.
Shit out of both of them. You weren't cooking jack shit. You were like Russell Wilson. You started fucking.
And now she's feeling the energy from the crowd.
Look at that, he can't even talk about it.
No, nigga, I didn't mean to do that. No, but it still happened. Corner.
Good.
Please and thank you.
Please and thank you.
Man, John, you ain't
For the manhandle. Tag him in.
I thought this one hit the same thing. Got turned on.
It's supposed to be in turn and then automatically go out. It's supposed to be like all that already. It was too early. It was too early.
Yeah, if it was elimination, I would have done it. I would have just let him win. Don't dare DQ him.
Down to the word, down to the word.
Tag me in, Brady. I'm right here.
I'm just saying, like,
Just know, yeah, just know. What's the name? Hold on, manhandle. Yeah, he up out of there. Just let him go up. He's done. Yeah, he's done. Well, I don't know what he gonna do. He can't even come in and break it even if he wanted to.
Because this idiot think he about to team with me? You're crazy. Well, put this guy his misery.
This is how you punish your opponent.
I'm having a better match. I'm having a better match by myself.
Oh, Ethan Page is at, yeah. Once he's stunned, yeah, I'll just tag Moody and go ahead and end that shit.
Tangled up inside.
Look, Brady, I'm right here.
Extending their
I'd rather.
You did the New Day turn. Just like the New Day, bro.
Strong forearm.
He'll just like the New Day. Just like the New Day.
Brady, you fighting for your life, ain't you? It's right after this one. Yeah, we right after this one.
Tag him in.
Good reverse. He said I'd rather lose.
I'd rather burn in hell than tag you.
So this mean little bro. So this mean your little bro you ain't never tagging him ever again.
Just to get a shirt from NWO that's too small.
Oh wow. You coming with us? You coming with us, Drop? That what you trying to do? You trying to come with us? You said no.
Nah, man. You can't have no man who ain't loyal.
Oh, that's a reseal. Yeah, you still got your 3, yo. You gotta fight. Brady trying to fight. Yeah, he trying to fight. He ain't got shit out there. He ain't got shit out there.
The collar's gonna be too faded. He ain't gonna have the right fucking logo on it. The point.
He ain't got his pay pack. It's the only pay pack.
Yeah, he ain't got nothing. He's out here dry now. Yeah, he ain't got nothing.
Hey, so hold on, Don. Let me ask you this.
What's
How about gonna give him up or he just ain't got no.
Nice job,
But let's say it again. He already had it.
That is a good cut.
Well, Combo can't come in. Look, he got an X.
Man, next break.
Hey man, tag combo in at least get your ass a breakup, man.
Ricocheting off the turnbuckle.
Dog, you weird as fuck.
I ain't gonna get a chance to.
Hey, well, we know what next match we gotta see Thursday.
With them two.
Go knock him down. Go knock him down. Go knock him
Them
down.
two. There you go.
Is turning to the
Come on back down here, Scott Steiner. You can hang out down here with me. You don't need to move no more. You up at the match. You up at the match. You up at the match. Just go ahead and chill down here with me.
I mean, unless they want to get me an extra breakup, I'd say a combo broke it up, but I don't think they will.
No, you're dead, man. You up out of there, Bray. Man, you up out of there, bro. You up out of there, man. You up out of there, buddy. Look at this. Muda coming in to finish your ass off. Good night. Yep, good night. Yeah, you did your thing. What just happened? What? What? Hold on, wait a minute. What? And then you just got reversed. Hold on, what? Orion, you good? I'm give you the dummy, but are you good? You good? I don't know why he canceled it. He just. I ain't never seen that one before. Yeah, what's going on here? What's going on here?
Like they're gonna get the whole match. See, gonna turn out.
Yeah, that's
tell you, bro.
You got one job to do, buddy. Come on, man.
What's up? This is my fault.
Am I his partner? No. I mean, it probably is your fault. But I told him to.
You was smart though. You would just say, "Fuck, Johnny on him and win the match."
I told Brady to pick him up.
He got you to the door, my nigga, to win the fucking match. Dumbass.
That's two, man. You got one more. Yeah, you got one more. You got one more. That's two.
He followed him out there. He followed him out there.
That's two right there. Yo.
It's not a retreat. That's just walking down the street. They're not getting a retreat.
Nah, he came in and ran out again. He ran out again. No, he ran in. They run in and then he ran back out again. He shouldn't have did that. Either you stay out and stay out. No, that's how it is. If you run, you get followed. That's just a walk down. That's just the chance you take.
They got ran down like that. Nobody retreat like they ran away and got caught like that. Retreat is a successful act of going away.
He ain't always successful. He ain't always successful.
Yeah, he got a chair.
He said, I know a lot about not successful.
I ain't putting it down. There's no
Who said that?
I'm not gonna hold it unless I'm blind. It's there.
Did it kick him off the rope? It kicked him off the damn thing. Okay.
I mean,
All right, can somebody finish him off? Orion, finish him off. What is he still standing up for? What is he still standing up for?
I don't think he did. I think the game did.
No, he did it. No, he did it.
He's been fighting the whole match.
Hey Brady, Orion don't got a good situation. Just letting you know that now. It's broke, yeah. It's broke now, yeah.
Timed his defense perfectly.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
What the fuck are y'all doing, man?
Go fight.
When you say he doesn't have reason, you mean like he's broken or like?
Hey Don, you got a new face in your franchise right now.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah,
that nigga online to get away from the rope. He's trying to make it that nigga do that clothesline.
Good reverse. And that might be it. Hit him with this shit, man. Oh, you can't. You can't. Just pin him shit. Just pin him. Just pin him. Go. You finna pin the wrong guy. Okay. Manhandle. And 1, 2. Nope, still in. Yeah, he's still in there. Jesus. Man, if he got this, if he win this shit.
Hey, if you win this bitch, get a nigga a title shot, my nigga. Fuck
Damn. Yeah, listen for him. All right, that's it. Y'all still got both of y'all, you know, y'all things. Just hey, something going on, something crazy. Man, he ain't gonna tag you. He ain't gonna tag you. He ain't gonna tag you. Man, are you a sellout or what? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Drop. Are you a sellout or what? Drop. Are you a sellout? Oh, he said, nah, fuck you. He said, nah, fuck you. He said, nah, fuck you. I like you standing on that business, Brady. Thank you, Brady. Stand on business. Cause he gonna go in there, Brady, and just stand in there. He gonna just go in there and just stand in there. Yeah, he gonna just stand in there. Keep fighting, Brady. Keep fighting, Brady. Go ahead, Brady. Keep fighting, Brady. There you go, Brady. Keep fighting, Brady.
It's like you choosing to lose.
You gotta be patient.
You've been doing this by yourself, Brady. You might as well go out by yourself. You might as well just go out by yourself, bro. He said swerve it. He said swerve it. The man asking for the tag. The man is asking for the tag. Is he going to take the bait or is he going to stand on business? This is what I need to know. He's standing on business. Now he's standing on business. He said, fuck that shit. He's standing on business. And he's still reversing shit, though. He's still reversing shit, though. Oh, he said, I'm going to win it by my damn self. He said, I'm going to win it by myself. Oh, he said, what do I need a drop man for? Stun bar up. He said, what I need a drop man for? Oh, shit, you got to reverse this. Oh, there you go. Playing Puppet Master. I'm playing Puppet Master, huh? Is he going to make the tag? Is he going to make the tag? Is he going to make that tag? Is he going to make the tag? Is he going to make the tag? He's not going to make it. Who's he trying to fight? Who you trying to fight? He ain't going to make it. He ain't doing it. He ain't doing it. He ain't doing it. He ain't.
Brady.
Go ahead, fight, y'all. What y'all doing?
Hey, hold on, y'all. Hold on, Weezy. Brady, this is me talking to you. Make the fucking tag, bro.
Oh, he said no. They said everybody, the people saying take the tag. The people saying take the tag. The people saying take the tag. He said no. He said no. He said no. He said no. He said hell no. He said no. He already turned on me. And he said no. He turned on me. No, he said he turned on me. Oh shit! Bam! Is he coming in for the break? Oh, there you go. There you go. For the 1, 2. That's one. You can have another one on him if you want it. You can have another one on him. Oh shit! Get reverse. Get reverse. Is this it? Is this it? Oh, usually you know he would have pulled that bitch. Is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do it? Is he costing him? He's costing him. He's costing him. He's costing him still. I don't think he's.
Why are you so dumb, bro?
We team back with him. Y'all weird. It's a game not that serious. That's what I'm thinking. Brady. I don't think he's. Yeah, Brady ain't gonna do it. Brady ain't gonna do it. Yeah, he got morals. He said he ain't doing it. Rolly agreed with you. Hey, Brady. Rolly agreed with you. He said, "Why would you team with him?" He said, "Why would you team with him?"
I don't know. You know what I mean?
He gonna stand on business. Yeah, he finna stand on business. He gonna. If he gonna lose, I think he said if he gonna lose, he gonna just lose by himself. He gonna just lose by himself.
I'd rather burn. Think about that move, bro. Think about that move. Irreversible damn near, bro.
The man was over there. The man was over there, standing over there with them. I don't know. I don't think he gonna do it.
You win, okay. You still gain nothing.
I don't know. That's kind of. I don't know if he win, that's kind of, you know, that's kind of like wrestler of the week kind of thing. But you know, I hope he do good.
Wrestler of the month.
I'm weak.
I didn't get a little title shot. She wins this.
And remember, Brady, you only got to pin one of them. It's not both. So, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, uh-oh. No, not yet. One more.
You already hit 3 on the ground. You already hit 3 on the ground.
Okay, there you go. He let you go. Just run in the ring. Just go in the ring. Just go in the ring. Just go in the ring. Yo. Yo, what's up? Yo, what's up? He already had the match. That man eliminated. Go ahead, fight. Y'all go ahead.
Man, he got to tag this nigga.
I don't think. Yeah, he ain't doing it, bro. Yeah, you at it, though.
Unless he tags you back in.
I'm sure he would.
Yeah, he had it though. Oh shit. Okay. Yep. He had it though. Good night, Brady. Oh, yep. You see what he do this time. You see if he be a nice guy. Oh no, he didn't let go this time. Hold on. Can he get out though? He's finna get out. Hold on, never mind. No, hold on. Is he? Go at the other way. Go the other way. Yeah, he's fucked. Yep. Keep going. He's done and good. Hold on. And good night. He's done. He's cooked. Add it though. Add it. Why is he still alive? Get him out. There you go. Add it though. You fought well though, man. Hey, you surprised me. Yeah, good fight, man. He said I can't say anything else about that one.
They need a sub to take him down.
I'm gonna go to the restroom and then set this match up.
They need a sub.
He needed a sub to take me down.
That's what we going with. Don't get that nigga
We
out, bro.
would have lost. That match would have been over 15 minutes ago with Peculiar fighting.
No, he wouldn't have. Y'all would have won the fucking.
No, Peculiar's ass.
This nigga had a.
Niggas don't like me. The bitch wanna fight me. My t-shirt on, so I won't get ugly. She fucking with a dime. I'm fucking with a bomb. They think I'm on something. Whoa, she think I'm on something. I'm fucking with a bad little vibe. Molly all over her tongue. I'm about to spot me a high. I'm about to spin that trunk. I said, my mind got me a switch. We don't get fucked by luck. I said my body, I'm the coolest. Trampoline jump for a cougar. Jump out the jungle, go hectic. I'm leaving that boy in the doula. She wanna fuck for the moolah. Pussy needs get lit up. That pellet hold a Ruger. How she laying with your girl? Huh? She like being around my niggas. She teed up, she not switching. G6 got me in here glitching. Real rich as fuck, just living. This bitch ain't got no vision. I'ma go ahead and give it to her. I just been feeling myself. I find Jesus, Christian Dior. Got a bitch tryna fuck on the game. She'll put a stain right on the floor. Got me feeling like Jesse Chase. I'm switching lanes when he hard. Stop out that talking, let's do it. You on the internet, boy, stop, boy. I'm in the field with cleats, singing my jeans.
Say, bro. Good match too, man. Very good match.
Look, sometimes you have to make a moment.
There ain't no sometimes,
He went
bro.
from heel to face to heel. All at once.
That was a double turn. Shit.
No.
Yeah, it was a good match.
Yeah, I call him Big Show now.
Okay, so the 2v2 should work right. Well, of course it does. That's what matches I've been setting up. That's the matches I've been setting up. Of course it's gonna work.
Are they in here?
Are they ready?
I think they watch this, so they don't know if they up. I ain't gonna lie.
I want to hear niggas on the mic say yo or something. Gotta make sure it ain't one of these extra.
Niggas trying to hear these niggas' voices.
Damn right, gotta verify nigga. Won't get me, bruh. I seen who they pick niggas out here with counts and shit. They weird as fuck.
Hey, that's the third time. Come on, bro. That match was fun though.
Nigga, you quit middle of the match. What do you mean it was fun?
You were just watching like us. What are you doing?
He said 3 minutes or less. Okay.
Bro, you did the dumbest shit ever. I would have stuck to my team. Boy.
I ain't gonna lie to you though. What's that nigga name? Onion. You suck.
Oh yeah.
Damn, what'd he do?
I'm sure he about to get his walking
If Dez
gonna have his walking papers ready.
Oh, it's over with.
Yeah,
Remember when I
his walking
said
papers ready.
earlier? I said Orion
By the
was
time
gonna
you
do
get to the locker room tonight.
Deb's just
Oh,
fucking
Deb's gonna
crash
fucking
out.
straight.
Like I said, if Brady
Yeah,
had
right.
win at any point in the match, I would have just continued like it never happened. Fuck more.
All right, Weezy, do you want to start the match or you want me to start it? How do you want this to go?
You can start it. You can start it.
Let me
I
start
ain't
it.
gonna lie to y'all, bro.
That's when I say give me in.
Get you in. Yep,
Let me know when to join.
I will. Yeah, let me set this match up. They said 3 minutes or less though.
It's a lot of shit that be going on. Yeah.
Damn, we ain't never tagged before either, though. Damn.
Never,
All
we
right,
ain't
on the
never
fly.
tagged, bro.
Yeah, we on the fly with it, though. Let's go. NWO don't back down for no motherfucking body.
You're
Yeah, we
not
gonna
tagged
go on tonight.
Tight.
Remember that busted ass tag match that you guys had tag like Dob.
Oh yeah.
Who was it? Was it Kai? Yeah.
I'm weak.
Yeah.
I'm weak, bro.
Came
I'm
in,
weak.
spear tackle, we just like impromptu, unsanctioned match.
That shit was fun. That's been the match of the year contender, bro. I forgot about that. I voted that motherfucker G.
Damn, so we had 3 people on top Duval, a tag turn that turned into Brady.
Nigga, you talking third person? It was you.
God, you was a dumbass.
Look, I
we
planned
can't
this.
see the screen, dog. We want to see who.
I know. I got it. I know it. It's something I gotta do though. I gotta play a video real quick. Is it
I planned this since like 5 o'clock today before me
ready
and
to join?
Reflex had the match.
Oh.
Fuck out. Why did Tech text me? What the hell does he want? You trying to tag with the champion? No.
Okay, I've been requested to do something before our match starts, and then it'd be. Give me a second. It's something that they want y'all to see too. It's not only me.
Oh shit.
Dang, fuck
Yeah.
them niggas.
This
You'll
is
see.
it, bruh.
Yeah.
They didn't talk that way into getting in here with the tribal chief. They got me fucked up.
Yeah, it was
like
looking
the-
like a good team. Could have been
This is
some
SmackDown hack.
That's
bro.
Tribal Chief, nigga. That Tribal Chief sucks. You wanna be big dog, Tribal Chief, Samoan Werewolf?
Say
nigga?
it with your motherfucking chest, nigga. I'm all 3 and 1,
Fuck you
nigga.
on, nigga. No, you ain't
I'm
on
all
3
3 and 1, nigga. You know when you get that tool kit, nigga, you got every tool in that bitch. I'm the kit, nigga. Fuck you.
What the
Oh,
fuck?
Lord.
What the fuck?
I'm out the kid.
Son
Yo,
of a
ass the
kid.
hammer, the screwdriver, the buzzsaw.
Yeah, you got all that with the wrench and all
All
that.
the extensions, nigga.
All that, nigga. That included. And I got a light on the box.
Okay. Here go the I got the thing, y'all. I haven't looked at it yet. They told me not to. So watching all together at the same time. Raw
Let
reaction.
me see, bro.
Raw fucking reaction, bro. Alright, here we go.
All right, here we go.
He playing the video on the screen?
Yeah, I'm finna play it on screen, yeah. Alright, let me switch over.
You got the volume with it or what?
Yeah, I'm gonna turn it all the way up. I'm gonna turn it all the way up.
Bro, you, bro.
No, it probably is a Rick roll. It probably is. We
I don't
finna
know
see.
who the fuck they is, though, to be honest.
Here we go.
I could be walking to a
Fucking
buzz
random, imagine.
You said maybe walk into a
Yeah,
bus. So, okay, here we go. Hopefully,
right,
ain't nothing
yeah,
that's too
let's see.
crazy, but here we go. 3, 2.
Who's turned this one?
Hell of a
Снимайте мне ебу, что делаете? Пошла нахуй. This place is at a fever pitch.
What the fuck is
Don't tell me it's
going
fucking
on?
Sturdio, bro. Don't tell me it's Sturdio.
Sturdio?
Nah.
Sturdio?
Don't tell me it's Sturdio.
Sturdio? Sturdio?
My nigga.
Don't tell me it's Sturdio. No.
Sturdio? Sturdio?
That's fucking insane.
Is it Sturdio?
What's up?
Sturdio?
Sturdio, is that you?
Is that you? Is this you? Are you a part of the team? Is that you?
Go ahead and start up the game.
Look, oh
Yeah.
my god. Oh my god.
These weird ass niggas.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I love it.
What the fuck, bro? That threw me. I'm telling you. They kept saying, "Oh, why would I do it? Why would I do it?" That's what I'm thinking, bro. Like, you just can't put it past nobody, bro.
Who's his partner?
I don't know, bro. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. That just threw me completely off, bro. Like completely off, bro.
What did you say to B-Dog, my nigga? Like, why
The
niggas so hooked on
fuck?
motherfucker?
So then you a fucking widow.
Mystery partner. Give me a no, I'm kidding.
Nigga said mystery partner is me.
Yeah,
If he-
bro. That was
if
good,
he
bro.
pop, nigga, you
Let's go to
got.
work. Let's go to work.
Too good, bro.
That'd be a hell of a swerve. Swerve on
Too
Brady.
good.
That would be a good reason why you like broke that shit up, though. You know.
I just broke that shit up because I'm tired of teaming with Brady and
And you had to sucker yourself in here, my nigga.
It was the first day though. Like it was literally the first day. It is the first day.
It was. You couldn't tag for more than like what 10 minutes.
He already accused me of turning on him.
weak.
Why would I give us to do it?
Now who your partner is?
Man, that was too good.
Shout out Stereo, bro.
I'm guessing it's combo.
No,
way.
nigga, it's the Three Branches people. You telling me all you niggas that made different accounts, you widow ass niggas?
Probably. That's what I'm guessing.
Oh, fuck no, son.
There's 3
I'm
people.
gonna show you, hey, no, I'm gonna show you how you kill it. Let somebody else we know pop up in this motherfucker. I'm gonna make them niggas wait on Leon in here.
He said, "I'm gonna make him wait on Leon."
Matter of fact,
Fucking
let me
weak.
unready up. Let me unready up right quick.
He said, "Let me unready up."
Got me fucked up.
It's probably a handy
Actually,
set partner.
actually, nigga,
We're finna find out right now.
I'm gonna show you how you walk the catering, nigga. But you lucky you did it so well. I'm gonna fight you.
Y'all see the notification popping
You
up?
lucky.
Nah, not yet. You gotta make sure I get my right character.
Look at the name of the judge.
Where, nigga?
Oh, word.
Come on, in game with us or what?
In Discord.
Yeah, and
It's Henny. It has to be. Or it's combo.
I'm right here. Howdy.
George will join the match.
Who is the judge?
Nigga name the judge will join the match.
Let me see something. Give me a second.
And he just left.
He's free.
Okay.
Just how they
let me
gotta
see.
sucker their way in.
Okay,
I like
let me
it.
Let's say
Ooh.
2.
It's fucking handy, bruh.
2,
Nigga, what? Nigga, I'm not cool with him.
1.
Wait,
Yeah, we on.
you and Stereo were
Hey, yo, something going on. Hey, look. 0. Bruh, look. What the? Yo, bro, what the fuck is going on?
Who's just committed to the gimmick? It's not
Genesis.
tag.
Yes.
Bro.
No way it's tag.
Imagine it was tag.
I just want to join.
Oh, I knew it was combo.
What the? Oh my God! Look at this! Look at this! Look at this! Look at this! Oh man! Oh man!
That's why he didn't want to do a tag match, Tom.
Get out of here.
Oh man!
All of this just for
Oh, nigga, you told me I was doing a random tag team with you. You was doing this bullshit.
Hey, great job, fellas.
Damn,
I was entertained.
So Henny, you're higher power than, huh?
No, nigga.
I'm not gonna hold you. I don't know who the fuck higher power is.
Hold on. So wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I have no idea who higher power is.
Bro, wait a minute. It's still a random nigga just out. Oh, wait a minute. I thought Henny, you don't gotta lie. If that's you, you can tell us. Bro, it's no way. It's no way. The match broke. I'm gonna have to start it over, but I'm finna dashboard. I got y'all in the match. But hold on, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Right hand.
It's still a random nigga just still out there.
We have no idea who that nigga is.
Wait, so then who? So you just let higher power in with y'all?
Wait, combo. So you called your own shit the tree branches?
No, that was 30.
30, you called your own
The
shit
separation of powers.
Oh no. Okay, look.
Yeah, you
I
called
was-
the fucking tree branches.
I was the judge. 30 was 3 branches. And then
Oh,
high
you're
power,
like,
high power.
Higher powers have to be
Why
doing
is he keep texting me?
higher powers have to be doing some shit around the same time.
Nah,
and then y'all
man.
niggas thought that we was with them, and I was like, wait.
No,
man, we was like, wait, who the fuck is that?
I don't believe that.
He put all 3 y'all into
Someone
one
definitely-
package.
yeah.
Y'all obviously know that nigga. Don't act like
nah.
we don't know that nigga. I
Hold on, so
Weezy's higher power.
he said he don't. He said he don't. Still don't think that's y'all. He said he still don't think that's y'all.
God,
He said I knew it was combo. He said I knew it was combo. What's good? He said makes sense. What's good, Needle?
So they got the screenshot, bro. So they got the screenshot. Just send them the screenshot.
So what did y'all think of this?
Yeah. 30, send the screenshot.
What did y'all do behind this? I need to know.
Yeah, look.
That's crazy.
Bro.
You have no idea who that nigga is, bro.
We're always watching.
Some random nigga y'all picked up on the street.
He was here before us. He was here before us.
Yeah, I didn't even know that.
You guys all made accounts.
Yo, who that?
See,
Who that
that
here?
is not
You guys
my
all
joke.
made that shit in
I'm
tag
fucking
team
weak.
submission.
All right, the match is ready. Y'all can join back in. That shit fucked up.
Who the fuck is this nigga, bro?
Hey, I promise you.
Let me find out y'all just stole that man gimmick.
You pretty much there. Like, you not with it.
Yeah.
We took in
Nah,
for
we
it.
didn't know that nigga was there. Yeah, like I was like, bro, who the fuck is this?
He just showed up to the
Y'all
meeting, like,
when Don
Oh,
tagged all
like, he
3
was-
of us, I thought that was the other
Yeah.
person.
Power count like a 2020.
Other
But it's
person.
fun.
Said
It's funny,
DDP
it's
for
like-
president. Okay, y'all two can do it too.
Why did you all get involved?
So,
breathe.
so Henny, Henny, you can come out and tell us if that's you, like all jokes aside.
That's not how Nigga,
So
what?
we still have somebody to figure the fuck out. Is what you saying?
I promise you it's not him. But
I thought he was about
My
to
life-
come out. I thought it was Henny. Like I thought the last one about to be Henny.
High power, Henny,
Still there.
Here we go, man.
I don't
You
even
know
know.
what? Powerful L. Powerful L. Like, if we doing that, powerful L.
Hey, somebody owe me 100 too, by the way. Niggas like, yeah, we.
Hey, I didn't.
Was that was a Hewley, right?
Yep.
Was you
What the hell is the Texas B-Dog?
Oh, it's 30.
It was 30 on combo, yo. Oh, hold on, wait a minute. Did the teams fuck up? Did the team just fuck up?
No, I'm still over here on the left. I did see.
Okay, yeah, I did see like Roman. Yeah, I seen it just fuck up.
So they got 3 branches, right?
Yeah, who's the third?
Who's the third
Okay, I
one,
see it's
bro?
working
High
right. It's
power.
good.
Bro, I'm trying to tell you it's not.
There's the bell on this tag team match.
That's
Then why is
legislative
it the three
official.
branches?
Two
No,
very
no,
talented
no,
teams.
tag me
But
in,
it takes
Don.
more than just that to succeed as a tandem in WWE.
Hey,
They
tag me in.
completely
You may be the
insane
anchor, or we just go. You just test and see
Nah,
how
we
things
just
is.
gonna rotate. We just gonna
Bet,
rotate.
bet, bet. That work.
Nasty work.
I ain't gonna lie, Don. That's fucked up.
able
What's
to
up?
slip away.
Your mother
Find some
just kicked
payback
in.
with their own reversal.
What the fuck? Oh, get control, Brett. Get control.
To the
Who is it?
Them shits got delivered already, bro.
Yo, 30.
Why not? Say it. Let air the ass out. Cause I want to know. I'm thinking it's the person I had to deal with in 23, and it is low key like.
I don't know. I'm proud, man.
Bro, you might want to start off early. Just
No, it's not me.
get used to it.
Y'all have a good night.
All right, bro. The night of swerves. I fucking be safe, man. Who X was that? Me, Yaka, was that you? That was that Yaka that X? Yeah.
So there's one more person on their team.
Yeah, it's still one more person. Yeah, it's still one more person. I thought it was Henny.
And they saying they don't know how to.
Then I swear after them two came out, I swear I thought it was you.
Why you keep saying me?
Because it only makes sense.
Video no more, bro.
I get that. I get that.
Hey, nah, he's not.
Yeah, it's Randy Orton is. Yeah, look, his name higher. Look.
So there's this higher power nigga. They say they don't know, and then there's one more.
I don't know.
Like, who is this dude?
I thought he was finna expose himself just with them. I thought he was finna come out with him. That is one, by the way, too. That's one.
Smoking real, just never don't get caught on one button. Do not get stuck on one button. Don't get
That's
stuck
one
on
for us.
button.
Said one button.
If you need to tag out, you can.
What you say?
If you need to tag out, you can. I know you took some Eddie.
It's clear they have nothing but punishment on
Combo,
their
what's
mind.
up with all these servers?
Randy Orton. Nice
Are you my
backbreaker.
Was that two?
Defense perfectly.
But hey, oh my God, look at the blender. Oh, is this beef? It was a beef.
Ricocheting off the turnbuckles.
Get out of there when you need a break. I got you.
Yep.
Stuck in the Viper's grasp.
I'm on fire.
Nice backbreaker delivered by Orton.
So combo.
You're
Oh,
You
nah,
weak
look at
ass niggas ain't want to fight Leon.
Randy Orton.
We did right now.
He really felt the impact
you
on that
cried.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
No,
Orton
you
showed he
didn't.
hasn't lost an
No, you
ounce of
didn't.
that
You had
killer
opportunity
instinct.
to do it earlier.
With an uppercut.
30
No, he didn't tag us.
Play by Orton.
When?
Something tells me the
What is that,
feeling
three?
Julius
Hey,
Silver's pain.
Get over
that's-
there. Get over there.
That's to be decided.
Come over here, Weezy.
Hey,
It was good shit.
hey, come on, Combo, keep your health up. Keep your health up, come on.
I'm trying to get out. I'm not trying to do anything.
Wait,
Do it still do that AI running bullshit on when you tag out? It don't do that no more.
Can I get up?
I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about when they run around and shit? It's Sinbad gone.
I
Yeah,
ain't see
yeah.
that yet. I ain't gonna lie. No.
In off the
Where
tag
he
here.
go?
Like he left already. He left after this match.
Did he win?
I can't
Yeah,
move.
he won. Yeah, he won. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't
Big
move.
kick to the
Oh, see you do that is. Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, I promise.
Throw your partner out.
Nigga,
I
don't grab
told
me.
y'all he was
Nah, he throwing his partner out. Throwing his partner out.
Thank you. My fault. I mean, I was just saying I
And
couldn't
he's
move out.
tagging his partner in.
Nigga, let us get the tag back, weirdo. Because he had the X because he tried to.
Hey, he got in on his. Hey, nah, that
I
was
would-
all him. Ain't nobody.
He
told
said
that
it was
nigga to
all
get
me.
in. Yeah, on God, ain't nobody.
I'll show you how we gonna win this motherfucker, John. Don't you worry about it.
Oh, yeah, I believe
I'll
you,
show
bro.
you something. Watch this. Watch this.
Watch this.
I knew you would. Dumbass.
Oh, maybe not.
Breeze. Remember that? Told you it was a breeze fighting you, nigga.
This coming from the same nigga who's getting his ass beat earlier.
Oh, it's a fucking breeze fighting you.
He won though.
Yeah, I won. Dumbass.
Yeah, but my man blew me that close.
You won too. Yeah, you got
I
your.
don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I ain't need a super fan.
We got 3. I'm tripping.
Nice punch, Don. Press X. Aw.
Nigga just shouting buddies. Low.
Don, press what?
Oh, goodness.
Press B. Good
You
job.
did. You know you.
I tell you, it's a breeze.
That's the A.
Rising to a vulnerable
Okay, I'm the last
position.
one.
Trouble is looming.
That's an A.
Let's go.
Oh. Press B.
That's the one good thing, bro.
That'll give you whiplash.
I both trying to play like Jedi mind
Raising
games.
a question or confidence after that attack.
Yo, I just played some fucking.
I
Hey,
knew it.
Combo, go in the corner.
I'm not doing that, bro.
And she quickly turned that around. Oh, man.
It's 30 yards game though.
I'm not getting none of that touch my record.
I see a partner, bro. Whatever he does, it's attached to you.
Well, TB. That is.
Right.
No, that's not. TB put allegations to like late last year.
It wasn't a TB push, bro. It was a wheel.
It's like they're in each other's minds. Counters
He's
on
always
the
spin push.
These opponents are at an impasse. One counter met by another.
Good shit. That's yours.
Oh, that's your attempt.
Now can capitalize.
Don't chase that. Don't chase
Ah! Damn. I'm fucking weak.
The stumble head first into danger.
I mean, oh no. Something like that.
Up and down. What a slam.
Yeah, just let it go. Should get back in.
If you want your help back, let me know.
Ripley not
yeah,
backing down and letting
Shit,
her
run
go.
in.
Yeah, downtown are a little bit cute.
Getting close to a count out.
We was
Run in though, yeah, I think so, yeah. He'll knock it back down.
Just avoiding the ref's count.
And get back up with it.
Big boot to the gut and a thunderous forearm to follow.
And you can keep it health too. After, okay.
Keep working, man.
Waiting to strike.
I'm about to go to work actually, so I'm not at work. Fuck, nigga. I'm fucking.
You're not at work right now? Don't you work at night? You're not at work?
Yeah, I work at
Good
11.
shit.
I work at 11.
Got him.
Good shit. Good shit.
I can't even get mad at this shit no more, bro.
Bruh, press A every time.
No, you don't. It's a move.
No, that's how he gets. That's how he gets.
She's starting to struggle
I
here.
don't give a
This
shit.
has been an
Press
arduous
A.
Ah.
She could be in much worse shape.
Oh,
Placed
you
in
got
the
that
corner here.
save.
Combo, ban him.
Not your face.
Man, who?
Inverted Alabama slam.
Move.
I can't, bro. Two for NW.
NW hoes.
Carefully placed to the arm. Kick to the gut.
That's an
Shit.
X, bro.
Good shit. Glad you need it.
Yo, Roman like a goddamn and put him in patent.
She reversed it.
Good read, man.
One move after another.
Yeah.
Well-executed
Watch it,
takedown.
we got y'all push right
He's
now.
taking a lot of the punishment.
Yeah, no, 100%. You're not gonna guard X though.
Big boot to the
Yes, he did
gut.
it.
A clubbing
Good
You're not
forearm.
gonna guard A though.
It was a good move.
Release German.
You could do the legs, but it's up to you, Shad. I mean, like, I'm just here to be fighting, bro. But I do a red shot.
Use your thing first if anything.
Bro, down. Why you fat ass knee pads in?
What is
They
she
got
doing?
five pads right
Slowly rising.
My fault.
Five pairs.
Easy target
Yeah,
here.
look how high up they are. You think it's me probably up there?
You never know.
Northern Lights perfectly
I think it's
bridged.
high
Now
too.
Rhea asserting control. Rhea showing off that
Look,
light
bad,
array
yeah.
of hers.
Yeah,
He
alright,
counters
bro,
with a
that's
great
good.
reversal.
Oh my god, good read, man.
Downloaded.
Goodness, blasted
That was my
right into the corner.
first.
Another round.
Beautiful suplex.
Huh?
These are big power moves becoming more devastating with every
Ah.
attack. Back and forth.
You got something else. You got something else.
Good move.
Perfect
Watch it, watch it.
Yeah, save,
Down he goes.
save this. Oh, that's one. That's one. Was that 2 or 1? I thought it was 1. I thought it was 1. Yeah, I thought it was 1. Yeah.
That's nice.
Man thrown with such force. The whole ring is rattling.
Yeah, look at that kick put him in the corner.
Target.
You cool, you cool.
Here you go. I did what I needed
Randy
to.
Orton with the tag.
I did what I needed to.
And he was ready for Orton.
Downloaded.
Ooh, just bouncing
Oh,
off
he
the
didn't
turnbuckle.
nail
him
it.
breeze.
Orton gets the better there.
Is that why you were calling him Mr. earlier today?
Randy
Hey,
Orton.
Weezy, you watch Power, don't you?
Yeah, I just watched it.
Jarring impact.
Boy,
With a
That's
punch.
shit for us.
they know what they doing, boy. That shit be, boy, I'm like, ooh,
That's powerful.
Oh.
I didn't mean to stun you. Oh, no. Oh, no.
yeah, he
You
didn't know.
want me to touch you again? No, I can't. It's gonna. No. It's gonna keep giving it to me. Your damage. I'm not doing it. No, I'm not doing it. I remember last time. Use your thing if you need to. I didn't mean to do that though. Weezy. I thought I was helping you.
Yeah, I'm fighting.
Literally in a tag match.
Will in the late stages of this matchup.
What we got? What is it?
Good
One?
read. Good read.
So,
Oh, it's 1 to 5. 1 to 5. 1 to 5.
25.
Look like
Not
you just
ready.
placing them hoes, dog.
I did on them last two because the last one stunned him.
Stop pressing that button. Say something.
The last one stunned him.
Wait for him to dodge. You know he wants you.
Overhand connects.
That's 2.
Fighting tooth and nail, back and forth for supremacy.
I gotta make me
This
a
could be
promo now.
anyone's match.
Joe Weber.
I gotta call Sturdy on that.
Come on, man.
Situational awareness with a knee to the abdomen.
Do it. Who just said that? Oh, this World Star. I think every single person in here that had a match.
How many we got done?
We got 5. We got 5.
Here's Orton into a rough landing on the outside. Ooh. Sends the knee into the face.
Hey, Don, give me another.
One more time,
You
dog.
sure?
One more
You
time.
sure?
Let me get
You
the
sure?
smoke. One more
Let me
time.
get smoke. Yeah, come on.
One more time, dog.
Me down. Is Raw starting the match?
World Star won a match, yeah. I wouldn't mind giving him one. Yeah, I got you.
Well, so you couldn't start the hour early?
Henny, unless you fight him. Shit. That's the only thing. Oh yeah, you got to go to work. I'm tripping. Oh, you want? You sure? You up for that? All right. All right, go ahead. Have it. It's next after this one. We still the main event. Y'all just did, I'm telling you, we still the main event.
Yeah, just get it from the
Who was he supposed to fight?
He didn't have nobody.
Oh, y'all need it?
That's why I'm just giving him a match.
How many punches we got?
Oh, y'all got 2 right now.
2 to what?
2 to 5. Oh, when? I thought it's still 2-5. He did? Well, I ain't see one.
Oh, niggas on the left. I ain't worry about you, nigga.
Alright, press B for me, dog.
Tell him, nigga. Breeze. Easy mode.
Breeze. It's a breeze, nigga.
Hold on,
A waiting game.
It's a breeze.
A waiting game.
You good, bro. You good. Just shake that off. Just shake that shit off.
Probably press X. Oh,
Gucci, bro.
Type shit.
You shouting buttons ain't doing shit, nigga.
You ain't doing a damn thing.
it doesn't look like it.
I ain't gonna count till you done. You haven't gotten the match.
Now I got in for a little bit. I threw some blows in there.
Yeah, look at you seen what happened when they hurt
I'm
him.
anchoring. I'm anchoring.
You got you, nigga.
Oh. That was a distraction. That was a distraction. You can't even anchor on this shit, can you? Ain't no damn anchor.
Yeah, it ain't no used to.
Ain't no anchor, yeah.
Just remember, man, we ain't got to. We got some missions on our side, my nigga. We gonna tap the head the fuck out.
Which one, though?
Either one. I'm getting both their heads red, though.
Oh, well, you were going to team a combo tonight.
That'll give you whiplash.
Yeah.
Because I don't think
I'd rather see
Get ready for a punch, man. Get ready for a punch down.
Yeah, I gave you the
Time could very well be running out. They managed to avoid that offense.
Uh-oh, don't worry about it.
Don't bust my. I swear to God, if you dream on me, I swear to God, I'll
Get ready for a punch,
In
man.
position.
I got you. As soon as I see the reverse.
I'm using his fingers on.
With the back elbows and
Oh my god.
Oh, that's 2, but alright. That's 2. Yeah, that's 2. You hit one.
You didn't get nobody gets stunned. No, you good.
You
You good.
just said that's alright, didn't you? Alright, word.
Y'all go ahead. Y'all go. Y'all separated. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Alright, let's go. Come on.
Yeah, go ahead. Go.
Watch it.
Yeah, I heard that, bro. Nigga, this is what we had. Okay, it was me and Jaden. Right, everybody left.
You hitting yours? You want me to hit mine?
On the
Hit me.
phone,
Come on. Come on.
and all I heard,
But no,
You want me to pin him after that or what?
No, I'm gonna hit my stick and then
Okay. Okay. Go ahead. Go. I gotta get down though, cause I don't want to block that shit.
I wish you were here to play my
You
buddy.
can't come on this side, nigga. Get the
And you was
fuck
like,
over
I
here.
wish I was too. Like, nigga,
Dun, you ready for the tag?
I got you.
He's gonna try to pop up.
If I wanted to pop up, I already would.
tags in here.
I mean, just pin him.
Yo, Don.
Hoping that was enough.
Yeah, cause the combo can't come in.
Brady shut out tonight,
Oops.
right?
Yeah, he did pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna work a little bit.
you gonna work a little bit?
We need to get up.
Not close at all. No breakup
You
series,
got
no
that X on
rebuild
him.
years.
You still got the X on him too, Don. So
Yeah.
Combo and Don forgot all their
Yeah.
health. Don has
A quick reversal from her.
Thomas still.
yeah, nah, don't get out of here now, nigga. Where you
I
going?
appreciate you for letting me know.
Target. Wrong. Come on, get the target. Oh, come on.
You eligible for that?
Hey, can I become eligible right there? It's done. Nah, he did.
That's crazy.
Nah, you fucked up, bro.
Good
Yeah, I
shit,
know.
dog.
I kept hitting him. Yeah, I know.
Nah, he did great though. He did great though.
That's 3 for y'all.
You definitely have to change your tongue though eventually too. Like,
Yeah, I know.
What's he thinking here?
Good shit, John. Show him why you was the leader of NWO. He asked me about 2 NWO niggas
I ain't
tonight.
never heard that out of that nigga. That was invested, ain't it? T-Ray got 3
So, dog, how much you be paying people, bro?
What you mean how much I'm paying people?
All that money you be paying people, so you can't buy shirts big enough for your honor.
Be ready, nigga. Be
That's
ready.
my ass. That's what is that for?
These two are finding an answer for everything.
5.
You gotta look at the blue meaning, bro.
Don't be afraid to take that tack either, man. I'm gonna get out
Oh my goodness, dribbling the opponent's head like a basketball.
Looking as locked in as ever. I think we know what's coming.
So, are we saying that last year NWO, the better person was TV?
Shin breaker.
Look at him trying to be messy. Look at him.
That's what it looked like, though. Shit, last year looked like it. Good shit. Take your time, man. Take your time.
Yeah,
Take
I'm
your
good.
time.
I'm good, bro.
Yo, TB.
You want me to,
Yeah,
to
get
take that in or what?
No, I'm good, bro. I'm
Maybe
good.
Cody, bro.
You mind if I use Cody Rhodes in a promo? Like, cause Jacob Fatu was in that bitch.
Oh, what the? They ain't even line up. That shit ain't even line up.
That nigga TB so fucking problematic. I'm like, yeah, I do now.
You gotta break it anyway. It's fine.
You're Jacob Fatu, bro.
No, that's he had to break it automatically.
You Jacob Fatu thing.
Good time. He gonna try to hit you with the nuts. There you go. There you go.
Dog walk their ass.
That's 5-star territory. Don't you worry about it, my nigga. Don't you worry about it.
Tight, tight.
Yep. I need one more spear. I need one more spear to qualify. That's it. I need one more spear, nigga.
I got you,
it
bro.
in.
Yeah, go to stun bar right here.
Yeah, get the stun. I'm gonna spear the fuck
That's
out.
6.
6 one thing. You wanna hit him again?
I got
Be
you.
ready.
Here,
Be
watch
ready,
this.
Don.
I got this.
Yeah, be ready.
I'm interested to see how this team looks like, bro. I'm very interested.
Come on, yeah. Dog walking this weekend. Quiet now, little mouse ass nigga. Oh yeah, good shit, dog.
That's a move. That's a move. That's a move. No, that's a move on him. That's a move on him. It's a B. It's a B on him. Was it a B on him? I swear I pressed B. I pressed B and it did that. Let me see someone. I would hit the ref. I would hit the ref for this shit. I'm telling you, it was a B. No, I don't want to hit the ref. Oh, that is what I did, ain't it? Oh, that is what I did. Okay, after the ref get up, we can fight. I thought it was a move, bro. I thought it was a move. No, that's gonna be our get up to get up. Just go.
The ref can get up. The ref can get up when he wants to get up. Or you.
All right, there we go. All right, there we go. You see, bro? I thought I was doing something. Yeah.
How many punches we got?
We got 5. They got 6.
He telling us,
Be ready.
Get that out of here, Sturdio.
That's your one. That's your one.
Yeah.
Can I grab him? The fuck? There we go. Oh, come on.
There goes my plan.
You're playing. Here go your plan right here.
There goes my plan. Well, change the plans, combo.
Keep up. Keep up.
Oh.
Good shit.
Don't go nowhere. I don't need you going nowhere. Stay right here,
early,
Sturdio.
hypothetically, is it gonna make it like hard to kick out? So?
I pressed it. Come on, there we go. Yeah, you crazy, Sturdio. Let me show you how not to pull back. There you go.
Let's go. Good shit.
Come on,
Good shit,
Sturdio.
man.
Fucks with me, Sturdio.
Sturdio.
Don't keep up. Who presses that right there? Hit him. There we go, 6. That's 6 up. I need to get up. Here.
What do you press, Don?
I'm not telling you. I forgot. Oh, God. You good. Go ahead.
All right, thank you.
I'm coming back over there.
Come on, I'm gonna get you back in. Come on.
And she's returning fire.
That's another. That's one.
Yeah, that's one.
You gonna see 2?
So you're gonna see 2. It's 2 of them.
With me, nigga.
All right, combo, you ready?
As soon as you get your break.
I got you.
Ricochet off the turnbuckles.
Yeah.
I knew I had a feeling he was gonna triple down.
Ain't worry about it.
I had a feeling he was gonna do that.
Get off the thing, Don.
Looking to take it to the air now.
I'm talking
What
about.
you
Use,
gonna do?
oh, you got reason. Use that first.
Going right into the pin attempt.
Type shit.
I
There's some
stepped up
shock
too
in
for
the
you, my
arena
nigga.
after that kick out.
I'm qualified for the
She's walking
stuff.
all the way over here.
Yeah,
Come on, Rio.
Damn, it's a 5-star already.
I just need to hit one more fin, and I got qualified.
Oh my God. You in there.
What a smash. That is just insulting.
Hey, Don, hypothetically, if I cross the gun line, what would you do?
I took that gun line thing away. I don't know if you've seen that in the rules or not. No, I'm talking about like I took it so you can't cross it no more. That's what I'm saying. Called the gun line with chop ball.
I dropped that though. I was stopping that for like crazy.
Well, he gets on with it already. This is a fight.
Got him.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm too proud to get anything, bro.
Hey, just don't stick on one button, bro. You good? Just don't stick on one button.
Got you. I can't even cook right, bro.
Okay, you doing what you need to do.
Bro.
What's our punches? What's our punches and shit?
6 up. It's 6 up. It's 6 up. He said I don't play ranked. He said I don't play ranked.
I said I don't play Randy.
Oh, Randy. Oh.
He said what's his punches? I don't even know what's his like directions. They got all.
I know his punches.
Slip and slim. Come on.
With some attitude.
No, let me just play him. I can't think of it.
Randall, take a tag if you need it. Take a tag.
7.
Fist connects. Shutting that down with the back elbow.
Oh! Use your thing first. But matter of fact, I stay here. You know, I break it up. I'm just gonna come in regardless.
You gonna break it up?
Yeah, I'm breaking it. Yeah, I'm breaking it up. I'm breaking it up. As soon as I see a penny, I'm coming in.
Alright.
Getting lifted to the top rope.
Alright, good shit.
Wait and see if
Yeah, I know. I'm waiting till he ping you, yeah, because I ain't trying to get thrown out.
so you focus on this shit. Use it. Yep, that's it.
That could have been it.
Now we got to switch up. We got to switch up now.
It's fucking unbelievable. Don, how's your front row tickets to Weezy vs. Combo 30 on a handicap match?
Man, kiss my ass.
Oh yeah.
It's like a
Right here. Oh, it's stunned already. Oh. That's 8. That's 8. It's 8.
Oh, hit him.
Break it if you want to. You gonna get stunned again. Break it if you want to.
Yeah. It's gonna keep his shit. It's gonna keep it.
Break it if you want to.
It's gonna keep him.
Come on, Don. Come on, Don.
Okay,
Come on,
here.
Don.
All right, here I go. Here, tag.
And he's ready to switch things up, tagging out.
Man, RKO that nigga.
He said, man, RKO the nigga. RKO the nigga.
Oh yeah, that's his to qualify.
Why did I pin him? Yeah, I should have hit the damn thing though. I did qualify. That was my second pin though. I'm good on that part. I'm good on that part. I got you. You want in right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I got you.
Yeah, I gotta build my shit up.
You did.
Oh yeah. Swap.
Angle punch. We got 2 more punches. We got 2 more.
The plan is not to fight me, my nigga.
Nah, the plan is to get that X off.
Good shit. Heavy. Keep working. Let me make sure I'm focused on this person. Weezy, we're gonna use both of the things on you. I'm gonna go ahead and say that now.
Yeah, I keep doing that move, bro.
These two reaching a standstill with all these reversals. Right suplex.
Hop out. Be careful.
Yep.
You got shit though, but
Stops that offense from connecting.
It's critical.
Oh my God.
What is he doing? Oh!
what the fuck?
Yeah. Damn.
Randy.
It's cool. Ain't getting no vibe. That's crazy.
I wonder if Sturdy moved up on your ass.
Yeah, he did.
Use your reserve if you need to. Or the rope break, but don't. Yeah. All right, that's a reason. Okay, so yes, remember I got this next one on.
Keep him in the ring. Wait, oh, y'all have another ring?
Yeah. Nah, one breakup and then one as a team. One as a team, yeah.
One as a team.
Yeah, so you could, so that one person get that extra one. Yeah.
Okay.
Just until they fix this damn, just until they fix this elimination shit. Then we're going back to regular. But let's just turn out better. I don't know. Yeah, I think so. I don't know.
You know they'll leave the action and make it next year, make it innovative.
Damn, I know, bro.
They're gonna say new improved online.
Make that tag if you need it.
Sits straight into the corner hard.
There you go.
Starting off this problem.
What you want to do? What you want to do? You want to take him? Okay, good. For the guillotine? I feel you. Yeah, he's a reason. Yeah, you're going to have to. You go in and break it for him, go break it for him.
This is devastating. You have to be feeling this in every nerve.
Break it now.
Nah.
He said no.
No.
There you go. You got him, Wizzy. There you go. Get him down. He trying to stay away from you. He need that. That stamina. Once that stamina cooked, you got him. Yeah, he is winning. Okay, there you go. Stay on this. Yeah, there you go. It's in the middle. He just got that fucking. He just got that fucking thing. No, he ain't. You better break that 30.
I didn't like that.
What you gotta do?
He still could have survived for longer, but fuck that.
Just like a millisecond.
Longer and got more damage.
Alright. Let's get this X off, bro.
Wait, dude got a whole another finish there.
Yeah, cause it was held that long. That's why they was fighting.
Damn.
If it's long, it's gonna keep building. It's just like the tap. It did it on that too, I think. Coming in straight on that, doing that. Yeah. So wake up. But if I do grab him out, that'd be our last one. Yep, I got you. I'm gonna get down.
Yeah.
As soon as I see you get that break, I'm back up.
Oh. Don, are you gonna make it a time limit for the submission so they can't get a finisher right after it?
I don't know. What do you think? What do you think? I don't know. I really don't know. That's two for us. We got one more.
That's my second tag.
Yeah, I know. We got one more. We got these as a team too. It's 3 as a team.
Yeah, I got you. How many breaks we got left? 2?
We got two.
You still got your reds, don't you?
Yep, I still got it.
All right, cool. I'm gonna get
And I still got your break too. I still got your break too.
Yeah. I'm gonna use a break on you though.
Okay. Oh, so you want me to fight until? I see what you're saying. Fight until. Yeah, I'm finna fight until. I know.
Yeah.
You can be the corner bitch, and he's the anchor. He basically calls you the corner.
I got you to use I got them to use a break up though. That's what I wanted. All right, come on, Don. Be ready.
Reed.
Okay.
Off the turnbuckles.
Pretty smart, bro.
Watch this A move. Watch this A move.
Stop talking about Watch this A move. Watch this A move.
Big boot to the gut and a thunderous.
I'm good. I got you, bro. I still got the break. I'm good, bro. I'm good. I still got the break.
Wrong button regardless if you say a button or not.
Exactly.
I mean, this shit.
Great cardio makes all the difference.
Dirty
When
hoe.
you stay alive deep into the match.
Oh wow.
This is good.
Good shit. Hit up.
Right there.
Yeah, good shit.
Things, but will he gain command?
Fuck up, man.
Clearly lost in the moment. He better snap out of it.
Read that.
Down he goes.
Yeah, there you go. I would keep up, but
Come on. He ain't got time.
He tags in his partner.
There you go. Good shit. Watch out.
I'm good, bro.
Thunderous shot to the
Oh, this game.
shades of the USSR with
This
the
what?
hammer and sickle. Ooh, hooked into the turnbuckle. Down to the
You
mat.
fucked up.
Wow.
You did fuck up. Should I hit both? Actually, you get it.
I still got my thing. Yeah, I still got that. Okay.
She tags her partner into the action.
That
He's
nigga
gonna
shit
stomp
in.
the shit out of me.
Hey, and afterwards, get the legs. So that nigga getting subbed today.
Me?
Yeah,
Me?
Bet. Thank you. I'm clipping that too. Just so y'all can look at it again.
Top a Fenner or a Sig?
Yeah, good shit, bro. Good shit. That's
I'm
why I
good,
left
bro.
you right
I'm
now.
good,
Good
bro.
shit, yeah. My boy got his shit. You strike now, he got to get in.
I gotta reverse
How many
this in
punches
2
we
more.
got?
We got 2 more.
Not light work. That's easy.
Did you dodge that combo? Or?
No, yeah, he dodged it. Yeah, he dodged it. Oh, you reversed it? Oh, he dodged it. Okay.
Y'all get the wrong pick at the wrong time. They know what's going on.
Wow.
But that's light work. Slow and methodical. Slow and methodical.
dribbling the opponent's head like a basketball.
So like that's our good, bro.
Hey, introduce it to
The sturdy, a scum methodical out.
Setting it up.
Sell it.
I'm at the right time. That's all.
SLOW space AND space MPTH. I don't know.
I don't know how to spell that shit either, bro.
Take a second if you need it.
Bro, it's not me grabbing me.
Something big is coming.
Still how you this is going to sound like
It's a no more fucking slaps, bro. It's a no more fucking slaps, bro. Oh, wow. Okay, I gotta use my reason. Yeah, that's reason. Oh, no, I'm good, bro. Look at me. Look at me.
Good shit, my nigga. Good
Look
shit,
at
my
me.
nigga.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I thought I was finna. Oh, wow. Bro, I was just about to hit Rezil, bro. Like, I was just about to hit that bitch. Bro, that bar big to you? That bar, hell no. Yeah, he did. He woke up my ass.
Need a breather or no?
Yeah.
You know why it sucks?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Well, I'm gonna have to use Rezil. No, yeah, I'm gonna have to.
Alright, cool.
What's the punches at?
It's 8-6 still.
Yeah, 8.
Yeah.
8 to 6.
It is
Why
8-6.
you really thought down? Because you only take 2 shots out of it, bro. Instead of 3.
I don't know what you just said.
Nice backbreaker.
I'm gonna. That's a clap.
He's looking to make a mark here. The
Good shit.
Minute.
Hey, gun line ball. Gun line ball. No, I'm good, bro. I'm good.
Somebody still there, bro.
Yeah, I know it is.
How many breakups y'all got? One.
Got mine and his. You still got both ours. Bro, what the? Bro, I don't know how. I'm still using my reason. I'm still thinking. Yeah, stay down there.
They get the legs too.
Yeah, I'm saying.
Incapacitate every inch of your opponent.
Bro, I don't know, man.
Methodically and painfully. Here's the cover.
All them damn ads.
All right, there we go. Weezy. Next one I'm gonna need. That bar is too damn small.
That one's small. That's the smallest.
Bro, I'm not even facing you. Come in. Break it, yo. All right, now I gotta get you in. Bro, that shit was from the side, bro. It was from the side.
Go, gang. Go. This is crucial.
Yo.
Y'all still have
Yo.
a breakup though?
Yeah, I got one breakup left.
Oh. Damn.
That's a tag, though.
Yeah, that's the tag. That was mine. Yeah, that was our extra low.
Breakup time is bad.
Is it too late? I think.
there you go.
Oh no! Oh no!
Wake up time.
Weezy, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, bro.
LB.
Weezy, don't you get in my way.
Oh, look at this. Sorry, Weezy.
Makes the cover.
Let's go. Storybook ended. I'm
They definitely won't do that shit.
Yeah, the wake up time.
Fucking wake up time for the fucking win.
Hey,
Man, hey, he called hella good, bro. This fight was
but yo, I don't tell you no wrestling club. That was a good ass match, bro. I'm at the 30 of UW mans for babysitting me this whole time, bro. We're not doing good at that, bro. Please, bro.
Yeah, that was the main event, but I still got one more match to finish off, and then I'm done.
Good fight.
Not Vortex. Reflex. Reflex, you ready?
I'm here, yeah.
Nigga said I'm seeing doubles. I was like, shit.
Sorry, y'all need Big Drew. I'm fucking weak. Hold on, let's ready. Unless you for real, Reflex is sit down because I'm just getting people that ain't fight. If you really want to fight, if he really want to fight, if he dead ass, I'll get him in here. But if he ain't, and just trolling, I get you Reflex. Vortex. At the end of the day, you still took a L, so it don't matter. You took 2 L's tonight to be exact. Me and Weezy both got a W and then a team L. That is not the same. Like you going home. What the fuck are you doing tonight? You going home to 2 L's. Like what are you? It's nothing. It's not the same.
Yo, Don, can I say something?
Go ahead.
So look, in my mind right now, look, it might just be the judge out here, but look, in my mind, I'm like, damn. He used the new brand new and wake up time. If I do the, because you got the second RKO still in the whole A. So I'm like, look at how you see this motherfucker. He's like, oh, he just put this on. Yada yada yada.
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah. Cause I'm actually trying to fight one more, bro.
W match now, yo. UWA every night.
Trying to be a workhorse. Trying to be a workhorse.
We got Big Q for Weez, the Tribal Chief, NWO, right? We got Tom Beasy. He part of the 3 branches, I'm about to bring justice to the whole motherfucker. Right? I don't got time for none of this corruption, this chaos. I'm here to bring things to order. So I'm doing this right now. If I say see me in court, we want the one right here, right now. And if you refuse, you were suspended for 2 weeks. Okay? So if I call you out, you're gonna take it to court, okay? And you just gonna fight. This is all of me. I yeah. So look. I got some notes and stuff. My Max 30, this is mostly his idea, right? But that's besides the point. Yeah. So look, this is what we're doing. Yeah. I got the whole map for the tag team. Yeah. I said, if I didn't put it together, make the video a little creepy. Yeah. But the whole time, I'm like, damn, how come they don't think it's combo? I'm thinking.
That's a good fight, though, Dunn, my nigga.
He was talking to yourself.
Give me that type of fight. You got it, bro.
Bro, I just gotta, bro. It was on me, bro. I didn't want to take that fall, bro, because they did. Yeah, they came at they showed this.
And guys, if I said talking to you, I didn't mean it. It was in the moment. So I thought you.
Oh no.
I didn't mean it, bro. I'm sorry.
That was unplanned, nigga. That was unplanned.
And I fucked the match up anyway. I got the wrong fucking match. Oh, Rated said he is gonna join this. By the way,
Yo, greatness.
They do.
I won. Yeah.
Look at him. Look at Greatness.
Yeah. Let me guess. They didn't stun you out one move that match, huh? No. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. You live, UWA, nigga. Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, dog.
It was pretty good.
Yeah, give my man Fletch his $10.
So I done heard it about damn 10 times tonight. Hey, done. You got the views. You can get my money back.
Where's the invite? Fuck.
I'm making it now. It's almost ready. It's ready now. Rated. You could join now. Then after that, what's his name? World Star.
And this is like my first match on this shit.
Yo, what's up, Rated? What's up, Big Drew?
Can you give us a?
No,
yes,
I'm too fucking tired.
Damn.
You drank a hat at the same time.
Good show.
Type shit.
You know that
We pinned him 1, yeah. We pinned him 3, yeah.
I'm out.
All right.
Yeah,
is that you, Rated? That's your new name right there?
Oh, we doubling back though. Oh, Sturdy, you can be your ass ready, my nigga.
Is that Rated? Is this your new name right here? Wembley? Wemblex? What is
No,
it?
this is me, nigga.
Oh yeah, that is you. I'm tripping. My bad. Okay, Rated join combo. Did you want to watch his last one, or did somebody else want to watch
I'm
this?
not even in my room no more.
I don't blame you.
Bro, Leon, and we're gonna
I
double
need
back, nigga.
one person to sit out here with me just for this last thing, and then that's all. Like, one person.
Man, don't yeet me, motherfucker.
He said, "Don't
yeet
But I'm
me,
tired.
motherfucker.
Hey, Combo, I can't lie. What's up?
It was a breeze, though.
It was, man, I'm smoking on that breeze.
fucking
It was not.
It
It was definitely not.
I ain't gonna lie. I was cooking out with the arcade easy.
Rated, where you at? Join in here.
Dumbass, I thought I was on my main account. My dumbass, I said, it's
You said what?
You still need someone?
That nigga
I just need somebody to sit out here with me. That's all.
Yeah, no, I was looking at it. I was like, oh,
Yeah,
shit.
bet. You can come on.
You
You
talking, I
come
was
on
ready
now.
to go delete it. That
Yo,
shit disappeared. I
TV.
was like, thank God.
Yo.
Guess who won the tag match? Yeah.
Nice,
Yeah.
man.
We just waiting for TB to join in. Then y'all can go ahead and pick out people.
His ass, I'm gonna give you a yeah. You said what?
Dude, I haven't played this shit in forever, so.
Whatever
Yeah,
happens,
me-
happens.
you
You know,
want
it is World Star at the end of the day, but
I'm versing fucking Wembanyama. That's nice.
Big Drew, dude. Oh,
What is that?
what that noise, that thing? That's how he laugh.
What is
That's how he laugh, bro.
That's some bullshit. There's not some bullshit right now.
Bro, you don't laugh like
This is
that.
my first time in the fucking league, dude. I don't know what's happening.
Got memes and shit, bro. I got soundboards of this guy. You talk about first time.
This is first. Who is this guy? Who are you?
No, that shit is AI.
Oh, that's AI. Oh yeah, this one I was gonna play, but that fake watch shit has come back.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, it came back.
Especially in the
Oh,
island,
that's
bro.
wonderful.
Mhm.
Nah, ain't gonna lie. Yo, Flex, that Toppy on Gunther is a fake wild almost like every time.
Don, how you felt about the reveal video?
It was good, bro. I actually liked it, bro. That shit was good.
I appreciate you.
Mhm.
Yeah, ain't gonna lie, but that was so fire.
Yeah, y'all did good with that one. Cause that one that one was a complete curveball.
The thing about it is, bro, with that whole B-Log on my part, I'm playing. I just text him. Actually, I knew B-Log to be like, Don, they're after me. Like, I did like that. He the
For
fight,
real.
he the all seen Akamoto.
Y'all go ahead. No, it's just y'all. It's y'all. This is just the way you gotta do it now. That's all it is.
It was filled with
Dude, this shit feels
Tags and staying fresh are imperative in a tag match.
See, look, it would hit harder if I went
Let's end this off on a good match.
I'm kind of
Stick to that strategy.
Hell no.
Sit straight into the corner hard.
No, we're just hating that nigga. Let it ride.
Countering each other again and again.
Hey, show love, nigga. Don't put me some love.
Clothesline.
Getting back to his feet, but might want to reconsider.
They do want to
Damn, bro. He says it's a bad day for us.
No, they playing one.
So, damn, it's a bad day for
Shit
NWO.
on by
What do we do?
man.
Sit up, powerbomb.
That's who I know. That's how you know it is. But when Assassin's Creed come out, bro.
McIntyre counters with power.
Side
slam. Nice. Just lifting their
Dude, that stay fucking moving. That's pretty fucking
Just
sad.
got thrown around like a sack of
They ain't
you
no
know
damn
what.
body. Everybody still got the same shit.
Damn, that's fucking sad, dude. What the fuck is the K on his fucking wrist?
Human being.
World Star, you fucking suck. Like, I haven't played in like 8 fucking months and you're getting green barred. Like, what the fuck?
Yo, shit.
World Star, is that true?
Oh, man, that was nasty. They weren't that good looking anyway. WWA. Yeah, yo.
Sent right into the
There
corner.
you go.
Yo, if you try to boo,
Just a
I'm a
ferocious
boo-boo
assault
on
from
you.
McIntyre.
Shit.
Jacobs having trouble assessing the
I
situation.
got love,
There you go.
Right to the
midsection. Oh God, that hurt. He's been dealt a
I'm
good
a
deal of
motherfucking
damage.
heel.
And making a tag has to seem like a good idea right
My
about now.
man's not in it. Yeah.
And look, it hung up on the second row.
switching it up,
His
dude.
aggression. All
Switching it
fair
up.
in love and war,
I
gentlemen.
think
I
he
saw
could do that, to
nothing
be
but
honest.
effective offense.
Mhm.
Able to capitalize on McIntyre's mistake. Gets the reversal. What a counter.
Okay.
Oh, man.
The first time seeing Jacob Fatu.
Yep.
Was it on time? No, but it don't matter.
This is a one in a lifetime chance of World Star. You came at this time right here, and I'm still on. I'm telling you.
If this was like a normal show,
Oh,
we
normal
would've
show, I would have been
done
done.
something.
I ain't
Yeah.
gonna, I like how he dropped past this so fast. Who the fuck is higher power? I'm being so
Yeah, that's what I was saying, bro. I thought that's why I'm telling you. I thought he was coming out with y'all.
like.
I think we know what he's thinking, and it's not going to be nice.
I had the idea, right? And so they were like, had the idea to do the count shit.
Yeah.
So, and then like I said before, you can ask me if you're not gonna be in the your shit right now. You can ask me right now. How many days and I probably 10 weeks ago match. It's like almost like 2 weeks ago going for overreaction. He was here first. Don't know who that nigga is and where he came from. Me and Fadio came 2 days ago or whatever. And then the dropped it like he just started blazing it.
Nah, when you tagged all of us together that one morning, I was like, huh. And then I just texted that nigga. I was like, yeah, look, they think we're together, bro. They think we're together. Keep it that way.
Go ahead, bro. Shout out Rated, dude. And it fucking connected. It's still fucking there. It's still fucking there. Type shit. And he's rolling up. He ain't finna sit there and play with you too long, bro. Star. And okay. You was almost up out of there. Was that Rizzo or he kicked out late? Oh, that was Rizzo. Okay. Yeah. Oh wow. I think he kicked that hella late. Oh wow.
See the boot to the face. He finds a counter to McIntyre there.
He avoids the counter.
Come on, what you start?
Why are you laughing, Don?
I don't know, bro. It's just because I don't want this to be like the old World Star, the one we all met, the 1 in 20 one. I want this to be the one that started off undefeated last year. We might get off Jacob Fatu.
And he's coming to.
Fourth overall pick, Jacob Fatu. Not that easy.
Undrafted Drew McIntyre.
Yeah, Drew just out there. Bam! Another shout out Rated. Damn. Is that it? For the 1, 2, and the 3. Damn. Off a shout out Rated. 2 of them.
Fucking ass. Let me go back to fucking
Came there, wrap that shit up quick.
That was like a 5-minute match right there.
Did you just do with 2 fins? That was it? That's all it took?
Hold on, let me go switches real quick and see if that motherfucker switched. Motherfucker got green bar.
Somebody else. But shit, man. Good fight. Well, it wasn't really a good fight. It was a fast fight, but good shit, man.
Dude, I'm
Let me see
bored.
something.
Weezy, where you at?
That was a good first show, bro. I really appreciate it. It was a lot of funny shit that happened tonight. Truly say, I hope
Oh,
more
yeah, you
shows
got
like
the
this one.
fucking dope back, bro. Hold up.
Let me see if I can do something real quick. Let me see this song.
There you go.
Let me
There's
see
your
if I can
goat.
rate it. Let me see if I can rate it
Back.
to end it off instead of just ending this shit. This is-
Damn, that shit actually felt smooth that game.
World Star, how do
Yeah.
you feel about the match that just happened?
You probably ain't finna talk to no damn body.
But
But
post-game interview, bro. The post-game interview.
Yeah, I could give a fuck less either. It was whatever. 1-0, I guess.
Yeah, and my fucking thing done fucking died on me. So that's gonna be the end of it for me. I will be back this Thursday. That'll be first show. Looking forward to the rest of the season. High Apparel, we will find out who the fuck you are. Trust me, you can't hide for long. But hopefully this raid works. If it don't, I'm just ending this shit. But anyway, toodles. See y'all Thursday. Bye bye.
Like, comment, and subscribe, bitch. You niggas don't love me. The bitch wanna fight me. I t-shirt on, so I won't get ugly. She fucking with a dime. I'm fucking with a bomb. They think I'm on something. Whoa, she think I'm on something. I'm fucking with a bad little vibe. Mommy all over her tongue. I'm about to spot me a high. I'm about to spin that trunk. I said, my mind got me a switch. We don't give a fuck by luck. I said my body, I'm the coolest. Trampoline jump for a cougar. Jump out the jungle, go hit it. I'm leaving that boy in this doula. She wanna fuck for the moolah. Pussy needs get lit up. That pellet, hold a Ruger. How she laying with your girl? Huh? She like me around my niggas. She teed up, she not switching. G6 got me in here glitching. Real rich as fuck, just living. This bitch ain't got no vision. I'ma go ahead and give it to her. I just been feeling myself. I find Jesus, Christian Dior. Got a bitch tryna fuck on the game. Shit put his thing right on the floor. Got me feeling like Jesse Chase. I'm switching lanes when he hard. Stop out that talking, let's do it. You on the internet, boy, stop, boy. I'm in the field with cleats, singing my jeans. I kill boys. Me and my niggas, we G's. Step on bitches, we